559. A ferry headed to Zhongyue of the old Zhuang dynasty docked at a ferry named Miasma Cloud. 2 men and a woman got off the boat quietly. Wei Pai stood on the top floor of the ferry and watched the 3 leave. Approaching Zhuang dynasty was tantamount to leaving one's own mountain and entering someone else's territory. Wei Pai's perception of Mount Bian weakened a lot. When he arrived at the new Zhongyue of Dali, he would only be suppressed by nature. This was an invisible rule that all the gods of mountains and rivers had to abide by. Mountain gods waded through water. Water gods climbed mountains. Their hands and feet were bound. It was the same for a king of Zhongyue to leave his own territory and visit a king of Zhongyue. But even so, it was not a big problem. It couldn't be helped. Wei Ba was now the first Upper 5 Realms mountain monarch in the history of the Aquarius continent. That middle mountain monarch, who didn't care much about etiquette, was still not a true Upper 5 Realms god. This time, Wei Pai left the northern mountains both for public and private reasons. Dali Imperial Court was willing to turn a blind eye even if they were not happy to see it. Wei Pai's referral in Dali Imperial Court was Mahist Ranger Su Ruo. Back then, Wei Ba had left the Chestun Mountain with Su Ruo and went to the cloud-splitting mountain. The stooped Xu Lian was barehanded. The slender Lu Baixiang was carrying a narrow saber to stop Shui. At the ferry, after Lu Zhongruan got off the boat, he could not help but say to Zhu Lian, who was walking beside him, "Mr. Zhu, it's not difficult to find the Waterhall dragon boat." The Waterhall is an object that was completely refined by an ancient immortal. I have the method to open a mountain and collect it. The Waterhall is only the size of a horse carriage and can be transported to the ferry. However, the dragon boat has always been at the level of a small refinement. If you want to bring it back to Longquan County, you can only spend some immortal money and use the dragon boat as a ferry and parade it through the city. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The Dali cavalry will have people to protect us and search for treasures. After that, we will take the dragon boat back to Luo Pa Mountain. It will only be smooth sailing." Lu Zhongruan smiled bitterly. "Mr. Zhu, are you sure you're not joking?" Zhu Lian said in all seriousness, "Island Master Lu is the master of a sect and a gold core earth immortal who can ride on clouds. I'm just an old man. How would I dare to offend you?" Lu Zhongruan felt that he could only take one step at a time. The Waterhall and the dragon boat had always been Lu Zhongruan's sore spot. Who to give it to was a great learning. Even if he gave it to the wrong person, the Pearl Island would not have peace for the next 100 years. It was hard to say whether the ancestral Master Hall could be preserved. Before making a deal with Luapa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan had revealed the Waterhall incident to True Realm Sect after weighing the pros and cons in order to maintain a foothold in Calligraphy Lake and not be annexed by True Realm Sect as a vassal island. Pearl Hairpin Island relied on others' charity and had no choice but to lower its head. Lu Zhongruan took it as a financial loss to avert disaster. True Realm Sect was indeed a subordinate sect of Jade Gui's sect, the leader of Tongya Continent. True Realm Sect did not harbor any evil intentions and would not commit such despicable acts as silencing the witnesses and monopolizing the treasures. Pearl Hairpin Island not only retained its ancestral hall, but also exchanged it for a peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Great Li to the cultivators on the mountain. This was the reason why Lu Zhongruan did not personally visit Luapa Mountain for the first time. However, the subsequent development was beyond his imagination. The True Realm Sect inexplicably gave up on seizing the Waterhall. Not only that, the peace token was not taken away from the Pearl Island. For this reason, Lu Zhongruan made a trip to the palace Willow Island with trepidation. Of course, he did not meet the elusive Master Jiang. He only met the chief executive of the True Realm Sect, Lu Laoqing. Lu Laoqing said it was the master's order and told Lu Zhongruan to rest assured that the peace token would not be a problem. Lu Laoqing dismissed Lu Zhongruan with a few words. When he left the palace Willow Island, he was not worried. Lu Zhongruan was not at all reassured. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not force the True Realm sect to take the Water Hall. Therefore, Lu Zhongruan finally decided to move to the Longquan County. He personally went to the Luapa Mountain as a guest. He chose the location of the Longquan back and mentioned the secret to the Luapa Mountain. Lu Zhongruan did not deliberately hide the fact that the True Realm sect had obtained the Water Hall's dragon boat. He also told the True Realm sect's decision. The chief steward Julien smiled a little strangely at that time. He also said that Island Master Lu need not worry. Zhu Lian also promised that even if the Luapa Mountain did not dig for treasures, they would at least not leak the news to anyone. This would prevent the cultivators of the Pearl Island from getting into trouble because of the treasures. Lu Zhongruan still did not dare to rest assured. At this moment, Lu Zhongruan had truly embarked on the treasure-seeking path of his homeland. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. If it were not for the Waterhall's dragon boat seeing the light of day again, Lu Zhongruan would probably never set foot on this sad place again in his life. Regarding the choice of the Waterhall's dragon boat, Lu Zhongruan had no hesitation. The Waterhall was the foundation of a sect. It could be said that it was a natural immortal's cave. It gathered the ancestral hall, the cultivation place of earth immortals, and the mountain and water formation. If it was placed in the calligraphy lake, even earth immortals would covet it. It was also enough to support the cultivation of a Yuanian realm cultivator. Therefore, the True Realm sect did not hesitate to give Lu Zhongruan a priceless medallion. This was their sincerity. Although the huge dragon boat could not cross continents, it was enough to carry a large amount of goods back and forth between continents. For the small Pearl Hairpin Island, it was of little value, but for the ambitious Luopa Mountain, it was an urgent matter. While Lu Zhongruan's mind was wandering, Lu Baixiang was secretly talking to Zhu Lian through the martial arts method of telepathy. Lu Baixiang asked with a smile, "Even if you successfully get the dragon boat back, you still have to run around. Won't it affect your cultivation? If you become the leading figure of the Luapa Mountain, you can no longer be the unscrupulous martial arts madman. Won't you feel uncomfortable every day?" Zhu Lian replied with a smile, "Being busy every day, I feel very comfortable." Lu Baixiang said, "If you, Zhu Lian, have any ulterior motives, as long as the matter is exposed, even if Qin Pingan let you go because of old friendships, I will kill you with my own hands." Zhu Lian said, "You won't have this kind of opportunity." Lu Baixiang asked, "Are you saying that I'm destined not to be able to kill you, or that you really know your place in the Luapa Mountain?" Zhu Lian asked back, "Cult Master Lu is a great talent and a great strategist. The Lu Baixiang in the history of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land has always been decisive in killing. How did you become so chatty?" Lu Baixiang said no more. In that world, Lu Baixiang was the ancestor, and Zhu Lian was the descendant. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Sure enough, only my family's young master understands me the best. Cui Dongshan can only be considered half of it. As for you three fellow countrymen, you're even worse." Lu Baixiang dismissed it with a smile, his palm gently stroking the hilt of his saber. Zhu Lian glanced at Lu Baixiang's small movements. "Do you believe that you can't even pull out your saber right now?" Lu Baixiang laughed. "I don't really believe it." Zhu Lian said, "I'll find a chance to practice with you." Lu Baixiang shook his head. "Let's leave it for now. We'll talk about it again in a few years." Zhu Lian laughed. "I'm just afraid that Cult Master Lu will be alone. The sky is high and the Emperor is far away. You're used to living in a remote and desolate place. If your life is too comfortable, it's easy for you to not know the immensity of heaven and earth." Lu Baixiang turned his head to look at Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian met his gaze. Lu Baisheng, from the lotus flower-blessed land, where there are no cultivators, to the vast world where ghosts and immortals run all over the mountain. Especially in the last few years, have you always kept your saber by your side? What's wrong? With the magical saber in hand, does the world belong to me? Why don't you be more straightforward and learn from that Sui Yu, directly cultivating to seek immortality? Wouldn't that be better? Lu Baisheng frowned. You hide on the Luapa Mountain and have to constantly be on the lookout for killing? How can you compare to me? Zhu Lian sneered. Practicing martial arts is my family's business. Don't ask me the answer, whether it's good or bad. Whatever you want to hear, I can tell you whatever you want. As for the truth, you have to ask yourself. Lu Baisheng sighed. It's a bit troublesome. Zhu Lian laughed. In a small place, if your aptitude is good and your luck is not bad, some impurities won't show. In a big world, it won't work. Among the four of us in the picture scroll, I only find you slightly more pleasing to the eye. If you want to please me, you should say less. Lu Baisheng nodded. He had understood. Although Lu Zhongruan didn't know what the two of them were talking about, Lu Baisheng's momentary exposed killing intent actually made her, and Jindan Earth Immortal, somewhat fearful. And who was Lu Baisheng? He was just one of the names on the Luapa Mountain Ancestral Halls registry. Lu Zhongruan's mood was somewhat gloomy. When would the Pearl Hairpin Island become a truly stable immortal sect? They didn't have to look at other people's faces, and didn't have to rent a mountain, bringing all the direct disciples away from the Book Slip Lake, leaving behind only the Ancestral Hall's empty frame, settling down in Longquan County, and opening up a mansion on the back of a fish. Was it really a wise choice? Lu Zhongruan didn't know the answer now. At present, Lu Zhongruan only knew that Zhu Lian and Lu Baisheng, who were not far from him, were first-class martial arts masters. If placed in any dynasty in the history of the Aquarius continent, they would be honored guests of the emperor, and did not dare to slight them. Their strong fists were one reason, but more importantly, martial artists of the three realms of spirit refinement were already involved in the martial fate of a country. Compared to the gods of mountains and rivers who consolidated the fate of a territory, they were not the least bit inferior, and even more important. However, Lu Zhongruan was not sure what realms Zhu Lian and Lu Baisheng were in. As for who was more powerful, Lu Zhongruan had no way of knowing. After all, he had not had the chance to see them fight yet. His impression of Zhu Lian was more of the chief steward of Luapa Mountain, smiling to everyone. In the few times they interacted, other than being watertight and knowing how to do business, Lu Zhongruan actually did not know much about him. It seemed that the more they met, the more confused she became. On the other hand, Lu Baisheng was a master that was not to be trifled with. His imposing manner was not ordinary. Even a blind person could see it. Lu Zhongruan discovered that Luapa Mountain seemed to be hiding many unknown secrets. As long as he had the chance to come in contact with them, they would appear one after another, making people dizzy. Dali Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai was a frequent visitor of Luapa Mountain. The hunchbacked man with bad eyesight unexpectedly did not show the slightest respect to Wei Pai. The shopkeeper surnamed Shur in the Dragon Rider Alley's New Year shop had a strange appearance, as if there was a trace of otherworldly qi, causing Lu Zhongruan to be completely unable to see the depth of his cultivation. Chun, Rushu, Chun Lingjun, Zhou Mili, the three monsters, especially the little boy in green, seemed to be about to reach the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm. Once he reached the Golden Core realm, a Jiao dragon monster was not comparable to an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator, and could be treated as half a nascent soul realm cultivator. But from the looks of it, Chun Lingjun was the most disliked one on Luapa Mountain, and he seemed to be neglected but did not feel anything wrong. If this happened at Book Slip Lake, he would have rebelled long ago. Lu Zhongruan would occasionally think that the young mountain lord wanted to reach the heavens in a single step and directly create a sect from the originally nameless Longquan County's Luapa Mountain into a sect Compete with the Dragon Spring sword sect of sage Wanjia? Was it a little whimsical? After all, there were more martial artists than cultivators on Luapa Mountain, and it was hard to tell who was the powerful earth immortal who had the potential to reach the upper 5 realms. On the other hand, the Dragon Spring sword sect, which was adjacent to Luapa Mountain, had only a few cultivators, not to mention the sage Wanjia himself. Donggu was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. As for Wanjia's only daughter, Wanxiu, because Lu Zhongruan came from Book Slip Lake, she had seen the strange phenomenon of the island from afar one night, and also had a peace and quiet token with her. So she heard some very mysterious gossip saying that Wanxiu had once worked together with a young man in white of unknown origin to hunt down an old nascent soul realm cultivator of the Zhuang dynasty, which was simply shocking. Moreover, it was difficult for a famous mountain to accommodate 2 Golden Core realm cultivators. It was an unwritten rule on the mountain to be allies from afar and enemies from close proximity, even if the territory of Longquan County was not small and the spiritual qi was even more abundant. It was still unable to support 2 thriving sections. Zhu Lian, who had clearly never been to the Immortal Ferry before, was extremely familiar with the place, leading Lu Zhongruan and Lu Baixia. The 3 of them had just left the Miasma Cloud Ferry when Lu Zhongruan saw a group of elite cavalry. There were not many of them, only about 20 or so. However, it made Lu Zhongruan instantly feel terrified. In the middle of the 3 leading cavalry was a travel-worn young man. His expression was calm, and he did not wear any armor, but a Dali standard saber hung from his waist. Beside him was a handsome young master in a black robe with a pair of long and short swords hanging from his waist. He squatted on the back of his horse, yawning. On the other side was a man with a stocky figure. Lu Zhongruan felt that other than the commander in the middle, the other 2 were all very dangerous. As for those Dali elite cavalry, Lu Zhongruan was born as the eldest princess of a fallen country and had been in charge of politics for many years. Managing the household was like managing the country, so he was naturally an expert. With a glance, he could tell that those elite cavalry were valiant and skilled in battle. The Dali cavalry were skilled in battle. Not only were they willing to die on the battlefield, they also emitted an orderly aura. These were all the marks that the imperial tutor Cui Dong had carefully polished. Zhu Lian raised his head to look at that dark-skinned man, rubbing his hands and smiling. "Isn't this our Wu Xianlang Lord Wei?" The man called Wu Xianlang by Zhu Lian was indifferent. The young man in the middle turned his head and smiled. "Big Brother Wei, this old senior is—" The man replied in a methodical manner, surnamed Shu, named Lian, an old acquaintance from my hometown. He's a martial madman, currently in the far-roaming realm, working as a steward for someone in Longquan County. The young man was somewhat surprised. Realm 8 Master? How come I've never heard of him? He clearly knew which far-roaming realm martial artists there were in Dali, because most of them had thrown themselves into the battlefield, and almost none of them stayed in Jianghu. As for the Realm 8 Qi cultivators, he didn't care to hear of them. He was born in Dali's first-class family, and was born in the capital's Chang, or street, where martial artists were as common as clouds. He didn't have a good impression of cultivators, but he had a natural affinity with martial artists, no matter whether it was on the battlefield or in Jianghu. His ancestors had all fought for the Dali imperial court for their own surname and for their own country and family business. It was the same for himself. He, Lu Xiumei, was no different from his good friend Guan Yiran. The people he despised the most were those who rested on the merit books of their ancestors in Ichi Alley. His name, Lu Xiumei, was personally given by Master Guan. Many of the foppish sons of rich parents in Ichi Alley and Chang, or street, really couldn't afford to be supported. So under the arrangement of their fathers, they worked in the government office to make money, helped the local tycoons build bridges. or recommended the immortal masters on the mountain to serve as consecrators for the clans they were on good terms with. Throughout the year, there were endless wine parties and banquets. These people, regardless of the size of the official circles in the capital, were all big shots at the banquets. Their maids had to be female immortals, and their retainers had to be the immortals on the mountain. How could they go to Chong or Street and take a look which one of them didn't shrink their necks and talk in a low voice? Lu Xuanmei turned over and got off the horse, cupping his hands and smiling at Zhu Lian. Lu Xuanmei greets Senior Zhu. Zhu Lian hurriedly cupped his hands and returned the greeting, chuckling. General Lu is young and promising, burning incense for your ancestors in the ancestral hall. Full of confidence, Lu Xuanmei was amused. He didn't think it was rude for Zhu Lian to mention the incense for his ancestors. Wei Xian got off the horse as well, and the rest of the men got off as well. Only the young swordsman with a pair of phoenix eyes kept squatting on the back of the horse. He nodded and clicked his tongue. That's a very powerful wind controlling stage cultivator. Wei Xian, your hometown has a lot of talented people. In this aspect, you take after our mud bottle alley. Sword cultivator Chao Jun was a cultivator born in the South Saw continent, but his ancestor, Chao Shi, was born in the mud bottle alley in Lizhu, Wonderland. Lu Baisheng, who had been walking behind Zhu Lian and Lu Zhongruan, stood side by side with Zhu Lian. Wei Xian nodded at Lu Baisheng, and Lu Baisheng returned the greeting with a smile. After Wei Xian left Chui Dongshan, he joined the army of the Great Li and became an accompanying cultivator of the Great Li's Iron Cavalry. Relying on a series of real and dangerous battles, he was now temporarily a sergeant. Once the Ministry of War issued the official document, Wei Xian, who had obtained the title of Wu Xianlang, would immediately be promoted to a standard commander. Of course, if Wei Xian was willing to personally lead the army into battle, he could be promoted to a 6th grade general according to the law and lead a battalion of over 1,000 soldiers and horses. Sergeants like Dali were the most precious sergeants in the world. They were able to meet all the generals below the 3rd rank general level on the road. They didn't need to salute. If they were in the mood, they could just cup their hands. If they didn't want to, they could even turn a blind eye. As of now, Wei Xian had been given the 6th grade of the 12 grades of Great Li's Iron Cavalry, Wu Xianlang, whose name started with the word Wu. Normally, the first 5 grades of Wu Xianlang would only be given to generals who had made great contributions to the battlefield. In the Dali Imperial Court, which was founded on martial arts, the first rank of Wu Xianlang was the Shang Zhugua. However, the highly respected title of Shang Zhugua was not only given to martial artists. Chao Jun had always been Wei Xian's immediate superior. With his military achievements, he was in charge of all the cultivators of Dali Iron Cavalry. Although Wei Xian was only a sergeant, he was somewhat like an assistant to Chao Jun. According to Chao Jun, the lazy man, he should not use his brain if he could. Therefore, he liked to throw all the troublesome tasks to Wei Xian, who didn't know his background. Wei Xian was said to be a military cultivator, but he was more like a pure martial artist. At first, there were some criticisms. They always thought that this guy was a hanger-on of some big boss in the Ministry of War. After the battle ended, he shamelessly came to gain military achievements. However, after a few battles, there were no more rumors. The reason was simple. The cultivators who fought side by side with Wei Xian were all alive. Dali's elite cavalry prepared the horses. Everyone rode to the place where the treasure was hidden. It was not too far from the Miasma Cloud Ferry, more than 200 miles away. The Waterhall dragon boat was buried at the bottom of a river. The secret passage was extremely well hidden. Only Lu Zhongruan knew how to break the many mountain restrictions. Otherwise, even if they found the treasure, they would not be able to enter the secret realm unless they destroyed the foundation of the mountain. However, if they did so, they would trigger the mechanism, and the Waterhall dragon boat would be destroyed. When Lu Zhongruan learned that this young cavalry general Lu Xuanmei, who was not even 30 years old, was a Dali fourth-grade military official, he was even more shocked. On one hand, he was surprised by this person's meteoric rise in his official career. Dali's military general must have a foundation of military achievements. This was an iron law. The general family, with ancestral influence, may have a higher starting point, but there was a limit. On the other hand, he was surprised by the loyalty of the officials in Luapa Mountain. The one who showed up was the military general Lu Xuanmei. Then the one who nodded and promised this matter must be a powerful general. Even if it was not Chao Gui or Su Gaoshan, who had already been appointed as the hunting envoy, it should be a prominent Dali military general who was second only to them. In fact, it was not only Lu Zhongruan who did not understand. Even Lu Xuanmei himself could not make sense of it. This time, he led the team because a confidant of Grand General Chao Gui personally conveyed the message. Among the cavalry, there were also 2 Green Wave Pavilion spies who were monitoring the troops. Looking at the signs, they were not monitoring the actions of the 3 people, but monitoring whether Lu Xuanmei would cause problems. This was very interesting. Could it be that the new hunting envoy, Chao Gui, was very resourceful and wanted to fill his own pockets with a certain leader of Green Wave Pavilion? Then Grand General Chao chose to hide behind the scenes and send his confidant to personally handle this matter? If he was really so daring, shouldn't he, Lu Xuanmei, be replaced by another loyal general? If Lu Xuanmei felt that this matter violated Dali military law, he would definitely report it to the imperial court. Even if he was secretly killed by Chao Gui, how would he clean up the mess? The Lu family of Qiaober Street was not a family that Chao Gui could casually deal with. The key point was that this action violated the rules. Dali's civil and military officials had been for hundreds of years. No matter their family style, methods, or temperament, they were all used to following the rules. Being pursued by the imperial court and having his confidant killed to take the blame? This did not seem like Grand General Chao's style. But to say that there was someone who was so resourceful that even Chao Gui had to listen to orders and make a hunting envoy who was equivalent to a pillar of the imperial court personally make a plan, Lu Xuanmei did not dare to believe it. Could it be the imperial tutor's idea? Was there a need to be so sneaky for a mountain treasure that had someone leading the way? Dali's cavalry went south, collecting mountain treasures and piling them up into a mountain. Banning and destroying thousands of mountains and temples were all done according to Dali's established rules. Was this one thing missing? Lu Xuanmei was full of curiosity, and he hoped that he could live to know the answer. Lu Xuanmei and Lu Zhongruan rode side by side, discussing the route. Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang followed closely behind, chatting about the past. Lu Baixiang was the easiest to get along with among the 4 people in the picture scroll. He could chat with anyone. The other 3 almost did not talk to each other. Somehow, Zhu Lian was hanging at the tail of the cavalry with Chao Jun. They chatted happily, calling each other brothers and talking about everything. Of course, the 2 men did not talk much about women. No matter what you say, Chao Jun, Zhu Lian's reply will never reach your heart. Even if this old chef's cooking skills aren't that good, I don't know how to cook according to the person's taste. Chao Jun's eyes lit up. He even wanted to leave the army and go to Luapa Mountain to be a servant. After Li Shisheng left Lion Peak with Chui Ci, he returned to the capital of the Artemisia Nation. The Artemisia Nation was a small and remote country in the North Continent, but it was not a vassal of a big country. In the capital, Li Shisheng bought a small house in a place called Dongxian Street. Across the street lived a family with the surname Chen. They were well-to-do and were not considered wealthy in the capital. There was a person of the same age as Li Shisheng. Coincidentally, there was the word Bao in his name. His name was Chen Baozhou. He was an idle scholar who did not have any achievements in the imperial examinations. He was good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Li Shisheng often traveled with him, but they did not go far. When Li Shisheng came to the North Continent from the Aquarius continent, he traveled all the way to the north before stopping here. Through some connections, he got a job at the Prefectural Education Office. Before going to the Cool Breeze sect, Li Shisheng had to walk past the opening of Astronomical Luck Memorial Arch at the entrance of the office every day. The office had 12 entrances, so it was not considered small. Li Shisheng was very fond of Li Shisheng. He felt that this young outsider was quite knowledgeable. Of course, Li Shisheng was famous for being a clean and honest civil official. To be able to suddenly rise from a low-paid yamen to the center of the imperial court and become the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, there must be some extra knowledge involved. Once, when he exchanged cups with Li Shisheng to drown his sorrows, Li Shisheng gave him some of his knowledge. The next day, Li Shisheng became an official in the government office of the government office. Chui Ci initially felt like he was struck by lightning. Why would his honorable teacher do such a thing? How could a scholar do such a thing? Li Shisheng did not explain anything to Chui Ci. This time, when he returned to the capital, there was no longer a position for Li Shisheng in the government office. He gave a random reason and removed Li Shisheng's identity as an official. Li Shisheng did not care. On the way, Chui Ci asked his teacher how long he would stay in the Ardent Kingdom. Li Shisheng replied that it would be a long time, at least 30 to 40 years. At first, Chui Ci was a little flustered. He was afraid that it would be a few hundred years. But when he heard that it would be a short 30 to 40 years, he felt relieved. After all, he and his teacher were not ordinary people at the foot of the mountain. As for Chui Ci himself, when he thought of his origin, there was always a lingering worry. But every time he worried about this, he would no longer be worried, because he had that worry. Today, Li Shisheng spread out another calligraphy painting and looked at the reflection of the moon in the water. Chui Ci knew his teacher's habit and burned incense at the side. In fact, Li Shisheng was not so cultured, but Chui Ci liked to do this and did not stop him. On the scroll, there was an old teacher sitting and discussing the Tao. The old teacher was a sage of Yufu Academy. At first, Chui Ci listened attentively, but later on he really felt that it was boring. His lecture was like an old woman's feet wrapped in cloth. Every time he lectured, he would only talk about one principle. Then he would go around and around in circles, talking about the various small principles of this big principle. Chui Ci felt that it was very boring. Who would not understand these principles after a few days of reading? Was there a need for the old teacher to explain in such detail? No wonder his teacher later took him on a tour of the Yufu Academy. He learned that the old teacher was laughed at as an old vulture who only knew how to pick up phrases. The old teacher was also regarded as a sage with the least real talent in the academy. Later on, the Confucian students in the academy could not stand the teaching, so the old teacher arranged this task for the academy. He was in charge of the reflection of the moon in the water and preached to those cultivators on the mountain. Not only the academy knew that this was just a formality, but the old teacher himself probably knew that no one would listen to his nonsense. But he still lectured for 30 years. The old teacher was happy and leisurely. Sometimes he would even bring a few books, letters, and copybooks that he liked. He would choose a sentence from them and talk about it according to his mood. Chui Ci heard a lot of old stories about the old teacher in the streets of the Yufu Academy that were filled with bookstores. It was said that the reason he obtained the title of a sage back then was because of great luck. It had nothing to do with how knowledgeable he was. At the beginning, there were smart people from all walks of life who became friends with the teacher who was not considered old at that time. The scholars of various countries and the major academies all warmly invited this person to lecture and preach Tao. In the end, even the cold stove in the officialdom lost interest. This person's copybook, calligraphy, fan inscriptions, couplets, and so on could be sold for 1,000 taels of silver in the earliest days. Later on, it was sold for a few hundred taels of silver. Later on, it was sold for less than 100 taels of silver. Now, not to mention 10 taels of silver, no one would buy it. They might not even be willing to accept it as a gift. But Chui Ci discovered that every time his teacher listened to this old teacher's lectures, he would not miss a single time. Even when he was lecturing the 9 registered disciples of sect master he and the Qingliang sect, he would still look at the Yufu Academy's catoptric deflection. In the painting, the old teacher sat in the same position that he had not changed for 30 years. He sat upright and still, moistened his throat, and picked up a book that he had just obtained. It was a travel book about mountains and rivers. After quickly reporting the title of the book, the old teacher opened the book and said that today he would talk about what was so wonderful about the line in the book. The small stove in the village has just started to burn. The peach blossoms in the temple are falling, and why the words village and temple were such imperfections. The old teacher blushed slightly, his expression unnatural. He raised the travel book high up, holding the book with both hands, as if he wanted to let people see the title of the book more clearly. Chui Ci had a helpless expression. Teacher, is this old teacher about to starve to death? Why is he still helping the bookstore do business? Li Shixing smiled. This is the first time. It has never happened before. It's probably an old friend's request, so it's not good to refuse. Chui Ci leaned over the table, sighing. For a wise person to be like this, it's indeed time for his old face to turn red. Chui Ci smiled. But today, the old teacher is finally not talking about those empty principles. That's pretty good. Otherwise, I guarantee that after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I'll be sleepy. Li Shixing listened to the old teacher in the painting talk about the way of poetry. He asked, who said that knowledge must be useful for it to be good knowledge? Chui Ci thought that he had misheard. Teacher, Li Shixing was still looking at the painting, listening to the old teacher's words. He smiled at Chui Ci. Chui Ci, let me ask you a small question. 1 tael per caddy, 2 weights, how heavy are they? Chui Ci was even more confused. Was this even a question? Li Shixing continued. Who set the rules for the 2 weights? In the beginning, who had the scales and weights in their hands? 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years later. Would there be the slightest deviation? If there was the slightest deviation, how would it affect the operation of all things in the world? Chui Ci pondered for a moment and felt a splitting headache. Li Shixing slowly said, some of the most pure knowledge in the world seems to be very far away from the human world, but you can't say that it's useless. There will always be some seemingly useless knowledge, but someone has to do it. If I tell you something, will it help you earn a copper coin? Or will it help you improve your cultivation? Chui Ci shook his head. Not really. Li Shixing looked at the old academy scholar in the picture scroll and felt a little sad. He turned his head and looked at the inhuman teenager who was only pieced together by a pile of broken porcelain. He said, refining spiritual qi and turning it into your own use, ascending to heaven step by step, and becoming immortal, is the cultivation of Tao. We Confucians use moral articles and paper knowledge to feed the secular world. This is the Confucian persuasion. The spring breeze sneaks into the night, moistening things silently. This is the ultimate realm of knowledge. Li Shixing was silent for a moment. He looked at the incense above the incense burner and said, collecting is the unity of heaven and man, and attaining immortality. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, leaving only articles for thousands of years. The real disciples of Confucianism never only seek immortality. The old man was old. He felt tired as he talked. In the past, he could talk for an extra hour of the academy's 2-hour homework. Today, after an hour, he no longer had the energy and spirit to continue his lecture. The old master's expression was sorrowful as he looked into the distance and muttered to himself, I actually know that no one is listening. No one is listening to me. The old man said softly, 20 years ago, I heard from the hill master that occasionally there would be some snow and the spiritual chi would increase. 10 years ago, there was very little snow. Every time I heard that someone was willing to spend money on my poor knowledge, I would find someone to drink with. Speaking of this, the old man squeezed out a smile and grabbed the travel book. I'm the old guy who engraved this book and sold it for money. In the blink of an eye, I've become old after a few drinks. In recent years, I haven't been able to earn enough money for the academy to spend on a single snowflake with my knowledge. I feel bad about it. The old man looked sad. He put down the book and suddenly laughed. Old bastard Chien, I know you're looking here. Are you afraid that I won't help you sell the book? Put down your legs. It's okay if you don't want to. Remember not to finish the wine and food. Leave some for me to chew after I leave the academy. The old man stood up and bowed. This lecture is the last time I humiliate myself in the academy. It's better if no one listens, so I don't have to waste money. It's not easy to cultivate on the mountain. The knowledge that I've taught for 30 years is really useless. Look at me. Do I look like a scholar? I don't think so. The old man was about to put away the book. He had the title of a sage of the academy, but he was not a cultivator. He could not raise the wind and rain with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Li Shishing of the Artemisia kingdom gently threw down a grain rain money. He stood up and bowed. The scholarly Shishing has benefited a lot. Thank you, sir. The old man was stunned on the spot for a long time. He even had tears in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Then the old man was a little embarrassed. He mistakenly thought that someone had thrown a small grain rain money. He whispered, Don't buy that book. It's not worth it. It's too expensive. It's not worth it at all. No matter how much money you have, you shouldn't squander it like this. The two things in the world, cultivation and family, are big things, but in fact, they should be small. Ooh. The old man was habitually nagging about those principles. Suddenly, he shut his mouth. He looked lonely and said self-deprecatingly, I won't say it anymore. Suddenly, another person threw a grain rain money and said loudly, Lu Jinglong has listened to Sir's teachings for 30 years. I'm here to thank you. This time, I didn't miss your last lecture. Not only was the old man shocked, even Chui Si couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you the young sword deity Lu Jinglong from the Taihui sword sect? Li Shishing smiled and nodded. The old man was in tears. Finally, he straightened his clothes and straightened his back. He smiled and said, If you have the chance in the future, you must come and drink with me. I'm not in the academy anymore, but I'm not far away. It's easy to find me. Just say that you're looking for Mr. Bound Feet, and you'll find me. When the time comes, I'll complain about why you didn't reveal your identity earlier so that I can be proud in the academy. Suddenly, a third person didn't throw money, but his voice echoed, This lecture is the worst. You're quite good at helping people sell books. Why don't you open a bookstore? I, Zhou Mi, am willing to buy a few books. The old man lowered his voice and asked tentatively, Mountain Lord Zhou? The man laughed and said, Of course, in the North Continent, who can say the words I, Zhou Mi, so confidently? The old man hurriedly ran away and closed an open sage book, not letting the three people see his embarrassment. As an old scholar, he still had to care about his face. Just as Shan Jun and Wei Pai were leaving empty covering clouds, a fleet of carriages moved majestically, leaving Huaihuang Town in Longquan County. It wasn't that they didn't have the money to take the immortal ferry to Oxhorn Mountain, but that someone didn't agree. This made a woman who was in charge of money and power feel very regretful. She had never taken an immortal ferry in her life. She had no choice. Her son didn't agree. As his mother, she had no choice but to go along with it. In the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Lane, after the old woman's death, her grandson quickly left the town. The ancestral home had been empty since then. The old woman's son and daughter-in-law had long moved out of the ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane. The Ma family was rich, but they didn't show it. They were just like Lin Shi's father, who worked in the kiln supervision department. He had power but didn't show it. The impression he gave people was that he was just a lowly official. The two families were similar. The Ma couple had moved out of Apricot Blossom Lane in the past, but they didn't purchase property in Fortune Street or Peach Blossom Lane. Now, they had secretly sold the dragon kiln that had been passed down from their ancestors to the Sioux family of Clear Breeze City for an astronomical price. Then, under the arrangements of her son, the entire family moved to the territory of True Marshall Mountain, one of the ancestral halls of the military school. In the future, they would settle down there. The woman was actually not too willing. Her husband wasn't too interested either. The husband and wife hoped to settle down in Dolly's capital. Unfortunately, their son had said so. So, as his parents, they could only comply. After all, their son was no longer the silly kid from Apricot Blossom Lane. He was Ma Kushwan, the most outstanding cultivation genius of the Aquarius continent. Even the Jindan sword cultivators of the Zhuang dynasty, who were famous for being skilled in killing, had been slaughtered by their son. The woman lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a rider outside. It was a young woman who was outrageously beautiful. She was now her son's servant girl. Her son had given her the name Shu Jian. The woman found it rather amusing. Only this matter made her feel that her son was still the silly son of the past. He was still sulking with someone. In the early years, Song Jisun from Clay Bottle Lane, who was rumored to be the illegitimate son of the supervisor, had a servant girl called GQ. According to her mother-in-law, when she was still alive, her son had actually always liked that GQ. The woman riding slowly beside the carriage felt the woman's gaze. At first, she didn't want to see it, but the young man riding at the front of the group turned his head and looked at her coldly. She was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. She immediately turned her head to look at the curtain of the carriage and asked softly, "Madam, do you need to stop and rest?" The woman smiled and shook her head. She slowly lowered the curtain. The young woman named Shu Jian glanced at the back of the young man in front of her. She was sad, but she didn't dare to show the slightest trace of it. Back then, she, the mother and son of the Sioux family from the Windy City, and the mountain-moving ape from the Xinjiang mountain entered the black pearl heaven together. Everyone was there for the opportunity. But in the end, she was the most miserable one. Not only did she fail to get any good fortune, but she also got into a big trouble, which was a real disaster for her family. Her grandfather, the master of the Tide Cavalry, had lost his military power after being wiped out by the unstoppable Li dynasty. But he kept an official position in the imperial court and then retired to his hometown. But that young man appeared. He returned to his hometown with honor. The guards from the imperial court and her grandfather's retinue, more than 100 people, were all dead. The ground was littered with corpses. She knelt on the ground with the old man. Ma Kushwan stood between the two kneeling people and pressed his hands on their heads. He said that the two heads couldn't pay off the debt. Even if the entire Tide Cavalry died, they still couldn't pay off the debt. Ma Kushwan asked the old man what to do. The old man began to kowtow, begging Ma Kushwan to let go of his granddaughter and just take his life. He had a lifetime of military service and had countless military achievements. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? The woman knelt on the side. Ma Kushwan pressed his palm down, leaving behind a miserable corpse on the ground. In the end, Ma Kushwan didn't kill her. He kept her by his side and gave her the name Shu Jian. Shu Jian, who was in a daze, followed Ma Kushwan to Longquan County. The first place the young man, who had killed many people along the way, went after returning to his hometown was not Apricot Blossom Lane, nor was it his parents' residence. Instead, he walked along the banks of the Dragon Whisker River. At the waterfall where the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River met, Shu Tian saw a god holding a sword appear. It was the #1 water god of the Li dynasty, named Yanghua. At that time, Ma Ku-xian was squatting at the boundary between the river, gently throwing pebbles into the water. He smiled at the great Li deity, who had an extremely high divine position, and said, "I know you're the Empress Dowager's maid, and I'm just the grandson of the river god under your command. Logically speaking, I should show you some respect, but I heard that you weren't very polite to my grandmother, so you should be careful. In life, regardless of whether you're a cultivator, a deity, or a ghost, if you owe a debt, you have to pay it back. When I return next time to visit my grandmother, if you still haven't paid off your debt and dare to order this Dragon Whisker River around, then I'll detain your golden body on Marshall Mountain and temper it every day. I'll feed you as much incense as you break, and I want you to pay it back for 1,000 years, even if I, Ma Ku-xian, die. As long as Marshall Mountain still exists, you'll have to suffer for 1,000 years. The water god Yanghua snorted. Ma Ku-xuan added, "Since you can become the main god of the river, you naturally aren't afraid of suffering. It's all right, you're a woman after all, and you don't have a human nature. Some of your natural instincts are hard to get rid of. Every few years, I'll capture some deities or spirits of the mountains and lakes and bring them to Marshall Mountain. Then I'll teach them a divine secret technique that has long been lost. I'll let them profit from their misfortune and let you know what it means to repay a debt with your body." Ma Ku-xuan finally said, "I'm telling you all this in hopes that you won't be like some people who are stupid enough to think that many small things are just small things. Otherwise, if I, Ma Ku-xuan, break through too quickly, you'll pay back your debt very quickly." The water god of the Iron Seal River didn't say anything, only sneering. Ma Ku-xuan tilted his head. "You don't believe me, right?" Ma Ku-xuan smiled. "Then wait. I've changed my mind now. One day, I'll ask the Empress Dowager to personally issue a decree for you to go to Marshall Mountain's territory and become the main river's water god. At that time, I'll visit you as a guest. I hope that the water god will treat me with great hospitality, and I'll return the favor by inviting you to the mountain as a guest." Yanghua's expression became serious. Ma Ku-xuan shook his head. "Sorry, it's too late." Yanghua narrowed her eyes. A Tao protector of Marshall Mountain appeared behind Ma Ku-xuan and smiled. "The water god has killed someone without permission. It's against the rules." Yanghua sneered. "Ma Ku-xuan is already your Marshall Mountain's mountain lord." That military cultivator shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. It's just that Ma Ku-xuan's words seem to be more effective than our mountain lord's. I've been dissatisfied for a long time, but I can't do anything about it." Yanghua noticed that the cultivator secretly gave her a look. Yanghua sighed and said to Ma Ku-xuan, "Ma Lanhua will be able to have her own river god temple very soon." Ma Lanhua, the river granny of the Dragon Whisker River, had been unable to build a temple ever since she became a river god. If the water god of the Iron Talisman River spoke up and built a temple for incense, then both the local government of the Dragon Province and the Ministry of Rights of the Dali Imperial Court would not make things difficult for her. Ma Ku-xuan stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, then I, Ma Ku-xuan, will also go back on my word. In the future, the water god will be my esteemed guest." Ooh. Afterwards, the tall and slender Ma Ku-xian, dressed in black clothes and a white jade belt, looked like an elegant young master who had come out of a wealthy family to enjoy the scenery. He walked along the Dragon Whisker River, and when he no longer concealed his aura, he purposely leaked it out. Not long after he walked, water plants began to appear in the river, swaying in the water, as if they were spying on the movements on the shore. As if she was afraid to acknowledge Ma Ku-xuan, The woman, who no longer seemed old and decrepit, poked her head out of the river and looked at the young man on the bank. The river gods did not cry, but the woman wiped her face subconsciously. This was the first time the maidservant Shu Jian had seen the young demon Ma Kuxuan. She smiled resplendently. She even discovered that even such a cold-hearted wretch could cry. That day, Ma Kuxuan sat beside her on the bank of the river. The woman held Ma Kuxuan's hand gently as she constantly murmured. Ma Kuxuan only sat there and did not say anything for a very long time. Her face was rather unfamiliar, but it was the nagging that he was most familiar with in his life. His grandmother talked about many trivial matters and scolded many people, but in the end, she told him not to worry about anything. In the end, she told her grandson to wait for a while, and then went to the shabby residence in the river. She brought back all of her accumulated belongings and placed them neatly beside the two of them. She explained the origins of each item one by one, and in the end, she told Ma Kuxuan to take all of them away. She said that these were all the money she had saved for her grandson's future wife, but she did not know if there was any girl he liked over the years. In any case, that GQ was a natural seductress, and she was not a woman he could marry into the family. Other than her, she would accept any woman as her granddaughter-in-law. Ma Kuxuan said that it was GQ. The woman habitually stretched out her finger and gently poked her grandson's forehead, scolding him for being obsessed and not knowing the slightest bit of good. He was an idiot who did not care about his parents and deserved to suffer hardships. In the end, as the woman spoke, she began to cry. She said that in order to become Granny, she had suffered a lot. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had a grandson like him and had no one to take care of her, she wouldn't have been able to make it through. Ma Kuxuan took a deep breath and wiped his face with his hand. The woman said that Ma Kuxuan had to promise her one thing. Ma Kuxuan said that there was no need to be afraid of this. If they really followed the clues to the Apricot Blossom Alley's Ma family, if that Chinpingan dared to kill one person, he would kill the two people that Chinpingan cared about the most. The woman only shook her head and insisted that Ma Kuxuan promise her. She said with a sobbing tone, "They are your parents. How can you settle accounts like this?" Ma Kuxuan remained silent. In the end, the woman used her trump card, saying that if he did not agree, she would not have a grandson in the future. Ma Kuxuan could only agree. Deep in his heart, he had his own plans. After parting, Ma Kuxuan did not go to find his parents, but instead went to the Yang family's shop. After learning that his grandmother had to stay in Dragon Whisker River, there was no room for discussion. Ma Kuxuan had no choice but to change his mind and have his parents sell the ancestral dragon kiln at a high price and leave Longquan City with the family. In the end, there was this leisurely journey away from home. Along the way, Shu Jian discovered a strange thing. For some reason, it seemed that Ma Kuxuan's relationship with his parents was very ordinary. It was not the kind of estrangement that immortals had. It was as if he did not have any feelings for his parents since he was young. After going to the mountains to cultivate, the two sides became even more distant. As for the couple, they seemed to be immersed in great joy. Towards their son, who had brought glory to their ancestors, he did not even smile and remained silent. The couple did not feel that there was anything wrong with this at all. It was as if their son was so high up, and this was a matter of course. Of the couple, the man in the ordinary clothes of a gentleman gave off the shrewdness of a tycoon. The woman had a pair of peach blossom eyes, but her appearance was not outstanding. When she looked at people, even if she had a smile on her face, there was still a trace of coldness in her eyes. Along the way, some people and monsters who did not have eyes and were unlucky all died. Ma Kuxuan seemed to have purposely chosen the paths that were barren and unruly. He wanted to kill those bandits and monsters to relieve the frustration in his heart. During this period of time, the cultivators of her sect came to save her for the second time. The first time, The ancestor personally came to denounce Ma Kushwan. Ma Kushwan personally killed more than 10 people in front of her, as if they were ants. Before Ma Kushwan attacked, he asked her to make a second choice. Would she live, or would the people who saved her die? If she answered incorrectly, she would die. Xu Jian answered correctly. Therefore, those people died. This time, it was a senior martial brother from the same sect who had the potential to become her Dao companion on the mountain. He came with his friends to save her from the abyss of suffering. Ma Kushwan asked her to make a choice again. Would she die as a couple, or would she live alone? Xu Jian still wanted to live. As a result, the senior brother whom she had always thought she loved deeply, and his friends, all died without any suspense. At that time, it was raining heavily and muddy. Xu Dian's entire body collapsed. She sat on the ground and loudly asked why Ma Kushwan did not allow her to die the first time. After that, he fulfilled her wish again. At that time, Ma Kushwan was dressed in a long robe that was not stained by the rain. He laughed at her. I want you to live a life worse than death. What is there to not understand? Your lack of understanding is the reason why a fairy like you is sitting in the mud and crying pitifully. When you understand, you will be able to live a carefree life. Everything that happened in the past is not worth mentioning. Ma Kushwan grabbed her head and threw her onto the back of the horse. As a servant, if you disrespect me again, I will cut your tongue. There will be no next time. The caravan continued its journey in the rain. At the end of spring, the sun shone brightly. Ma Kushwan was at the front of the caravan. He sat on the back of the horse, swaying leisurely. In his mind, he was silently calculating which upper 5 realms cultivators were in the Aquarius continent. Dali Imperial Tutor, Embroidered Tiger, Chui Dong, not counting, this old man was indeed someone who did big things. He hid in Dali's capital for many years. The Mo clan branch's son had forcefully killed a Yin Lu clan cultivator. He was quite capable. Ma Kushwan had seen the 12 mountain fairies with his own eyes. When he looked up, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Under the fairies, the human territory within 100 miles was as dark as night. This was the main reason why Dali's cavalry could travel south so quickly. The construction of each huge ferry was tantamount to cutting off a large piece of flesh from the Dali imperial court and the Song clan's emperor. Not only that, the Song clan also owed a large debt to the Mo clan's main branch, Shang clan, and other big shots of the central region. Dali's cavalry scraped 3 feet on the way south to secretly repay the debt. As for when they would be able to repay the debt, it was hard to say. The Mo clan ranger, named Su Ruo, was not to be underestimated. The North Continent's Heavenly Lord Xieshur had already returned. It was meaningless to continue staying in the Aquarius continent. Moreover, it was said that this Heavenly Lord was suspected of having a fire in his backyard. If he did not return to the North Continent, he would become a laughingstock. The rest seemed to be dispensable. If they died, their spiritual energy would return to heaven and earth. If they were alive, they were mountain thieves who knew some magic. They were misers who would not spit out what they had taken. The Heavenly Lord Qizhen of the Divine Grandeur sect could not even keep He Xiaoyang, a disciple of a sect with great fortune. Wouldn't it be better to break He Xiaoyang's arms and legs and keep her in the Divine Grandeur sect as a treasure bowl? The True Realm sect, which had moved from the Jade sect, was in the limelight after annexing the Calligraphy Lake. However, Jiang Shangzhen was a good person. As the sect master, he was willing to behave himself. He did not ask for the reason of any conflicts between the sect's disciples and the outside world. It was all his fault. The ancestral master, Hall, punished him according to the sect's rules. There were a few times when he took the initiative to kill the sect's enemies. The wild cultivator Lu Laocheng of the Gong Willow Island had reached the Jade primitive state. Perfected cultivator Lu Jimao had also broken through and became the second wild cultivator of the upper 5 states. Of course, they were now the immortal masters of the True Realm sect. The childlike ancestral master of the Wind Snow Temple had not left the mountain for hundreds of years. He only showed up once during the battle between the Jinyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden. A female cultivator of the Martial Mountain was even quieter than the ancestral master of the Wind Snow Temple, who was also from the military ancestral court of the Aquarius continent. However, many of her disciples had been very active in the Dali border army, the family master of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest who had been hiding behind the scenes. The first god of the upper 5 states in the history of the Aquarius continent, Wei Pai of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, the sword cultivator of the upper 5 states from the Zhuang dynasty, had not shown up until now. No one knew if he had died in seclusion, or if he had chosen to continue hiding. As for the storyteller of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was now a prisoner of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, protecting a prince of the Gao family. It was not that Ma Kuxuan looked down on this old man, but what else did he have other than the jade primitive state? In the end, Ma Kuxuan thought of the bumpkin from the clay bottle alley. Ma Kuxuan opened his eyes on the back of the horse. He crossed his fingers and pressed them down lightly. He felt that it was a little fun. After leaving the small town, it seemed that all the people of the same age as him were trash. Instead, it was this guy from his hometown who was a real opponent that could pique his interest. He wondered if he would need to use all his strength the next time they fought. He probably would not. This was a little boring. Ma Kuxuan closed his eyes again and began to think about the genius of the central divine continent. As for the maidservant behind him, one day she would sadly discover that she had unknowingly lost all desire for revenge. Instead, one day, she would sincerely feel that staying by Ma Kuxuan's side was the only stability in the world. When that time came, it would be time for her to die. Ma Kuxuan would still leave behind a part of her soul and memories. Using some lost secret techniques that even the ancestors of Martial Mountain could not grasp, he would follow the clues and find her reincarnation. When the time came, he would return her memories so that she would never be free. She would reincarnate again and again as a human, living a life worse than death. As for that Chen Pingon, if he dared to take revenge, he would only be worse off than her. But before Chen Pingon took revenge, Ma Kuxuan would not do anything. After all, the Ma family was in the wrong first. No matter how cruel and merciless Ma Kuxuan was, he would not go so far as to kill innocent people. It was just that there were many people in the world who wanted to die. If they happened to offend Ma Kuxuan, he would help send them on their way. Early in the morning on Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian had already prepared all her belongings. She was about to go on a long trip. Yesterday, the old man had told her, "Carry your small bamboo box and bring your walking stick. We'll go to your hometown and study together. Don't worry, just treat it as accompanying this old man to relax. Things like practicing martial arts can wait." At that time, Pei Qian had just shouted, "Old man Chui, did you eat your fill today?" Then she pushed open the second floor's bamboo door and steeled her heart to eat another beating. In any case, if she did not say a few heroic words, she would be beaten anyway. She might as well take advantage of the situation and treat it as earning a few copper coins for herself. In the end, the old man, who was wearing a green robe and was barefooted, said such a thing. Pei Qian was still a little uncomfortable, so he quickly replied, "Old chef has left, but there's still one Shu on the mountain to take care of our meals. Besides, I didn't snatch your bowl at the dinner table, did I?" Chui Cheng almost couldn't resist giving this girl another solid punch. In the past few days, Chui Cheng had frequently appeared and eaten at the table. Chui Cheng only said one sentence, "Go downstairs and cool off." However, Pei Qian's eyes turned rapidly. After dilly-dallying for a long time, She swaggered out of the bamboo building and stood in the corridor with her hands on her hips. She shouted, "Zhou Mili!" The black-clothed girl sitting by the stairs on the first floor immediately ran to the empty space and asked, "Why didn't I hear any howls today?" Pei Qian raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and sneered. "What do you think? After entering the second floor, do you think I can walk out without a winner?" Zhou Mili frowned and thought hard about the problem. Finally, she asked, "Did we put laxatives in that bowl of rice? Why didn't I know beforehand? This kind of thing shouldn't be handed over to Nuanshu. I'm the right protector of Luo Pa Mountain. I should be the one doing it." Pei Qian jumped down from the second floor and landed beside Zhou Mili. She reached out like lightning and pressed down on this little idiot's head. With a twist of her wrist, Zhou Mili began to spin on the spot. In the end, Zhou Mili found it interesting and ran on the spot. Pei Qian stretched out 2 fingers and shouted, "Freeze!" Zhou Mili immediately stood still. She didn't forget to widen her eyes and remain motionless. Pei Qian straightened 2 fingers in front of her and made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian with her other hand. She nodded and said, "My immortal immobilization technique is indeed amazing. Even the big water monster in Mute Lake can't dodge it." Zhou Mili still didn't dare to move. She could only watch with shining eyes. Pei Qian was satisfied. He threw 2 fingers at her. "Move." Zhou Mili quickly clapped and said excitedly, "Amazing, amazing. I really couldn't move just now." On this day, Pei Qian took Zhou Mili to find Chenrushu to play. The 3 girls gathered together and chattered. It was like countless peach blossoms in the mountains with orioles on the flowers. Then, a day passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, not only Chenrushu and Zhou Mili arrived, but even Zheng Dafeng and Chen Lingjun came. Zheng Dafeng was expressionless. No wonder Zheng Dafeng couldn't stop them. Chen Lingjun looked at old man Cui Cheng, then walked to the cliff and stared blankly. Cui Cheng said to Zheng Dafeng, "Tells you, Lian, that he doesn't want the other half of the martial fate. It's not bad." Zheng Dafeng held onto a Tongyi umbrella and laughed mischievously. "If old chef doesn't want it, you can give it to me." Cui Cheng kicked out. It wasn't fast, but Zheng Dafeng could still easily dodge it. Pei Qian was at the side, showing off the long-lost blades at his waist. The bamboo blade and bamboo sword were all there. He also held onto a mountain walking stick and carried a small bamboo chest. The old man was also dressed in scholarly robes. It was not that Pei Qian had never seen the old man dressed like that before, but he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. Cui Cheng laughed. "You don't know? This old man is also a scholar. I learned a lot in my early years, and am one of the great scholars in our Aquarius continent." Pei Qian said, "Did you count it yourself?" Cui Cheng laughed. "Oh." Pei Qian immediately said loudly, "That shouldn't be the case. It is definitely a fact that everyone in the Aquarius continent knows." Zheng Dafeng sighed in his heart. "The location has been chosen. According to seniors' wishes, we will start from the westernmost desolate mountains of southern garden country." Cui Cheng nodded his head and turned to look at Pei Qian. "Are you prepared?" Pei Qian nodded her head. She held onto the mountain walking stick tightly and said with a trembling voice, "It is somewhat done." Finally, one old and one young, as though they were riding on clouds, they landed on a desolate mountain peak. Pei Qian's face was pale white. Cui Cheng chuckled. "After we finish this journey, you won't be so afraid anymore. Trust this old man." Pei Qian stabbed the mountain walking stick into the ground and sneered. "What are you afraid of?" Cui Cheng looked into the distance and said, "Then I will have to trouble you to keep the talisman in your sleeves." Pei Qian's sleeves trembled slightly and pretended that she did not hear anything. The 2 of them walked down the mountain. At the start, Pei Qian was still uneasy, but she was used to the mountain roads, and as she walked, she felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. at least for the time being. They were still very far away from the capital of Southern Garden Country. Below their feet was only the barbarian land of the lotus blossom blessed land, not even the real territory of Southern Garden Country. At dusk on this day, Pei Qian had already familiarly cooked a small pot of fish soup and rice. There was a river at the foot of the mountain. Pei Qian cut a bamboo pole, tied a fishing line and hook to it, and then threw the pole into the water. She quietly squatted by the river, and when the fish completely took the bait, she suddenly pulled it up and went ashore. Cui Cheng had a headache when he saw the thick fishing pole. How could this be called fishing? It should be called pulling fish, right? However, when he drank the fish soup in a big bowl, the old man sitting cross-legged did not care about this. It was a little salty. So, when Charcoal asked him how it tasted, the old man went against his conscience and said it was okay. Pei Qian scooped some fish soup for herself and ate it with rice. It was fragrant, and with the fish soup, it went really well with the rice. Pei Qian squatted on the ground, her shoulders shaking, and the little girl was overjoyed. The old man was too lazy to say that he should sit properly and eat properly. He was not that Qin Pingan. In the future, if Qin Pingan dared to talk about such trivial matters, the old man felt that he might not be able to resist reprimanding him. What was so great about being a master, being in charge of everything? How old was Pei Qian's temperament? But when he thought of this, the old man felt a little self-deprecating and said softly to Pei Qian, "Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you." Pei Qian made an O sound and began to chew slowly. After clearing away the bowls, chopsticks, and the pot of soup, Pei Qian took out the kettle and washed her hands. Then she took out a brush, paper, and ink from the small bamboo box where the various items were arranged neatly. Using the small bamboo box as a desk, she began to earnestly copy the book. Cui Cheng sat at the side and smiled. "You don't have to copy books here. If Master blames you in the future, just say that I agreed." Pei Qian meticulously copied the entire sentence, then turned her head and glared at him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Cui Cheng waved his hand. When Pei Qian finished copying the book, the sky was already dark. She carefully put away all the items. In fact, to the current Pei Qian, night vision was as simple as drinking water and eating. Seeing that old man Cui was dozing off, Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and tiptoed to the mountain peak far away to practice the crazy demon sword art. Cui Cheng smiled and asked, "Since it's a sword art, why don't you use the bamboo sword at your waist?" Pei Qian stopped her sword and replied loudly, "I'll learn from Master. Master won't easily use his sword. You won't understand. Of course, I don't really understand either. Anyway, I'll just do as I'm told." Cui Cheng asked, "Then what if your master is wrong?" Pei Qian continued to practice the crazy demon sword art, whistling like the wind, to the extent that her words, when falling into the ears of ordinary martial artists, sounded a little intermittent. Fortunately, Cui Cheng naturally heard it clearly, and heard it clearly. "Master is on my side. How can he teach the wrong disciple? He won't be wrong, not in this lifetime. Anyway, even if he's wrong, I still feel that he's right. None of you can control him." Cui Cheng smiled and no longer said anything. He began to close his eyes and rest. Around midnight, Cui Cheng woke Pei Qian up. Pei Qian rubbed her eyes and didn't complain, traveling day and night, trekking through mountains and rivers. What's so strange about it? When going down the mountain, Pei Qian was carrying a fishing rod that didn't look like it. Cui Cheng asked, "Aren't you tired?" Pei Qian seemed to be waiting for this sentence. She said pitifully, "I'm tired." Cui Cheng said, "Don't think that I'll help you carry the fishing rod. This old man can't afford to lose face." Pei Qian sighed and asked Cui Cheng to wait for a moment. She took off the fishing line and put it back in a small bag in the bamboo box. After carrying the bamboo box again, she grabbed the fishing rod and shouted, "Let's go!" The fishing rod was nailed straight into a big tree in the distance. After that, the morning and evening meals of the day, because they were walking along the river, were still fish soup and rice. Chui Chung sipped the fish soup and said, "If we walk along the river, will we eat this every day?" Pei Qian rolled his eyes and said, "You should be satisfied with something to eat. Why do you still want to make trouble?" Pei Qian finally snorted and said, "You don't know that when I was traveling in Jianghu with my master, it was just the two of us. Old chef and the others didn't have anything to do. At that time, it was really hard. Master was testing me and hadn't officially accepted me as the first disciple. Master was good at fishing, but I couldn't. Once, I was really hungry, but Master didn't ask me to eat with him." Chui Ching smiled and said, "Begging Chin Pingan to give you a bite to eat?" Pei Qian sneered and said, "Bullsh asterisk T, I went to a muddy river. The water wasn't deep, and it reached halfway up my waist. With a splash, I plunged into the water and stretched out my arm to explore the cracks in the rocks. With that, I hooked a big fish for me. It was a big catfish about the size of my arm. It was very fierce and wouldn't let go once it bit me. I quickly surfaced from the water and ran ashore. I raised my arm and swung it a few times with all my strength before I smashed the big catfish to the ground." Pei Qian said proudly. Master was dumbfounded. He gave me a thumbs up and praised me nonstop. Chui Ching smiled and said, "Nonsense." Pei Qian immediately relaxed his shoulders and said, "All right, Master didn't give me a thumbs up, nor did he say anything good about me. He just glanced at me. In fact, at that time, Charcoal stubbornly hid her injured arm behind her back and glared fiercely at Chin Pingan. At this moment, Pei Qian quickly made a solemn vow to the old man. "I really caught that big catfish." At this point, Pei Qian was worried that Chui Ching wouldn't believe him, so he quickly rolled up his sleeves. In the end, he was very upset and sighed. "I forgot that the mark was long gone." Pei Qian's face was soon full of smiles. Fortunately, Master casually grabbed a bunch of herbs and threw them in front of me. I crushed them and applied them to my arm, and it didn't hurt at all. Don't you think it's strange? Doesn't it work? You don't understand, do you? Chui Ching smiled and nodded. After that, Pei Qian would still copy books every day and practice the crazy demon sword technique from time to time. Chui Cheng just took Pei Qian slowly and hurried along. One day, seeing Pei Qian playing with stones, the old man casually asked, "Little Pei, what's the saddest thing you've heard in your life?" Pei Qian purposely didn't hear it. The old man asked again. Pei Qian squatted by the water and slowly said, "Just 2 times. The first time was at the border of the Great Spring Empire in the Tong Yi continent. Master didn't actually say anything, but he just looked at me, and I felt sad." After that, there was a sentence that the big white goose said. He asked me if I was only willing to practice martial arts after Master died. It was also sad and made me unable to sleep. Chui Cheng didn't say anything else. Pei Qian, who seemed to have quickly become carefree, had already plucked 2 nameless blades of grass by the river and was playing with the favorite grass of the countryside children. The mountains and rivers were far away, and they gradually reached a place with signs of human habitation. Chui Cheng still took Pei Qian to the scenic place. At a precipitous cliff, the old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. What an iron flower embroidered cliff! The murderous aura of a frog. Pei Qian made a sound of acknowledgement and nodded lightly, as if he completely understood. Chui Cheng turned his head and smiled. "We're used to trekking over mountains and rivers. Next, let's go over mountains and ridges. Do you dare?" Pei Qian stuck a talisman to his forehead and said heroically, "For people of the Jianghu, there's only the can't, there's no dare." Chui Cheng didn't travel with the wind, but instead climbed up the cliff with Pei Qian following behind him. When they reached the peak, they were at least 10 miles away from the green mountain in the distance. Chui Chung smiled. Hold on tight to the mountain walking stick and the bamboo box. Before Pei Qian could ask anything, the old man grabbed his shoulder and shouted with a smile, "Go!" Pei Qian, who was like an immortal riding the clouds on the mountain, was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. However, he quickly adapted and started to play dog paddle. Looking down, the mountains and rivers meandered under his feet. There was nothing to be afraid of. When he was about to hit the green mountain, Pei Qian gently adjusted his breathing and stretched his body in the air. He changed his posture and slightly changed his trajectory. Stepping on a towering tree, he bent his knees and curled his body up. The whole tree was broken by him. When the broken tree fell to the ground, Pei Qian lightly touched the ground with the tip of his foot and floated to the ground. Chui Chung was already standing beside him and said, "Let's see who can reach the top first." Pei Qian ran like a wisp of smoke. Chui Chung kept a distance of 50 or 60 feet from Pei Qian. He could see, but couldn't catch up. The old man and the young man went in a straight line in the following mountain road. When there was no road ahead, Chui Chung threw Pei Qian. In the end, Pei Qian could even play the crazy sword art in the clouds. One day, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, the two people landed at the foot of a famous mountain in Xia of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian blinked his eyes and eagerly said, "Throw me up." Chui Chung smiled and said, "It's time to walk. Scholars should respect the mountains." Pei Qian nodded. "That's right. In the history of the mountains of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there were naturally no real miracles. As for the legends in the unofficial history, there might be many. But now it was hard to say." Chui Chung took Pei Qian to climb the mountain. Walking on the steps, Pei Qian bounced the small bamboo box and gently tapped the steps with his walking stick. He smiled and said, "It's a bit like the steps of our Luapa Mountain." Chui Chung said, "If you don't look carefully, the scenery in the world will be similar." Pei Qian nodded and decided to silently remember this sentence. In the future, he could show it off to Fool, show Mealy, the little fool. Chui Chung slowly climbed the mountain, looked around, and recited a poem, thousands of mountains towering over the scales, thousands of valleys full of pine trees. Strange things startle centurions. Pei Qian nodded and said, "Good poem." Chui Chung smiled and said, "You know it." Pei Qian grinned and said, "I said it for my master." Chui Chung laughed heartily. At the top of the mountain, there was a Taoist temple with a closed door. Chui Chung didn't knock on the door. He just walked around with Pei Qian and looked at some inscriptions on the cliff. Chui Chung looked into the distance and said with emotion, "The sages once said that the life of a person is in the vitality, and the life of a country is in the people's hearts." Pei Qian turned to look at the old man and finally remembered that the old man said that he was a scholar. It was rare for the two to go down the mountain on foot. As they went down, they saw the smoke of the countryside, the market, the town, and the post road. Along the way, they saw a lot of people from all walks of life. Most of them passed by without any disturbance. On this day, the two were at a roadside tea stall. Pei Qian paid for 2 big bowls of herbal tea. Pei Qian made a bamboo hat for herself. She carried a small bamboo box on her back and a sword on her waist. Wearing a bamboo hat and a walking stick on the side of the table, she looked very funny. A group of Jianghu people came to the table next to them. Pei Qian was a little flustered. She, who was sitting opposite the old man, quietly sat on the bench next to the old man. Quickly looking at the group of real Jianghu people, Pei Qian lowered her voice and asked the old man, "Do you know what things are necessary to travel in Jianghu?" Chui Chung smiled and said, "Tell me." Pei Qian said softly, "A big bag of golden leaves, a tall horse, a treasured sword that can cut iron like mud, and a famous Jianghu nickname, Master said that if I have these, I will be popular everywhere in Jianghu. Pei Qian was suddenly happy. I don't want a tall horse in the future. Master promised me that when I travel in Jianghu, he will buy me a little donkey. Cui Cheng smiled and nodded. The Jianghu people with swords and sabers were sitting next to them. One of them didn't sit down immediately. He reached out and pressed the little girl's bamboo hat. He laughed and said, "Where did this little black charcoal come from?" "Oh, a little heroine? Carrying a sword and saber. So impressive." That person reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head heavily. "Tell me, who did you learn it from?" Cui Cheng just drank his tea. Pei Qian's face was pale. She didn't say a word. She slowly raised her head and said timidly, "I learned it from my master." That Jianghu person smiled and took a step back. He lifted his leg and kicked the bamboo hat girl's green bamboo box. "How can you travel in Jianghu with a broken book box?" Pei Qian wanted to ask Cui Cheng for help, but the old man smiled and said, "Solve it yourself." Pei Qian wiped the sweat off her face. Seeing that the person was going to kick the bamboo box behind her even harder, Pei Qian stood up and moved to avoid it. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed the mountain walking stick in her hand. That person stepped on empty air. Just as he felt that he had lost face, his embarrassment turned into anger. When he saw the scene of little charcoal grabbing the item in the air, he began to sweat profusely. He tried his best to put on a friendly expression, then lowered his head and bent his waist. He rubbed his hands and laughed dryly. "Wrong person, wrong person." Pei Qian thought for a moment and sat back down. Cui Cheng smiled and asked, "You don't dare to fight back?" Pei Qian shook her head and said unhappily, "At first I was a little afraid that he would break the bamboo box. After seeing his kick, I was even more afraid that I would accidentally punch through his chest." Cui Cheng asked again, "Why are you afraid of this? Shouldn't the other party be afraid of you?" Pei Qian still shook her head. Master said that in the martial arts world, it's not only about revenge and fighting. When encountering a small matter, being able to hold back one's fist is the skill of a martial artist. Cui Cheng laughed. It was unknown whether he was laughing at the little girl's big words or at the small town saying, "At the door." Cui Cheng finished drinking the tea in his bowl and said, "You only have a few copper coins. Losing a copper coin. Of course you'll be worried. Wait until you have a big pile of divine money, then lose a few copper coins." Pei Qian said resolutely, "I will still have to search everywhere." What a joke! How could there be no reason to lose money and not find it back? Master said that every copper coin that belonged to one's money bag, if lost, would be a poor homeless worm. Pei Qian saw that the old man didn't speak and said strangely, "If you say it in another way, I will listen." Cui Cheng laughed and said, "Old Mr. also has old words to say. There's no time for old logic." Pei Qian was a little disappointed. "Think again." Cui Cheng shook his head and said, "No." The people at the next table didn't even drink the tea and rode away. It seemed that there really was something urgent. Cui Cheng took Pei Qian and continued on their way. Looking into the distance, he said with a smile, "Catch up with them and tell them something from the bottom of your heart. Anything is fine." Pei Qian was a little hesitant. Cui Cheng waved his hand. Pei Qian took a deep breath, adjusted his bamboo hat, and began to run. Then he carefully considered what he should say in order to appear reasonable, courteous, and polite. A moment later, Pei Qian, who was running faster than a horse, had already caught up to the man and his horse. She gradually slowed down and said to the man on the horse, who looked like he had lost his parents, "In the martial arts world, you have to be righteous." That person's face was blank. Pei Qian emphasized and asked loudly, "Do you remember?" That person said with a trembling voice, "I remember." Not only him, even his other friends in the martial arts world couldn't help but answer. Pei Qian received the answer and suddenly stopped. waiting for the old man behind her to catch up. After that, Pei Qian and the old man walked over the high city wall of the city. Pei Qian burned incense in various Taoist temples, sold all kinds of delicious food in the market, and visited the bookstores in her hometown. Pei Qian also bought books for Sister Baoping and Li Huai. Of course, her friends on Luopa Mountain also bought gifts from her own pocket. Unfortunately, in her hometown, Nanyuan Kingdom, the immortal money didn't work. Looking at the copper coins and silver coins, Pei Qian felt a little sad. When Cui Cheng walked out of the bookstore with Pei Qian, he asked, "Do you feel bored learning from your master's way of life?" Pei Qian swaggered along the bustling street. "Of course not. What's the point of living? I can eat and drink to my heart's content every day. What else can I do? I used to be a beggar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. My clothes were ragged, and I couldn't even get through the door. How pitiful! I could only lean against the wall and pray to the gods and bodhisattvas as close as possible. But the bodhisattvas couldn't hear me. Their stomachs would grumble when they were hungry, and their intestines would spin when they were beaten." Cui Cheng smiled and said, "You can't think like that. In the end, didn't the bodhisattva hear you and let Chen Pingan stand in front of you and become your master?" Pei Qian suddenly stopped, and her eyes instantly turned red. She asked the old man to wait for her and ran to the temple in the city alone. Not only did she burn incense, but she also took down the small bamboo box and put it aside. She kowtowed many times on the futon at the feet of the bodhisattva. After the two left the city, Cui Cheng said that they were going to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian nodded and said nothing. At a river not far from the capital, Cui Cheng sat by the river, and Pei Qian squatted beside him to wash her face. The old man asked, "Are you still afraid of that Chao Qinglang? If you are, we can enter the city later." Pei Qian was silent and looked across the river in a daze. The old man picked up a stone and gently threw it into the river. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you are afraid of a person or a thing, but you don't have to be afraid to face it. How could an ordinary person of the younger generation possibly catch up to the scholars and scholars who had spoken so much about the principles of the sages? Don't they study? How can they compare with the poems and sentences written by the predecessors that the later generations can only stare at? Don't they write articles? The most frightening thing is that since you are on the same path, it is destined to be difficult to avoid it in your life. Deceive yourself and only do some comfortable work that is within reach." The old man pointed to the distance. "But you have to know what it is like over there. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. You can't be afraid and hide. Then you will be afraid for the rest of your life." The old man smiled and said, "It's not me, an outsider, who is making sarcastic remarks." The old man continued, "When I was a student and studied in the study room, my ambition was higher than the sky. I never lost when arguing with others. Later on, when I practiced boxing, I traveled thousands of miles with only my fists. It was even more so. What I seek is the same as learning martial arts. It is written in books that I will go forward even if there are thousands of people." The old man sighed and said, "There are no heroes in time." The saddest thing about this sentence is that there are no heroes in time, so we don't have to be afraid of how good others are. If others are good, we can be better. That is true growth. You, Pei Qian, will not only be Chen Pingan's first disciple one day. You, Pei Qian, will be Pei Qian. Of course, Chen Pingan will always be willing to take care of you. He is such a person. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. Perhaps he will not meddle in other people's business in the future. But all of you who are close to him are the responsibilities that Chen Pingan will have to bear for his entire life. He is not afraid of hardships and enjoys it. For such a person, if you advise him to think more for himself, it will be like a chicken talking to a duck. He will definitely listen to reason, but it will be hard to change. The old man did not say anything else. Pei Qian raised her head. Let's go to the capital. I will lead the way. The old man and the young girl went to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. As usual, if there were no customs documents, they would quietly climb over the wall. Anyway, it was old man Shui who brought her to do it. Even if her master knew, he would not be too angry, right? After entering the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, that Pei Qian was still very familiar with, Pei Qian slowed down. The old man did not rush her. After walking through the alley, passing by the martial arts school that was still open, they arrived at the Temple of Heart. Pei Qian's footsteps quickened. However, when Pei Qian was not that afraid, the old man stopped at the entrance of the small temple. There were no visitors coming in or out. Pei Qian wanted to follow in, but Cui Qing shook his head and said, "You should walk the last part of the journey by yourself." Pei Qian nodded vigorously and turned to leave. He walked along the main street and went alone to the alley. The old man kept looking at the thin and small figure. He smiled and walked into the temple. He did not burn any incense. In the end, he found a quiet corridor and sat there. On the other side of the alley, Pei Qian found that the courtyard door was locked. She sat on the steps outside the door. She sat until dusk when a young man in a green shirt walked into the alley. Pei Qian stood up and looked at him. Chao Qingling walked forward quickly with a smile on her face. Pei Qian said slowly, "Long time no see. Chao Qingling." Chao Qingling smiled and said, "Hello, Pei Qian." Then Chao Qingling opened the door and turned to ask, "You left in a hurry last time. I didn't have time to ask you how Mr. Chen is." Pei Qian was a little annoyed and blurted out, "Why are you so annoying?" Chao Qingling laughed involuntarily. He was really a little afraid of her. Pei Qian looked at him. Chao Qingling was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian strode into the courtyard and picked a familiar stool. "Chao Qingling, I want to talk to you about something." Chao Qingling smiled and sat down. There were two small stools and two old friends who weren't very old. In the corridor of the Heartseong Temple, Cui Qing closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. It was as if he had been waiting for the reunion in the alley. He wanted to know the answer so that he could be at ease. However, Cui Qing looked more and more tired. After Pei Qian left, he could no longer hide his old appearance. During this time, a monk came near, but Cui Qing just smiled and shook his head. The monk smiled, put his palms together, bowed his head, and left. Cui Qing sat cross-legged on the spot. It was as if he had finally let go of his worries. His hands were gently folded, and his eyes were in a daze. After a long silence, he gently closed his eyes and muttered, "There is true meaning in this. I wanted to explain it, but I forgot to say it." "560. On Luopa Mountain, the young mountain lord and the old man on the second floor had traveled far away. No one lived in the bamboo house. Recently, Chen Lingjun no longer wandered outside. From time to time, he would sit at the stone table by the cliff. He knew that he was the most unlikable existence on Luopa Mountain. He was not as diligent and smart as the little fire python from the Chao clan's Shilan Lu. He was not even as cute as Zhou Mili. Tsin Yuanji was brought up the mountain by Zhu Lian. He had a good aptitude and could endure the hardships of training. His daily life was busy and fulfilling. Sure, Ro managed a shop in the small town. She did not earn much, but she was helping Luopa Mountain earn money. She also had a good relationship with Pei Qian. When Pei Qian was free, he would visit Shuro. He said that he was worried that Shuro would pocket money, but he was afraid that Shuro would feel neglected by Luopa Mountain. Only Chen Lingjun wanted to keep up appearances. No matter what he did or said, he was unlikable. After the three gods' night banquets, the Imperial River God brother became more polite to him. However, this politeness made Chen Lingjun feel disappointed. Some of the flattering words made Chen Lingjun feel uncomfortable. He preferred the drinking and eating of meat at the Water Manor. Their words were vulgar, and they cursed each other. However, Chun Lingjun was not a fool. He could see many things. For example, once Senior Chui left for the lotus root-blessed land, he would definitely not return. However, Chun Lingjun, could not even say a word of farewell. When the old man in green left with Pei Qian, he could only sit there in a daze, pretending that he did not know anything. Early in the morning, it should have been the time for Pei Qian to go up the bamboo house and eat a fist. However, the bamboo house was silent. Chun Lingjun was sprawled on the table. In front of him was a pile of melon seeds that he had snatched from Chunrushu. The warm sun made him feel weak. He could not even crack the melon seeds. He wondered if he should go to the mountain gate and have some fun with the Dafeng brothers. The Dafeng brothers still had the temperament of the Jianghu. It was just that some of their dirty words were too confusing. He had to ponder for a long time before he could figure out what they meant. Chun Lingjun turned his head and looked at the mansions. The old chef was not on the mountain, nor was Pei Qian. Sun Yuanji did not know how to cook and thought it was troublesome, so he asked Chunrushu to prepare a lot of pastries. Zhou Meili was a little water monster who did not need to eat, so there was no smoke on the mountain. There were layers upon layers of peach blossoms on the mountain, and the fireworks in the clouds were people's homes. Chun Lingjun felt that, at this moment, there were fewer people on Luopa Mountain, and everyone was busy with their own things. Chun Lingjun shifted his gaze and looked at the second floor of the bamboo building, feeling a little sad. When the old man was around, he always felt uncomfortable all over. Chun Lingjun felt that he would never be able to take 2 punches from the old man in his life. Now that the old man was gone, his heart felt empty. Chun Lingjun sighed heavily and reached out to pick up a melon seed. He planned to chew it without peeling the shell to relieve his boredom. Then Chun Lingjun's movements stiffened. He gently put the melon seed back and gently moved his butt. He quietly turned his head, preparing to turn his face away from the cliff. He did not expect that the old Confucian in a green robe, who appeared out of thin air, would smile at him. Chun Lingjun swallowed his saliva, stood up, and bowed. Chun Lingjun pays his respects to the imperial tutor, Dali embroidered tiger, Chui Dong. He was so powerful that he could crush him with a single finger. Chun Pingon was not on Luopa Mountain. The old man was not in the bamboo house, and Julien and Wei Pai had gone to Zhongyue. Chun Lingjun, had no backing for the time being. Chui Dong smiled. Go about your business. Chun Lingjun glanced at the small limestone path that led from the bamboo house to the mansion. He felt that it was a little dangerous, so he bid farewell and actually climbed down the cliff. Taking this path, he was a little further away from the imperial tutor. It would be much safer. Chui Dong recalled the expression of the little snake in green when it looked at the bamboo house and smiled. Thus, he came up with a small plan. He would do it casually and not make a big fuss. In the great mountains to the west of Longquan County, there was a mountain that was temporarily occupied by people. It seemed to be suitable for flood dragons to live in. Chui Dong stood in the corridor of the second floor, quietly waiting for a certain person to arrive. A white streak of light came from the distant horizon, its momentum like spring thunder exploding as it swiftly swept over. He no longer cared about the rules set by Wan Ting. Chui Dong shook his head and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had greeted Wan Ting. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows held a green bamboo staff made of ordinary materials. He was travel-worn, and his face was full of fatigue. Chui Dongshan landed on the empty ground on the first floor, his eyes bloodshot. He said angrily, "You old bastard, do you only care about eating shit every day? Don't you know how to stop Grandpa from going to that blessed land?" Chui Dong asked back, "So what if I stopped you?" Chui Dongshan was so angry that his face was ashen. "Stopping for one day is one day. Can't you wait for me to rush over?" Then scram as far away as you can. Chui Dong's expression was indifferent. Chui Dongshan suddenly calmed down and took a deep breath. Grandpa studied, practiced martial arts, and conducted himself with indomitable will. The only time he stepped back was for us two idiotic grandsons with holes in their heads. With this step back, it's all over. The 11th level of martial arts is gone. Without the 11th level, people will also die. Chui Dong said, and for your teacher and this Luo Pa Mountain. Chui Dongshan stepped back step by step and sat down beside the stone table. Both hands holding the bamboo staff, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Perhaps because he couldn't sit still, Chui Dongshan stood up and walked around in circles, walking away quickly. Chui Dong looked at the anxious guy walking around in circles and said slowly, "You're not even as good as me. You can't even figure out what Grandpa cares about and why he has to make such a choice. What's the point of coming? What's the use of letting you go to Lotus Root blessed land and find Grandpa? If it's useful, maybe it's really useful. That's to make Grandpa feel uneasy when he leaves." Chui Dongshan stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharp. "Chui Dong, you'd better be careful with your words," Chui Dong said. "Chui Dongshan, you should be more careful and be more sensible. Just because you've re-entered the upper 5 realms, you're not qualified to jump around on my side." Chui Dongshan sat down lightly, hugging the green bamboo staff. He didn't look at the 2nd floor anymore and said to himself, why did Grandpa have to get involved in that fight for 3rd and 4th place? Why did Grandpa lose his mind? Wasn't it because of us? Grandpa was a scholar and always wanted us to be true scholars. Grandpa's lifetime of learning, the root of his knowledge, was the lineage of the secondary saints. Why did he have to fight for the lineage of the literary saints in the Central Plains? Why did we have to betray our teachers and ancestors and make Grandpa even more disappointed? Chui Dong slapped the railing and finally flew into a rage. "Ask me? Ask heaven and earth. Ask your conscience." Chui Dongshan's eyes were dull, his hands clenching the mountain staff. "I'm a little tired. I can't ask any more." Chui Dongshan remembered that when he was young, he had to be brought by that strict and old-fashioned old man to visit mountains and climb mountains. The journey was long, and the child suffered unspeakably. One time, the old man went up the stairs, completely ignoring the child behind him, who was drenched in sweat, and walked up by himself. The old man seemed to be purposely angering his grandson. Not only did he walk far away, he even recited a poem by a literary hero of the Central Plains loudly, saying that the husband's integrity was like young Master Junsai. I wish to say that N's brush was like a long bar. The child remembered that poem well. Later on, he never thought that when the child grew up, the youth would leave home in a fit of anger and become the disciple of the old scholar. The old scholar would mysteriously become the literary saint, and the youth would mysteriously become the first disciple of the sage. He finally had the chance to meet the renowned Confucian sage of the Central Plains. However, at that time, the youth, who was more high-spirited than any of his peers, actually only had one thought in his mind, and that was if he had the chance to return to his hometown in the future, he would definitely tell his grandfather about this matter. He would say that the person he admired had lost to his grandson in terms of writing, and in chess, he had lost to the point of breaking his beard. However, he had accumulated a lot of words in his stomach. When he could say them, he wasn't willing to say them, but when he wanted to say them, he couldn't. In the distant Longquan County, the morning bell rang from afar. Once the bell rang, the city gates would be opened according to the rules. Tens of thousands of people would work until the drums beat in the evening. Then there would be family reunions and happiness. The Yuchen County, near the foot of Dali's new Zhongyue Mountain, was a medium-sized county. In the old Zhuang dynasty, it wasn't considered a rich land. Its literary and martial fortunes were very ordinary, and its feng shui was mediocre. It wasn't able to bask in the limelight of the great Zhongyue mountain. The new governor, Wu Yuan, was an outsider. It was said that he was a governor in Dali itself, and it could be considered a transfer. However, the smart people in the officialdom all knew that he was demoted. Once he was out of the sight of the imperial court, he would lose the chance to quickly enter the center of the Dali court. An official sent to a vassal state, yet he didn't get promoted. It was obvious that he was sitting on the cold bench, probably because he offended someone. However, no matter how bleak County Governor Wu's official career was, he was still a native of Great Li. Furthermore, he was young. Therefore, the provincial governor of Liang Province, where Yuchun County was located, had privately instructed the officials of Yuchun County to treat Wu Yuan with respect. If there was a new official who made drastic changes after taking office, even if it was against local customs, they had to tolerate it. Fortunately, after Wu Yuan took office, there was almost no movement. She only did the roll call on time. All matters, big or small, were handed over to the old people of the Yamen to handle. Many of the opportunities to appear in public were given to the old and experienced auxiliary officials of the Yamen. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, with such a soft personality, it was inevitable that his subordinates would look down on him. On this day, the young governor sat in the Yamen, as usual. His desk was piled with county records and maps of various places. He slowly flipped through them and occasionally picked up his brush to write something. Wu Yuan sensed something and raised his head. He saw a familiar face leaning against the door of the hall. Wu Yuan was in a good mood. He stood up and bowed. "Mountain Lord, you have arrived. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." It was Wei Pai who had removed the camouflage. Wei Pai stepped over the threshold and smiled. "Official Wu, you are a little disloyal. You only sent a congratulatory invitation to this night banquet." Wu Yuan smiled calmly and said, "My salary is meager. I use 10 to 20% to feed myself and 50 to 60% to buy books. The remaining money I have left every month is painstakingly accumulated because I have taken a fancy to an ancient inkstone in the neighboring Yunxing County. Even if my face is swollen, I am not a fatty. I thought that it would be difficult for official mountain lord to rush over and denounce me. Who would have thought that official mountain lord Wei would be so persistent and really come?" With a twist of his wrist, an old banana inkstone that was famous in the old Zhuang dynasty appeared in his hand. He gently placed it on the desk. "Lord Wu is not loyal, but I, Wei Ba, am very different. I came all the way here to reminisce about the old days and did not forget to take a detour to buy gifts." Wu Yuan bent over and stared at the cute and amiable ancient inkstone. She stretched out her hand and carefully stroked the lines. She said in pleasant surprise, "My goodness, this is a first-class banana inkstone taken from the bottom of the green flood dragon pit. The key is that the military general stationed in the Li dynasty has already sealed off this old pit and sent martial artists to guard the pit. It is obvious that it will soon become a tribute to His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, there are only a few ancient inkstones of this pit on the market, and the price is getting more and more frightening. Even if I, as a governor for 100 years, I may not be able to gather enough silver." Wu Yuan reluctantly retracted his gaze and looked at the white-clothed deity. He smiled and asked, "Official Mountain Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. With this priceless Bajiao inkstone, I promise to tell you everything I know." Wei Pai said, "How about Jin Qing, Mountain Lord of Zhongyue?" Dali's new Zhongyue, Mountain Lord Jin Qing, was once the first mountain deity of the Zhuang dynasty. Halfway up the mountain, there was a unique sword cleansing pool. Many sword cultivators came here to temper their swords. Jin Qing would often secretly protect them. As a result, Not only did he have an extremely good relationship with the Zhuang dynasty, which had the highest number of sword cultivators in the continent, he also had many ties with many golden core sword cultivators. Among them, Mountain Lord Jin Qing had a close relationship with Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden. He was famous in the world. Li Tuanjing had traveled the Zhuang dynasty in his early years and had many conflicts. He had angered a northern mountain deity. There was once a dangerous moment. Because of this, Jin Qing did not hesitate to become enemies with his two colleagues, the northern and southern mountain lords. He insisted on escorting Li Tuanjing, who was only at the Dragon Gate realm at the time, out of the dynasty safely. Wu Yuan laughed heartily. She turned around and took out a stack of paper from the desk. She wrote neatly in small regular script and handed it to Wei Pai. "It's all written here." Wei Pai lowered his head and flipped through the contents of the paper. He clicked his tongue and said, "Along the way, the local people have been saying that a parental official that no one wants to meet has come to Yuchin County. So County Chief, who hasn't been idle either. Messy news that came from hearsay had little meaning and could easily cause problems." What Wu Yuan wrote on the paper was a record of what Zhongyue's Chaizishan and Mountain Lord Jin Qing had done in history. Wei Ba carefully skimmed through what was written on the paper. It was all about which dynasty Jin Qing was from, which era, and what he had done, one by one. Other than that, there were also annotations written in red ink. Wu Yuan had written down detailed annotations as if she was reading a history book as a bystander. Wu Yuan had also written down some rumors and deeds that had been passed down among the people. However, she had circled them and added the words mystical and supernatural at the end. Wei Pai read carefully and quickly. He finished reading the large stack of paper very quickly. After returning it to Wu Yuan, he smiled and said, "I didn't give you a gift for nothing." Wei Pai stood on tiptoe and glanced at the pile of paper on the desk. "Oh, what a coincidence. Official Wu has been studying the origins of the many inkstone pits in Yunqing County recently. Why, are you going to make a book out of it? It's not very appropriate for the county chief of Yuchin County to secretly make money off of Yunqing County's specialties, right?" Wu Yuan said honestly, "I had nothing to do. I wanted to use this small matter as an entry point to learn more about the changes in the bureaucracy of the Zhuang dynasty. The secret archives of the fallen country's imperial palace have already been sealed up. I didn't have the opportunity to look through them, so I could only find another way." Wei Pai nodded and praised. "It's such a pity that you didn't become the new provincial governor of our Dragon Province, Sir Wu." Wu Yuan smiled. "That's how it should be. I'm already very satisfied to be able to keep my position as provincial governor, and I don't get in the way of certain important figures in the court either. You can call it a blessing in disguise. I'm more than happy to hide here." Wei Pai had no intentions of staying. Wu Yuan said, "Mountain Lord, you'll definitely visit Su Ruo when you leave this time, right? It's best if you visit the ancestral temple of Zhongyue first. It won't be too late to visit your old friend after that." Wei Pai nodded. "That's what I plan on doing. When I entered secluded cultivation on Cloud Padding Mountain earlier, Sir Su helped me keep watch. When I was about to emerge successfully, he left silently and returned to your Chaizishan Mountain. It'll be inexcusable if I don't thank him in person." Wu Yuan smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you to leave quickly, Sir Mountain Lord. Don't get in the way of me admiring the ancient inkstone." Wei Bo smiled and departed, his silhouette vanishing. Actually, when Wei Pai left the ferry and appeared in Yunqing County, the lofty statue in the ancestral temple at the top of the mountain had opened its golden eyes. However, the Mountain Lord Jin Qing chose to ignore the visit of the god in white. When Wei Pai appeared at the foot of the mountain in the Yuchin County, Jin Qing strode out of the golden statue. He was a tall, burly man in purple clothes and a jade belt. Incense burned brightly on the mountain, but no one could see this. Jin Qing walked through the crowd of devotees in the main hall. After crossing the threshold, He stepped out and arrived at the relatively quiet Chazishan Mountain's secondary peak. The 5 peaks of the various countries in the world were almost never isolated mountains with only 2 or 3 peaks. They usually had vast territories and extended mountain ranges. For example, Chazishan Mountain was made up of 8 peaks. The main peak was known as the master of all mountains in the central territory of the Zhuang dynasty. There was a Zhongyue temple at the top of the mountain, which served as a place of worship for generations of emperors and subjects. The secondary peak was called Stacked Cliff Peak. There was no Taoist temple at the top of the mountain. It was the mountain god's palace that Jin Qing built the earliest. Now, there were only a few mountain lords' female envoys taking care of the buildings there. When the buildings were first built, Jin Qing wasn't the mountain lord of Zhongyue yet. Chazishan was already the ancient Zhongyue of the Zhuang dynasty. After the old mountain lord's golden body collapsed, the authority of the mountain was handed over to Jin Qing. At that time, the famous Zhuang minister who held the authority of the country had built a thatched cottage on the northern side of Stacked Cliff Peak. Jin Qing's expression was indifferent as he overlooked the mountains and rivers. Everything was as fleeting as the clouds. Jin Qing's gaze shifted. In the Dragon Ceiling Peak's Laojun Cave, the Mahist hero Su Ruo was alone there. He said that he was concentrating on cultivation, but in fact, the mountains and rivers of Chazishan knew that Su Ruo was monitoring Zhongyue. Compared to the earth-shattering battle at Mount Qi of the New East Peak, where countless cultivators from both sides were killed or injured, Mount Qizi was not stained with blood. Jin Qing only knew that Su Ruo had left the territory of the Middle Peak twice. The most recent time was when he went to Mount Bian to guard the pass for Wei Bian. The first time, his whereabouts were unknown. After that, Jin Qing originally thought that the old sword immortal, who could be said to be the stabilizing force of the Zhuang dynasty, would definitely show up. However, Jin Qing was not sure if it had something to do with Su Ruo, if it was really Su Ruo who stopped the old sword immortal. As the abyssal mountain lord of the Aquarius continent, Jin Qing would feel better. As for Su Ruo's cultivation level, no one could tell, and there was no definite explanation. If Wan Jiao of the Dragon Spring Sword sect was the most famous cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, then Su Ruo was the one with the most hidden strength. The only clue was when Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple challenged the heavenly lord Xie Shi. After that, there were only a few words that spread out, saying that there was someone behind him, and that Wei Jin might not be able to win. Even if Su Ruo was cultivating right under Jin Qing's eyes, Jin Qing was still the same as before. He was like a layman looking at the abyss. Unfathomable. Jin Qing glanced at the Yuchen Prefecture Yamen and sneered. As expected, after this northern mountain lord met Wu Yuan, he would first go to Dragon Ceiling Peak to thank Su Ruo. If he came to find him, he would have more confidence. Jin Qing frowned. The next moment, a white robe fluttered and landed on the Stacked Cliff Peak. He slowly walked toward Jin Qing. The man smiled and said, "Greetings, Mountain Lord Jin. Sorry to disturb you." Jin Qing said, "We are all mountain lords, but the 5 mountains are different. There is no need to be so polite. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then I won't keep you." Wei Pai nodded. "That's good. I came to Mount Purple to remind you, Jin Qing, not to be the mountain lord of the Middle Mountain. I am not happy." Jin Qing did not look at the handsome man in white. He just looked into the distance and asked, "So, what if you are not happy?" Wei Pai stretched out his finger and tapped the golden earring on his ear. He smiled and said, "Then the Middle Mountain will be sealed." Jin Qing turned his head. "Do you have a secret decree from Emperor Dali? Or do you have a decree from the Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights?" Wei Pai nodded. "Of course." He then shook his head and added, "Neither." Jin Qing stretched out his hand and sneered. Then you were casual? Wei Pai really was casual. The fate of the North Mountain was like a mountain and an ocean. It rushed towards the middle mountain from the south to the north. It was like Dolly's cavalry on the clouds. From the looks of it, it was not an act to scare people. Qin Qing knew that once the fate of the two mountains and rivers collided, it would be a huge problem. He could not hold it in anymore and shouted angrily, "Wei Pai, think about the consequences yourself." Wei Pai put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I should be calling you Mountain Lord Wei." Qin Qing did not waste any more time. A huge golden figure of a god appeared in the middle mountain temple on the main peak of Mount Purple. It raised its arm high and wanted to slap the stacked cliff peak. Behind Wei Pai, on the peak of stacked cliff peak, there was also a huge golden figure. Even though they were not in the middle mountain's territory, Wei Pai's golden figure was still 500 feet taller than the middle mountain's godly spirit. The North Mountain godly spirit that Wei Pai manifested with his special ability grabbed the middle mountain's godly spirit's arm with one hand and pressed down on the latter's head with the other. Then it stomped heavily and pushed Qin Qing's golden figure back. It was about to fall towards Mount Purple's dragon ceiling peak. Wei Pai's huge golden figure had a golden halo behind it. He stretched his hand and held the golden halo, wanting to smash down on the middle mountain godly spirit's head. Both sides were still holding back. The golden figures had already turned into nothingness. Otherwise, the three peaks of Mount Purple would have destroyed countless buildings. At this moment, at the Dragon Ceiling Peak's Laojun Cave, an ordinary-looking man walked out of the thatched cottage. He had a weird posture with his sword behind him. He seemed to be helpless. He shook his head and grabbed the sword hilt behind him. He gently pulled the sword out of its sheath. In the blink of an eye, a mountain range appeared between the golden bodies of the two mountain gods. He advised, if the two mountain godly spirits really don't like each other, it's better to choose a civilized way of fighting. Otherwise, if you roll up your sleeves and fight, it'll be a disgrace to the two mountain godly spirits. Su Ruo, will also be suspected of not doing enough to protect the mountain. Qin Qing's face was gloomy. He withdrew his golden figure. Wei Pai also withdrew his towering godly spirit. However, the momentum of the North Mountain's fate still did not decrease. Qin Qing asked, "Wei Pai, I advise you to stop before you go too far." Wei Pai said, "Qin Qing, if you still act according to your previous mindset, you won't be able to protect the peace of the old mountains and rivers. The Dali Imperial Court is not stupid. They know very well that you, Qin Qing, have never truly submitted to them. If you can't understand this, I'll just help Dali change to another mountain godly spirit. Anyway, I really don't like you. Su Ruo has already done her best to stop you once." Qin Qing turned his head and looked to the north. At the border between the two mountains, there was already a phenomenon of wind and rain. Qin Qing said dejectedly, "Tell me, what should I do to make you withdraw the North Mountain's feng shui?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "If you don't even show some respect to the North Mountain, do you really have any loyalty to the Dali Imperial Court? Do you think the people in the Dali Imperial Court are 3-year-old children? Do you want me to teach you what to do? Bring a big gift, go to the Cloud Paul Mountain, apologize and apologize." Su Ruo touched his forehead and returned to the cottage. He had really made the wrong choice to have such a friend. Qin Qing was puzzled and asked, "That's it?" Wei Pai asked back, "What else? Besides, you're already in the North Mountain. How far can you be from the capital of Dali? Won't you be there? By just lifting your feet? As long as the North Mountain is not in chaos, the Dali Imperial Court is not crazy. Why would they deliberately start a massacre here? Do you know that your vague attitude, which seems to be loyal and righteous, will make many survivors of the perished country feel lucky and hope that their generous sacrifice will wake you up and raise an uprising with them in the end? If you really have such thoughts, then you're a man. If you don't want to do so, you're willing to bear the infamy and want to protect the safety of the people. Why are you pretending? Jean Qing was speechless. Wei Pai said, when you go to the Cloud Pall Mountain, don't forget the gift. The more the gift, the more the sentiment. After that, Wei Pai left the Cloud Pall Mountain and went to the cottage outside the Dragon Pall Mountain's Old Lord's cave. Su Ruo stood at the door with her arms crossed and leaned against the door. She said angrily, Mr. Mountain Wei, is this how you repay me? Not only did you come empty-handed, you even made such a scene? Wei Pai stomped his feet and lamented, I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Su Ruo stretched out her hands and rubbed her cheeks. As a mountain lord, you can be considered as the only mountain lord in the world. Wei Pai's eyes were full of resentment. Isn't it because the horse is thin and the hair grows long? Su Ruo smiled and casually pointed her finger. Disappear. Hurry up and leave. Wei Pai smiled and said, Understood. He left. Su Ruo thought for a while and went to the Cloud Pall Mountain. The mountain lord Jean Qing stood there with a serious expression. Su Ruo did not say anything. Jean Qing suddenly said, Under the sun, tens of thousands of people climb the mountain. 1,000 people pull the sails. 100 men carry the sails. Under the bonfire, they cook the sails. Su Ruo knew what this mountain lord was talking about. He was talking about the Zhuang dynasty's history of digging mountains to obtain water in order to obtain a famous inkstone. And this Jean Qing just so happened to be a quarry when he was alive. Some said that he accidentally drowned in the end, while others said that he was whipped to death by the supervisor. After death, his resentment did not dissipate, but he did not become a malicious spirit. Instead, he became a heroic spirit that protected the mountains and rivers. In the end, the mountain lord of the Zishan mountain valued his character. Step by step, he was promoted to the mountain god of the Cloud Pall Mountain. Su Ruo said slowly, There is no monarch in the world with clean hands. It is unfair to weigh the gains and losses of a monarch based on pure benevolence and morality. When it comes to the welfare of the common people and the people, the 100 schools of thought each have their own ruler. There will be a lot of discrepancies. You, Jean Qing, as a god, have never lost your humanity and conscience. I respect you very much. Su Ruo smiled and said, It's just that the world is complicated. It is inevitable to go against your heart. I will not advise you to do anything. Whether you agree to Wei Pai or reject his good intentions, you are worthy of your identity as the Mountain Lord. If you are willing, I can almost leave this place. If you do not want to compromise, I am willing to give you a complete sword strike and completely shatter your golden body. I will not let anyone humiliate you, Jean Qing and Zishan. Jean Qing turned his head and smiled. Su Ruo, is a complete sword strike very powerful? Su Ruo nodded and said, I have been training this sword for many years. It is very powerful. Jean Qing smiled. Then let someone else experience the sword strike. Zishan cannot bear it. Su Ruo hesitated and reminded him, You don't have to give too many gifts when visiting Mount Cloudy. Jean Qing laughed and scolded. So you are all the same. Su Ruo cupped his fist and smiled. I have disturbed you for a long time. When you reach the capital, remember to say hello. I will treat you to a drink. Jean Qing nodded and asked, Mr. Su, did you deliberately come to Zishan? Su Ruo stopped and said indifferently, You and I are here to reduce the number of deaths. But if you want to ask why we chose Dolly and let so many people die in Aquarius continent, I cannot give you an answer now. Please wait and see. Jean Qing did not say anything. Su Ruo did not return to Sealed Dragon Peak. He left Zishan and rode the wind to Dali's capital. He did not like to ride the sword, because Su Ruo always felt that swords and swordsmen should be on equal footing. The Zhuang dynasty's unpolished jade realm sword immortal who had been in isolation for many years tried to assassinate Dali's new inspector, Chao Gu. He died before he could do anything. In fact, he did not have to die. Su Ruo only injured him. The old man who had been in isolation for 100 years was unwilling to be a prisoner. He would not surrender to the enemy, the Song clan. Therefore, after he broke his sword, he had no chance of winning. He even laughed and said that he knew he would die at the beginning of this plan. It was not too bad to die in the hands of the Mahist's #1 swordsman, Su Ruo. Su Ruo made an exception and said something. In the land of a continent, the emperor, generals, ministers, nobles, and commoners would all die. At the foot of the mountain, there would be no more smoke. After the old man heard about it, he only felt disappointment before he died. Pei Qian sat on the bench and looked around. The small house and courtyard were all the same. Pei Qian almost had an illusion that he and Chao Qinglang were still the same as before. He was just asked by his master to go to the well to get a bucket of water, and then he went out and came back to see Chao Qinglang. That was all. When she was waiting outside for Chao Qinglang, she had looked at the spring festival couplets 100 times. The handwriting was good, but not good enough to make her feel ashamed. Chao Qinglang looked at the tan girl and actually had a lot of questions to ask her. Why was she still not much taller after being away for so many years? In terms of height, the difference between the two of them was as much as a head. Why did Pei Qian suddenly carry a bamboo box on her back and carry a bamboo sword? How was Mr. Chen doing during his study abroad? Pei Qian took the bamboo box and put it behind her. She placed the walking stick on her lap and sat upright. She looked straight ahead and did not look at Chao Qinglang. She went straight to the point. Did you know that my master wanted to take you away from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land? He didn't want to take me with him at all. Chao Qinglang hesitated. She was not in a hurry to answer. She smiled and asked, "Did Mr. Chen take you as his disciple?" Pei Qian's eyes shone like the sun and moon. She nodded and said, "Yes, I went through thousands of mountains and rivers with my master, and he never left me behind." Chao Qinglang gently clenched her fists and rested them on her knees. She smiled gently. "Although it's a pity that Mr. Chen didn't take me away from here, I think it's a wonderful thing for you to travel thousands of miles with Mr. Chen. I envy you." Pei Qian was silent. Chao Qinglang turned her head and asked, "Now that Mr. Chen wants you to carry water, will you still carry the bucket and sprinkle water to clean the streets?" Pei Qian abruptly turned her head. She was about to get angry when she saw the smile in Chao Qinglang's eyes. She felt as if she had good martial arts skills and her fists weighed 100 caddies, but she could not exert any strength in front of a ball of cotton. She snorted coldly and crossed her arms over her chest. "What do you know? I've learned thousands of skills from my Shifu. I've never been lazy. Every day, I not only copy books and learn how to read and write, but also practice martial arts." Chao Qinglang pretended to be enlightened. "I see." Pei Qian was a little sullen. Chao Qinglang was still an eyesore after all these years. She seemed to have become bolder than the timid girl she used to be. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. She asked, "Iron flowers embroidered on the cliff, killing intent silence the frogs. Have you heard of this poem?" Chao Qinglang shook her head. He was now half a Taoist cultivator, so he could remember everything he saw with a single glance. He had liked to read since he was a child. As time went by, the headmaster of the academy was willing to lend him books. Before this world was separated, Mr. Liu would often send him books from other places. Chao Qinglang was not boasting, but he had read a lot. Pei Qian asked again, "Do you know how to write the word swastika?" Chao Qinglang smiled and stretched out a finger to write the word in the air. She said, "According to the Confucian classics, in the middle of autumn, The cold air is strong and the yang air is weak. That's why it's called killing intent. The frogs make the sound of frogs. The ancient sages had a saying, palm to get rid of the frogs. I once heard a gentleman say with a laugh, sure you see Tao talks about literary works. He likes to ask about his ancestors from the bold Suzy and the soft Lucy. At that time, that gentleman clapped his hands with his folding fan and said with a big laugh, my laughter is as noisy as a frog, a little better than a parrot repeating its words. Pei Qian remained calm and said with a straight face, so you know it too? The essence of this saying was in the word too. Chao Qinglang was not deliberately showing off his knowledge. He just wanted to know what kind of person Pei Qian was now. It was strange. Pei Qian seemed to have changed a lot, but many things did not change. Pei Qian suddenly said, the last time we met, I actually wanted to kill you because I was afraid that you would steal my master. My master has always been worried about you. He doesn't talk about you. Other than drinking, my master would talk a little more. Most of the time, my master would only look into the distance and stare blankly. At that time, my master's eyes would whisper to me, so I know that my master misses you very much and has always wanted to keep you by his side so that you would not be alone in the lotus flower blessed land. He was afraid that you would suffer. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment. He grabbed the walking stick with both hands. His knuckles turned white and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He said slowly, I'm sorry. Chao Qinglang nodded gently. I accept your apology. It's wrong for you to think that way, but I think it's good that you were able to hold back and protect your heart. In the end, you didn't make a move, so you don't have to worry that I will steal your master. Since Mr. Chen has accepted you as his disciple, if one day you don't even have such thoughts, no one in the world will be able to take Mr. Chen away, let alone me. Pei Qian said loudly, I'm the first disciple, not an ordinary disciple. Chao Qinglang said helplessly, okay. Amazing, amazing. Pei Qian looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said slowly, boring guy, you're really not angry? Chao Qinglang slightly propped up his elbows and looked at Pei Qian. He made an angry face, like a door god looking at the mortal world with his eyes wide open. I'm very angry. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. Isn't that childish? Chao Qinglang asked, did you come to the Nanyuan kingdom alone? Mr. Chen didn't come? Pei Qian shook his head and said sullenly, I came to the Nanyuan kingdom with an old man who taught me fist techniques. We walked a long way to get here. Chao Qinglang asked curiously, where is the old man? Pei Qian turned his head and looked in the direction of the Temple of Heart, not saying a word. After a while, Chao Qinglang was shocked. Pei Qian, who was slightly taller and less charcoal, opened his mouth. He did not cry, but his tears and snot were running down his face. In an instant, Pei Qian stood up. His movements were too hasty, and he knocked away the walking stick on his knees. She didn't care about it. Then the ground of the small courtyard shook, and Pei Qian's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. Chao Qinglang was worried about her, so he flew up like a bird. His green robe fluttered in the wind as he followed the skinny figure from afar. Pei Qian landed outside the corridor of the Temple of Heart. He looked at the old man with his eyes closed and said angrily, Old man, don't sleep. Pei Qian stomped one foot on the ground and took a step back. He pulled out an ancient fighting stance and cried, Grandpa Chui, get up and give me a punch. Chao Qinglang stood behind Pei Qian. A middle-aged monk came over. Chao Qinglang put his palms together and apologized. The abbot of the Temple of Heart nodded slightly. He lowered his head and put his palms together. After a Buddhist chant, he left slowly. Pei Qian maintained his fighting stance for a long time. Chao Qinglang walked to Pei Qian's side and reached out to press down on his fist. The old man has left. Chao Qinglang realized that she could not press down on his fist at all. Pei Qian said to himself, Grandpa Chui, don't sleep anymore. Let's go home together. This is not home. Our home is at Luapa Mountain. Chao Qinglang had already sensed Pei Qian's abnormality. He could only press down on Pei Qian's fist and call out softly, Pei Qian. Pei Qian's natural fist intent burned Chao Qinglang's palm like charcoal. Chao Qinglang's expression did not change at all. He moved his feet like an immortal using the dipper steps. His two sleeves were like a breeze. He made a sword sign with one hand behind his back and actually pressed down Pei Qian's fist by more than an inch. Chao Qinglang said in a low voice, Pei Qian, do you still want the old man to leave in peace and worry? After Chao Qinglang interrupted his waterfall-like fist intent, Pei Qian seemed to wake up a little. He squatted down and hugged his head as he cried bitterly. His eyes were still fixed on the green-robed old man sitting in the corridor. In the next moment, the green-robed old man who was in deep sleep after death seemed to be attracted by Pei Qian's drum-beating fist intent. The silent fist intent of a dead person seemed to come back to life. From Chui Cheng's hands that were gently folded in front of him, two balls of brilliant light that were like the sun and moon hanging in the sky appeared. All the fist intent of the martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm, from the withered body, from the Palace of 100 Bones, rapidly surged into the two balls of light. Chao Qinglang was blinded by the light and could only close his eyes. Not only that, the fist intent that was about to topple like a mountain forced Chao Qinglang to be unwilling to retreat and could only slide backwards. In the end, his back was against the wall, and he could not move. He could not gather the spiritual qi that came from his cultivation. However, the vigorous fist intent that seemed to be unrestrained by the heavens and earth did not affect Pei Qian at all. Pei Qian clenched his fists and stood up. A bead hovered in front of him and eventually circled around him. The other bead soared into the sky and collided with the sky. It shattered with a bang. It was like a martial arts rain in the blessed land of lotus roots. This half of the martial arts fate should have been given to Julien and the old man to enter this new blessed land of lotus roots together. After the old man died, Julien was a martial artist in the far travel state and the top martial artist in the world. Naturally, he could get a lot of the martial arts fate. However, Julien refused. Pei Qian did not dare to take the martial arts fate bead that the old man left for her. What if Grandpa Chui was not dead? What if she accepted this gift? Then Grandpa Chui would really die. Why did they have to be separated by life and death when they were young? Now that they had grown up, it still had to be like this. Chao Qinglang looked at the back and said softly, no matter how sad it is, don't lie to yourself. She was gone. She was gone. The only thing we can do is to make our lives better. Pei Qian, who had her back to Chao Qinglang, nodded slightly. She reached out her trembling hand and held the martial arts fate bead. Pei Qian turned to look at Chao Qinglang and said, Grandpa Chui actually has a lot of things that he didn't have time to tell you. In the small temple, the melodious evening drum sounded. "561, Li Er fed Chun Pingon his fist for the last time, and it was very different. Li Er let Chun Pingon do his best, and he could use any means to try and see if he could last longer under his fist. Chun Pingon was a little confused. He was at the bottleneck of the 6th realm of martial arts, but Li Er was at the 10th realm of martial arts. Even if he used any means, what was the point? Li Er smiled and said, My fist this time will be measured, and will only break the connection of many of your methods. Simply put, you only need to attack. You can treat it as a confrontation with a life and death enemy, and the enemy looks down on you. because his realm is much higher than yours. At the same time, he does not know your current foundation and only sees you as a pure martial artist with a good foundation. He only wants to exhaust your pure vital energy first and then slowly torture you to death to vent his anger. Chun Pingan was even more puzzled. Could it be that he was saying that he could use any tricks, underhanded methods besides punching? Li Er did not explain further. Don't be careless. Or else if I feel that you dare to look down on your mortal enemy, my last punch will make you cough blood in bed on the Lion's Peak for half a year. Li Er turned and went to the ferry, leaving Chun Pingan at the door of the hut. Li Er held the bamboo wormwood and stood at the end of the small boat and began to hold his breath and concentrate. After half an hour, Chun Pingan walked to the ferry. Li Er looked and could not help but laugh. The young man was barefooted, and he rolled up his trousers but did not roll up his sleeves. He did not forget to carry the sword fairy from the Fu family in the old dragon city. Li Er nodded and said, "Get on the boat." In an instant, the bamboo shoot in Li Er's hand chopped down. Chun Pingan, who had already rolled up the mind talisman in his sleeve, had already disappeared into thin air. He stepped on the stone wall of the Immortal Cave's waterway and used the momentum to bounce away. After a few trips, he was already far away from the boat, the man, and the bamboo shoot. When Chun Pingan landed on the surface of the water, he bent his waist and stepped on the water, sliding backward. One hand pressed against the water, creating a ripple. The other hand stopped abruptly. The two walls matchmaking talisman and the water-flowing talisman. The spiritual light of the talisman's gallbladder exploded with a bang. Chun Pingan slightly twisted his wrist. A short knife appeared in his right hand, engraved with the two characters Morning Dew. Together with the other knife that had not yet appeared, it was taken from the Deer Mountain assassin. The front end of the bamboo shoot seemed to have landed on the ground, but it did not really touch the ground. The Gangchi not only did not cut a gully on the ground, but also did not even raise a speck of dust. This was the fist intent of a great grandmaster who had reached the peak of martial arts. He had already reached the realm where he could do as he pleased. In front of the small boat, the water surface rose sharply and gravel flew everywhere. A man in a green robe, his figure as fast as lightning, rushed in a straight line, holding a knife in both hands. Li Er put away the bamboo shoot and turned his head to look. He laughed and said, "Fancy, but it's quite scary." Li Er casually poked the bamboo shoot, and the small boat under his feet slowly moved forward. Chun Pingan turned his head to avoid the bamboo shoot, his left sleeve twirling the mind talisman, and disappeared in a flash. Li Er loosened his grip on the bamboo shoot, then clenched it again. He did not turn around, nor did he turn his head, and the bamboo shoot stabbed backward. Chun Pingan, who had appeared behind him, was directly stabbed in the chest and crashed into the water with a bang. If not for the fact that Chun Pingan had turned his body slightly, and only his green robe was torn, revealing a trace of blood, and white bones, Li Er, who said that he had underestimated the enemy and had a sense of propriety, would have nailed the bamboo shoot directly into Chun Pingan's chest. The small boat under Li Er's feet continued to move forward slowly. There was no need to hold the bamboo shoot at all. A pure martial artist of the 10th level was what Li Er meant by full of spirit. Man is perfect. Once he took out his true chi, Li Er could casually fill the entire waterway with fist intent and gang chi. Li Er smiled. "All right, you brat, you have the advantage of the geographical location. You actually used dozens of water talismans at once, and if they all exploded at the same time, it could barely be considered as overturning rivers and seas." Li Er gently held the bamboo shoot tightly. It buzzed and vibrated with gang chi. One man and one boat continued to move forward, neither fast nor slow. Not a drop of water came close to Li Er and the boat. Li Er stomped his feet and a muffled thunder sounded from the bottom of the water. Lier was slightly surprised. He no longer cared about Chinpingan underwater, and went from the stern to the bow of the boat. He glanced at the wall in the distance, and the small boat under his feet shot forward like an arrow, smashing towards the bamboo shoot. The Een spirit that had silently left his body and traveled far away had already hidden on the wall, with the ghost axe palaces carrying tablet talisman. Everything that had happened before was just a smokescreen. He did not expect Lier to see through it so easily. The Een spirit had no choice but to avoid the heavy bamboo shoot. With this move, his true body was revealed. It was a young man in white with a folding fan at his waist. Even though he was running away in a sorry state, he still had a smile on his face. His figure was ethereal, like an immortal on the mountain. When he left the stone wall, Chunpingan's Een spirit made a sword sign with 2 fingers. A snow-white sword light swept out from between his eyebrows. It was the flying sword, that had not been completely refined into a natal item. Although it was not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, after being sharpened by the dragon beheading platform, it reappeared in the world with an imposing aura. Lier's bamboo shoot still did not touch the stone wall. His arm bent slightly and withdrew the bamboo shoot. The flying sword vibrated nonstop and crashed into the stone wall. It was just an ordinary bamboo shoot with fistwill, so it was not damaged at all. Lier smiled and said, "Again, a swift and fierce flying sword that looked like a sword a mortal stabbed towards Lier's back from behind. Lier did not care at all. His fist was like the protection of a deity. It was the most indestructible armor in the world. Lier made a sound of surprise. Is it just an imitation sword made by the hateful Sword Mountain? Because the flying sword that was coming at him was casually bounced away by the fist will. The third flying sword with the fastest speed went straight to the back of Lier's head. At the same time, the first flying sword that was like a white rainbow wanted to get close to him again. Lier was also a little helpless. This is a little annoying. Lier let go of the bamboo shoot and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he was holding 3 flying swords in his hand. Brilliant sparks splashed out from his palm. When Lier returned to the small boat, the bamboo shoot seemed to be suspended in the air and did not fall at all. Lier's return was really too fast. Lier imprisoned the 3 flying swords with one hand and pressed the palm of his other hand against one end of the bamboo shoot. He pushed heavily, and the small boat under his feet swayed slightly. The bamboo shoot flew out slightly at an angle and directly pierced Chunpingan's abdomen, nailing him to the bottom of the water. The bamboo shoot's momentum was shocking. Not only did it knock Chunpingan's entire back close to the bottom of the water, the bamboo shoot still pierced through his abdomen. Lier's attack was ruthless. Chunpingan's response was even more ferocious. He slapped the bottom of the water heavily with his palm, as if pulling himself out of the bamboo shoot. Using the mind talisman, he disappeared in an instant. Lier smiled and did not beat up a drowning dog. He had already agreed to look down on him. One good thing about Chunpingan was that he did not know pain. In other words, before he died, his attacks would be very steady. Some so-called martial arts geniuses fought bravely the more they were injured. However, it was inevitable that there would be some sequelae. It was not after a great battle, but during a great battle. It was a type of battle where they exchanged their fist intent for battle strength. If both sides were at the same level, such people could certainly survive to the end. This was because a pure martial artist could not only have the courage of blood and vigor, but if one did not have the slightest bit of anger, one should not walk the path of martial arts. However, once the gap between the two sides was slightly widened, such actions had both advantages and disadvantages. Perhaps the best result would be to successfully exchange lives with a stronger opponent. The battle between martial artists seemed dull and tedious. They exchanged injuries and life and death. There were not many moves, but in fact there were mysteries everywhere. Every punch was interesting, especially after entering the 10th level. The sky was wide, and the ground was wide. There were many wonders and endless scenery. Song Jianqiang was ambitious and had a big picture. He could give up the country and the throne for the purity of martial arts. His obsession was far greater than that of a normal grandmaster. What he wanted with his fists was to make those immortals at the peak of the mountain walk down the mountain and kowtow to him, Song Jianqiang. Therefore, he was full of vigor. Li Er admitted that in this level, he had indeed lost to Song Jianqiang by a lot. After a pure martial artist reached the top, no matter how many types of fists one had, and how many different types of martial courage one had, there were only two paths one could take. The first path was like opening up a blessed land. One's fists were vast and boundless, and one's chi was respected. The second path was like opening up a cave for immortals. It was easier to return to the origin. If there was no path beneath one's feet, one would continue to fly up. It was not that Li Er did not want to walk more in the vigor realm. It was just that his temperament dictated it. His fist intent was pure enough. If he deliberately cultivated the vigor realm, the benefits would not be great. It was better to take advantage of the situation and directly enter the origin realm. Previously, when he was drinking and chatting with Chun Pingan, Li Er heard that there was a wonderful person called Zhu Lian in Luo Pa Mountain. His nickname was Martial Madman. When he fought, it was a matter of life and death. However, on normal days, his temperament was as carefree as an immortal's. Chun Pingan thought a lot and thought a lot. He rarely spoke with certainty. When he mentioned Zhu Lian, he said that Zhu Lian was a pure martial artist who would not go crazy. Li Er felt that Zhu Lian must be a rare genius. A genius in the eyes of a 10th level martial artist. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to meet Zhu Lian. Li Er put away the bamboo wormwood and casually threw out 3 flying swords. He continued to push the boat forward slowly. The simple man felt a little guilty for using too much force. Later, when he was dealing with Chun Pingan, who came and went like a ghost, he intentionally held back his strength. One of his punches only sent Chun Pingan into the stone wall. However, he did not change the location of the bamboo, wormwood, and punch through his opponent's intestines. Not only that, the boat continued to move forward. He left behind the young man who could definitely continue to attack, allowing him to convert a breath of pure vital chi. Li Er had always felt that practicing martial arts did not have too many tricks. Diligently tempering one's body was nothing more than suffering. It was similar to the farmer taking care of the fields. However, whether the harvest was good or bad depended on the mood of the heavens. How far a martial artist could go in practicing martial arts depended entirely on himself. Li Er turned his head to look and saw a strange scene. Chun Pingan put on a golden robe and covered it with the black robe of the 100-eyed Taotai. He did not stop there. Even the snowflower robe of the greasy city ghosts and the extremely fancy Sparrow Manor. He put on all the robes together. Fortunately, after the minor refinement of the worldly robe, it could change slightly according to the cultivator's wishes. However, with the addition of these 4 robes, how could he not look bloated? No matter how he looked at it, Li Er felt awkward, especially the outermost robe that was worn by a girl. Wasn't Chun Pingan a little too much? However, this choice was not wrong. If he had put on the robe from the start, with Chun Pingan's current martial artist realm, it would have delayed the flow of his fist intent. Perhaps if he had attacked a little slower, it would have been the difference between life and death. Now that he was heavily injured, it was a different story. After all, he could take 1 or 2 more punches. Li Er stopped the boat beside the water mirror. Holding the bamboo wormwood, he stepped onto the mirror at the center of the lake. Li Er looked towards the entrance of the karst cave. There was some movement. In the distance, Chun Pingan stood on the water surface with a sword on his back. He did not use the water-repelling divine ability or any immortal water techniques. His feet did not move, and he continued to move forward slowly. Li Er looked at Chun Pingan's feet. After a while, Chun Pingan's figure suddenly rose. It turned out that he was stepping on a huge green creature. It was a flood dragon. This water dragon was worthy of being a cultivator's water technique. On the flood dragon's body, there was a snow mud talisman as the foundation and more than 100 great river flowing talismans as the dragon's bones. It seemed that a little bit was used as the talisman gallbladder of this strange but spectacular talisman. It was the immortal fire dragon who wanted Chun Pingan to ponder over the two superior Taoism formulas of refining objects, the incantation of refining the three mountains and the celestial incantation of the immortal praying for rain tablet of the Azure Palace should not only be used as a means of refining objects. Therefore, at this moment, the spine of the flood dragon was like two ropes intertwined with each other, becoming tighter and tougher. One was the mountain refining method, and the other was the water refining method. With the gist of trueness of the great dragon fist as the finishing touch, the flood dragon under the young man's feet vaguely had the immortal aura of piling up soil into a mountain and rising wind and rain. Think more and think more about everything in the world. In the end, it was Chun Pingan who created this colossus. Chun Pingan habitually held the saber in his right hand, but in reality, he was left-handed. The flood dragon under his feet crashed into Li Er in the water mirror. Wherever it went, huge waves splashed up. Li Er twitched the corner of his mouth and tapped the ground lightly with the end of the bamboo wormwood. Showy, but useless, Li Er leaped up lightly, swung the bamboo wormwood, and smashed it heavily on the ground. Even though the flood dragon was hundreds of feet away from the water mirror, it was still cut into two by the gang chi. It could only rely on inertia to continue forward. Li Er swept the bamboo wormwood horizontally. Chun Pingan, who appeared on the left side of Li Er in the mirror, suddenly lowered his head. His body seemed to be about to fall to the ground. As a result, he twisted his body and avoided the sweeping bamboo wormwood with the power of wind and thunder. Chun Pingan faced the bamboo wormwood that flashed and disappeared. He flipped his sleeves, and 3 flying swords flew out from 3 different acupoints. He stepped on the ground hurriedly. The short saber in his right hand stabbed towards Li Er's heart. The second short saber slipped out from his left sleeve quietly. Li Er did not look at the 3 flying swords at all. He kicked Chun Pingan in the chest. The latter slid back hundreds of feet. His knees were slightly bent, and his toes were on the ground. He increased his strength so that he would not let go of the short saber in his hands. His shoulders shook, and he suddenly stood still. He forcibly pushed back the remnant of Li Er's fist aura on his chest. After all, he was a man wearing 4 robes. Li Er said, "I told you earlier, martial arts with showy but impractical moves. Only those who want to kill the master with random punches. The master does not fight. It's just a move." Li Er casually threw the bamboo wormwood more than a foot into the mirror. That interesting flood dragon, which had just reformed on the mirror, was poked by the bamboo wormwood. It fell apart and turned into water again. Many of the talisman that had already cracked were completely turned into fine powder. Chun Pingan began to move. Li Er changed his trajectory a little and still appeared in front of Chun Pingan. He knocked the latter into the air with his knee. Li Er seemed to be moving forward slowly, but when he came to Chun Pingan's side, he threw a punch. He hit Chun Pingan, whose genuine chi was stagnant and whose robes were cracking, and made him fall into the lake hundreds of feet away. Like a stone skipping on water, he slid on the surface of the lake for another 7 or 8 feet. Li Er began to run wildly. Every step he took shattered the spiritual chi in the lake. He rushed straight to the place where Chun Pingan fell into the water. His body suddenly moved horizontally. Li'er used his shoulder to hit Chun Pingan's chest, who had used a mind talisman. Chun Pingan felt as if his chest was hit by a hammer. His Een spirit flew out of his body and used a natural and strange fist technique. It seemed to draw slow arcs, but the arcs were close to a circle. In fact, it was dazzling. It directly helped Chun Pingan to remove most of the fist aura. When Chun Pingan stabilized his body, his Een spirit returned to his body. It was done in one breath. Li'er did not pursue. He nodded. This was right. Otherwise, if one practiced martial arts and cultivated Tao, it would only hinder one's progress in martial arts. The two would always be in conflict, and it would cause harm to others. What Li'er wanted to do this time was to let Chun Pingan find the mysterious balance point. People who practice martial arts could not be led by the fist stance and fist intent. Since he was already a qi cultivator, he could not feel that his fist intent was not pure. Because of this, people who practiced martial arts could only rely on their fists. However, it did not mean that they did not care about anything. A true grandmaster should have the great aura of having all the skills in his body and using his hands. The human body was a small world. I was the heavens. What could not be controlled? What could not be controlled? Since Chun Pingan had taken the first step in the right direction, Li'er was relaxed and punched. The punch was not heavy, but it was faster. I won't give you, Chun Pingan, the slightest chance to think about it. I am a martial artist. I am a martial artist. If you want to exchange blows with me, Li'er, to improve Tao, then you have to take out something that no other martial artist in the world has. Yes, just take a few more punches. No, just lie down and recuperate. On the other side of the ferry, Li Lu walked on the waterway and looked at the traces of fighting. As for the movement on the other side of the water mirror, she did not even need to look. She was very clear about it. In the long years of the past, Li Lu was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists. She had died in the hands of a 10th realm martial artist. She had also personally killed a 10th realm martial artist. She knew a lot about the ways of martial artists. It was hard to say how great Chun Pingan's endurance was in the vast history of the world. However, as a 6th realm martial artist, it was really rare to see him take so many punches. In the world, there were only a few martial artists at the peak of the 9th realm and the end of the 10th realm who did not accept direct disciples like Guyu. There were also many martial arts masters who wanted to learn from his father and train their disciples' physiques. However, it was a pity that the disciples had to be able to withstand it. Some people's physiques could not withstand it. Some people's temperament was not up to standard. Of course, most of them could not do either. They had seniors and masters who were willing to help or even drag them along, but they could not enter the room and could not cross the threshold no matter what. There were also some who seemed to have broken through, but in fact, they were the ones who fed the punches. When the disciples passed the threshold, it was as if they had lost an arm or a leg. The heart mirror had a subtle flaw that could not be detected. Therefore, once they reached the 8th realm and the 9th realm, all kinds of hidden dangers would undoubtedly be revealed. Li Lu reached the end of the waterway in the karst cave and did not continue forward. She turned around and began to walk. Li Lu arrived at the ferry and looked at the distant scenery outside Lion Peak at the edge of the mountain restriction of this immortal's cave. Li Lu vaguely sensed a strange phenomenon. She raised her gaze and looked at the sky. The 72 Confucian temples of the Confucian school had been the most pitiful existence since ancient times. They were neither alive nor dead, and there were many rules. Year after year, they watched the mortal world and were absolutely not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the world. Li Lu had landed in the Northwest continent in his previous life. As the sect master of the Peak Immortal realm, he had once chatted with a Confucian sage who was guarding the territory of the half-continent in the sky of the Liuxia continent. In the eyes of these sages who were silent and motionless like boats in the void, it was like mortals looking at the mountains and rivers under their feet at the top of a mountain. Even if they had limited eyesight, they would not be able to see the real scene. However, if they used the ancient magical power of watching the mountains and rivers, even if a man was wearing a jade pendant inscription or a woman's black hair was mixed with a strand of white hair, they would be able to see everything clearly. However, after watching the mortal world for thousands of years, there would be a day when they would get tired of watching. What's more, their duty was to monitor the cultivation grounds of those ascendant realm cultivators, as well as the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. They also had to have a plan in mind, so as to prevent the cultivators from being unrestrained in their spells and harming the world. If those great cultivators in the blessed enclave left the small world, they would be like exceptionally eye-catching lights that could be seen by the mortal teachers at the top of the mountain. Naturally, the sages in the sky would immediately pay attention to them and keep an eye on them. If there were any violations of etiquette, the sages would take action to stop them. If everything followed the rules, there was no need for them to appear. At that time, the Confucian sage who had a few words with Li Lu said with a smile that his greatest pastime was to go to a certain country, a certain county, a certain county, and a certain country every 10 years. He wanted to see the subtle changes on the stone tablet that people didn't care about after 10 years of being exposed to the wind, the sun, the rain, and the snow. Li Lu was speechless. The sages were lonely. The mortal world did not know. About 2 hours later, Li Lu, who had been wandering thousands of miles away, collected his thoughts and turned around with a smile. Someone was rowing a boat back. It was the somewhat miserable Chun Pingan. Li Er sat on the small boat and said, "You have to hold on until the martial arts fate arrives at Lion Peak. Otherwise, you won't be able to do that thing." Chun Pingan nodded. Li Er asked, "You really don't regret it? Li Lu might know some strange methods that can keep you for a while." Chun Pingan shook his head and said, "No. The mountain quaking fist was created by Senior Gu Yu of the northern continent. During my travels, he taught me 3 more moves. In the end, even if he died, he still wanted to give me the martial arts fate. So I don't regret it." Li Er did not say anything else. The 2 of them arrived at the ferry. Li Lu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Chun. You've broken through in both martial arts and cultivation." Chun Pingan grinned. He had deliberately suppressed his true chi and spirit chi. With this slight movement, it was immediately broken. His face was covered in blood again. Chun Pingan walked past the mountain and river restriction at the entrance of the cave abode. He clenched his fist and looked up. A golden sea of clouds suddenly condensed above the clear and boundless sky of Leo Peak. Then, a sweet rain began to fall from the sky. Wisps of rain fell slowly, extremely slowly. Chun Pingan said softly, "First day, 15th day." 2 flying swords flew out and disappeared in a flash. They hovered in front of Chun Pingan like 2 steps. Wearing a green robe and carrying a divine sword, Chun Pingan started to run. He stepped on the 2 flying swords and ascended step by step. When he was a few hundred feet away from the sea of golden clouds and the rain of martial arts fate, he suddenly stopped. Chun Pingan's fist intent surged. He was like a god in the sky. He punched upwards with the cloud steaming swamp style. After the punch, the sea of martial arts fate and the rain of martial arts fate were pushed back and scattered in the northern continent. The exhausted Chun Pingan took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He bent over and panted. His vision was a little blurry. He turned his head and looked towards the south. He laughed softly and said, "Senior Gu, I didn't dare to tell you before. Someone in the bamboo house in my hometown said that our mountain quaking fist was full of the smell of dirt and that it was nothing special. It was only the fist intent that was considered passable. He was the one who taught me the punch just now." Senior Gu, don't worry. I was not convinced back then. When I return to my hometown this time, I will definitely argue with him. Now that I'm in the golden body realm, I can take 2 more punches and talk more. 562. Huang Kai, the leader of Lion Peak, was already standing beside Li Lu. She chuckled and said, "With Mr. Chen's punch, Lion Peak will become famous." It was rare for Li Lu to smile at Huang Kai. He said, "Huang Kai, you don't have to call him Mr. Chen. If you feel awkward, Mr. Chen will feel awkward too." Huang Kai knew her master's temper, so she nodded. In one life, Li Lu picked up a child by the roadside and made him kowtow 3 times. Then he accepted him as his only disciple. After that, the master and disciple established a sect at Lion Peak. After Li Lubing passed away, Huang Kai, who had just become a young golden core earth immortal, became the pillar of the sect. Lion Peak stood tall in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Back then, the child who was as thin as a bamboo pole and had a big head, which looked quite interesting, eventually became a famous and powerful nascent soul cultivator in the North Continent. Li Er suddenly said, "Of the 4 robes he has, other than the innermost one, the other 3 can't withstand the punch. They're quite damaged." Fortunately, before they returned to the ferry, they didn't forget to take off the cumbersome robes, especially the outermost robe of the Sparrow residents. Otherwise, if they were to fight so openly, half of the North Continent would soon hear that there was a pure martial artist in Lion Peak who liked to wear women's clothes. As for the far-reaching effects of Chun Pingan's punch that scattered the golden sea of clouds and left a strong martial arts fate in the North Continent, Li Er didn't deliberately tell Chun Pingan more about the inside story after he learned of Chun Pingan's decision. There was no need to. If he did, it might cause Chun Pingan's punch to have some impurities. Even the small group of 9th and 10th level martial artists at the peak of martial arts in Uttarakuru, who had sensed this, would feel a little happy, regardless of the temperament of these grandmasters and the level of their martial virtues. They would have to show some respect to the young man at the peak of Lion Peak today. All the martial temples in the continent would be grateful to this person, not to mention others. Just the scholarly sage, who was familiar with Huang Kai of Lion Peak, had to think highly of Chun Pingan. He felt that Chun Pingan's temperament suited him. Li Lu recalled Chun Pingan's flashy attire. She held back her laughter and said softly, "I will help Mr. Chen repair his robe." Li Er chuckled. Li Lu said helplessly, "Father, what nonsense are you thinking?" Li Er said, "I'm not thinking too much. I'm just happy that I'll have wine to drink when I go down the mountain." Chun Pingan swayed and stepped on the flying swords again and again before finally landing on the ground. Li Er said, "Recuperate on the mountain for half a day first. When you have stabilized the Jinshin realm, I will help you to open up your muscles and bones and temper your soul. Every time you break through a realm, there will be many changes in the small world of the human body that even martial artists themselves cannot imagine. It is safer to strike while the iron is hot." Chun Pingan smiled bitterly. "Uncle Li will talk about it when the time comes. I'm feeling dizzy right now, and I feel sleepy whenever I think about practicing. Let me take a break first." Li Er smiled and waved his hand. Chun Pingan cupped his fist to Huang Kai and said apologetically, "I haven't had the chance to thank Yellow Mountain Lord." Huang Kai shook her head and said, "You're welcome, young Master Chen. It's our Lion Peak that has benefited from your fame. Young Master Chen, just focus on recuperating." Chun Pingan had a strange expression on his face as he left. Li Er also rushed down the mountain. Li Lu stood in the same place and said, "Fame? Isn't that a derogatory term? Huang Kai, did I tell you to read more and only focus on cultivation? I heard that you have a good relationship with Zhou Mi. the Mountain Lord of Yufu Academy. Do you have a good chat? Huang Kai was helpless. Master, I've never liked to read books since I was young. Besides, I've never talked about essays or poems with Mountain Lord Zhou. Li Lu shook her head and said, "What a waste of your big brain when you were young." Huang Kai was stunned. She rubbed her head. Only then did she remember that when she was young there was such an incident. At that time, she was sallow and emaciated. In the heavy snow, she begged along the way. Then she met her master, who was walking slowly in the heavy snow. Huang Kai would remember that scene clearly for the rest of her life. However, in the later years, she didn't remember many things. Li Lu turned her head and looked at the old woman who was working hard to guard Lion Peak. Lion Peak was just one of the abodes she left behind. It wasn't even as important as the southern Xuanshui Hall in the Dragon Palace cave. The reason why the family of three settled here was that Li Lu had taken a fancy to the peaceful town at the foot of the mountain. If her mother opened a shop in the market there, it wouldn't be too strange. In fact, it had almost nothing to do with Lion Peak and Huang Kai. However, for some reason, when she looked at the skinny monkey-like child who had suddenly turned into a white-haired old woman, Li Lu felt a little sad for the first time. Huang Kai's aptitude wasn't too good, and she was too stubborn. On the path of cultivation, she had killed too many people. Taking care of an ancestral hall in the North Continent wasn't an easy task. Huang Kai, who had hopes of reaching the pure jade state, had faced many sword cultivators and attacks in history. She had protected the Lion Peak Ancestral Hall from being destroyed and was unwilling to bow down. She had accumulated many side effects. Mending her chi abode after the war was of no help. She could only stay in the nascent soul state for the rest of her life. In fact, when Li Lu returned to the mountain for the first time, she didn't think much of this disciple. What was a dispensable Lion Peak Ancestral Hall, even if it collapsed and became a ruin? So what if Huang Kai didn't rebuild it? She didn't spend so much effort to nurture her direct disciple, and didn't spend so much effort and resources to help Lion Peak grow. Instead, she chose to cultivate on her own and focus on breaking through to the upper 5 states. She might even be rewarded by Li Lu with a great treasure. It wasn't that Li Lu didn't know Huang Kai's intentions. In fact, she knew very well, but Li Lu didn't care at all in the past. However, at this moment, Li Lu felt a little sad. She looked at her master, who had never had such a gaze before. In her impression, her master used to be a different person. She was always high and mighty and silent, as if she was thinking about something important that Huang Kai could never understand. Huang Kai didn't dare to look at her master. She looked into the distance and seemed to be talking to herself. She said in a trembling voice, "I'm really happy to be able to reunite with my master in this life." Li Lu nodded. "I'm not as happy as you, but it's still okay." Master and disciple were silent for a long time. Li Lu said slowly, "In the future, you don't have to care about the mountain and water restrictions in that cave. You're now the Lion Peak Mountain Lord, and the cave is no longer my place of cultivation. You don't have to worry about this. If there are any good seedlings in Lion Peak, when Mr. Chen leaves the mountain, you can let them in to cultivate. The 3 books I gave you in the early years, you can teach them according to your disciples' potential and temperament. You don't have to adhere to the rules. Moreover, I didn't forbid you to teach the 3 ancient water spells. If you weren't so rigid and pedantic, Lion Peak would have had a second nascent soul cultivator." Huang Kai patted her head. "It's just as Master said. I've wasted my big brain." Li Lu smiled. Huang Kai didn't say anything else. She was in a peaceful state of mind and looked happy. She accompanied her master, who she hadn't seen for a long time, and watched the mountains and rivers of the human world. Half a day later, Lier ascended the mountain again. This time, he wanted Chen Pingan to spar with him as a pure martial artist of the Golden Body realm. However, he was not allowed to use any fist stances or fist moves, not even leaving any traces behind. If Li'er discovered even the slightest clue, then he would have to eat a punch from the peak of the ninth realm. He wanted Qin Pingan to only punch quickly. If he was slow by even a little bit, then he would have let down the Golden Body realm that was hard to come by, and he would have to eat a punch. Finally, Li'er dragged Qin Pingan to the small boat. This time, it was Li'er who returned to the ferry. He said that he was still lacking and that he would polish it again after half a day. Qin Pingan rarely rejected his kindness. He said that he really had to hurry on his way, since Qi Jinglong had broken through and was about to face the first sword challenge. He had to hurry to the Tai Hui sword sect to take a look. Then he would go to Crouching Ground Peak to visit Venerable Fire Dragon and another good friend. He also had to go to the Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qing, Hao Nation, to meet Li Shisheng. After that, he would go south and return to the Skeleton Beach. Li'er did not make things difficult for Qin Pingan. At dawn, the two of them walked down the mountain quickly. Li'er asked curiously, "Since you are in such a hurry to go to the inverted hanging mountain, why don't you just go from the North Continent? You still have to go to the Aquarius Continent. Luopa Mountain does not have legs. There is also Julien and Wei Pai, one inside and one outside to help. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. If you miss the Skeleton Beach and go to the Aquarius Continent, only the old Dragon City has a cross-continent ferry. It is also a long journey. Don't you think it is troublesome?" Qin Pingan laughed. "If I don't go back home to take a look, I will not be at ease." Li'er did not say anything else. These days, he helped Qin Pingan to punch. He had spoken too much, and it was more tiring than punching. When they reached the cloth shop at the foot of the mountain, Li Lu helped in the shop. The business was slow. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Miss Li, do you know why your business is not good when you sell cloth in the shop?" Li Lu nodded. The women and young ladies in the small town were not happy to see her. Even if she was willing to be stubborn and praise her shop's cloth to the heavens, those ordinary ladies, as long as she stood in the shop, they would inevitably feel uncomfortable. So, what if they bought cloth and added a bit of beauty? As long as they saw her, they would be discouraged. Li Lu liked to stay at the shop, but more so she wanted to spend more time with her mother. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "You can let one or two of the fairies on Lion Peak who are not so good-looking choose a time when the street is lively, and buy silk and satin here twice. The first time, they buy less, and the second time, they buy more. Remember to wear the clothes made of silk and satin that the shop bought here. In this way, Miss Li won't have to worry about the shop's business, and she can chat with Aunt Lu in the backyard." Li Lu laughed. "We can follow Mr. Chen's plan and give it a try." Previously, when the woman saw Qin Pingan's complexion and served tea to the table, the first thing she said was, "Are you sick?" Qin Pingan quickly smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, it's just a little cold. Aunt Lu does not need to worry." The woman then told Qin Pingan some of the traditional health care methods in her hometown and told him not to ignore it. That day, there were 4 people at the table. When Aunt Lu heard that Qin Pingan had eaten and was leaving the small town today, she was a bit disappointed. At this moment, the woman was overjoyed when she heard that Qin Pingan was willing to write a letter for her and send it to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Li Lu turned to look at Li'er. Li'er just smiled and took a sip of wine, enjoying it. In Li Huai's room, Qin Pingan took out a pen, ink, and paper. The woman sat at the side, while Qin Pingan and the woman sat on a long bench. Li Lu sat opposite Qin Pingan's table. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you tell me, and I'll write. Let's write more trivial family matters. Li Huai will feel more at ease when he sees it." The woman looked at the clean young man in green with a gentle smile on his face. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She said softly, "Ping En, if only your parents were still here. How good would that be? Auntie Lou doesn't have much knowledge. She's a woman who only knows how to blabber, but she's still a mother. I dare say that no father or mother in the world would be unhappy to see a son like you." Chun Pingon lowered his gaze, his expression calm. Then he raised his head slightly and laughed softly. "Annie Lou, I also wish that my parents were still around. However, I was still young at that time and couldn't do more. In fact, I've been suffering all these years." The woman felt very guilty for bringing up such a sad matter. She hurriedly said, "Ping En, Annie is just speaking casually. If you can write it down, then write it down. If you can't write it down, then just skip it." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "There's a lot of paper, and you can say more. If you write a longer letter, you can get a good omen." The woman was very heavy. She sighed heavily and then turned to stare at Li Lu. "Did you hear that?" "In the past, when I asked you to help me write a letter, 1 or 2 pieces of paper would be gone. Do you still have your brother in your heart? Do you still have me, your mother? I raised a heartless daughter like you for nothing." Chun Pingon smiled apologetically at Li Lu, who was sitting across the table. Li Lu nodded quietly, and then put her hands in front of her. She begged the woman for mercy. "Mother, I know I was wrong." Then, in the small room, there was only the woman's nagging and Chun Pingon's meticulous writing. The green-robed young man, who had traveled thousands of miles and read thousands of books, sat upright and still. His back was straight, and his expression was serious. In the end, Chun Pingon left the shop with the bamboo box on his back and the mountain walking stick in his hand. The woman and the man stood at the door and watched Chun Pingon leave. The woman insisted that Li Lu send him off. Li Lu had a package in her hand. It was filled with items prepared by her mother. Most of them were the town's specialties. Of course, there were also 3 robes that she had personally repaired. The woman whispered, "Li Er, will our daughter be able to find such a good man in the future?" Li Er thought for a moment. Difficult. The woman stepped on the back of Li Er's foot and used her finger to poke Li Er's forehead again and again. "Then why didn't you put in more effort? You just stared and let Ping En leave? I don't see you drinking less, and you're not reliable at all. I have a man like you, Li Lu, and Li Huai have a father like you. Is it because the heavens don't open their eyes? Or did the 3 of us not accumulate good karma in our previous lives?" Ooh, Li Er did not say anything. Of course, he did not dare to avoid it. The woman sighed and resentfully withdrew her hand. She couldn't poke anymore. Her man was originally a blockhead who didn't understand things. If he accidentally poked her head again, wouldn't she be the one to suffer? On the town's main street, the 2 of them walked side by side. Li Lu said softly, "Mr. Chen, Huang Kai will bring you to the ferry. You can reach the eunuch ferry around the Tai Hui sword sect. Once you get off the boat, you will only be a few steps away from the Tai Hui sword sect. The first person to visit the Tai Hui sword sect is Fu Ping Sword Lake Si Kai. This kind of thing is an old rule in the North Continent. Mr. Chen, don't think too much about it." At this point, Li Lu smiled and said, "I forgot that Mr. Chen values rules the most." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "But when it comes to reasonable rules, your understanding is still too shallow. You're far from knowing what real etiquette is." Li Lu did not comment on this. The main reason was that she did not want to criticize. Li Lu asked, "Mr. Chen, don't you yearn for pure and absolute freedom?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Actually, I envy that kind of freedom. But I've always felt that absolute freedom without enough knowledge to support it is not stable and is also a disaster." The 2 of them walked past the corner of the main street. Not far in front of them stood the old nascent soul mountain master of Lion Peak, who had cast a camouflage spell. Li Lu took off the package in her hand. Chun Pingon had already taken off the bamboo box. Li Lu originally wanted to let him stand while she opened the bamboo box. Now Li Lu handed over the package and smiled. Mr. Chen, are you afraid that people will misunderstand? Actually, the neighbors have already misunderstood. Chen Pingon placed the package in the bamboo box and carried it on his back. He smiled and did not say anything. Finally, Li Lu said telepathically, "There's a Xuandu temple in the green netherworld. It's the ancestral court of the Taoist sword immortals. The temple master is called Sun Huaizhong. He's magnanimous and has the aura of a pugilistic world." Ooh. Chun Pingon answered, "Thank you for giving me such a reassuring pill." Miss Li, accompanied by Huang Kai, Chun Pingon chatted with the Lion Peak Mountain Master along the way. After that, they bade each other farewell. Finally, they boarded a richly ornamented celestial ferry and headed towards the eunuch ferry. There were many people, many of whom were heading towards the Tai Hui Sword sect. They were discussing animatedly on the ferry. It was very normal, since the land dragon of the North Continent had come out of seclusion and broken through. 3 shocking sword immortal quizzes would follow. They were the female sword immortals Xiao Kai, Dongzhu, and the #1 sword immortal of the North Bai Shang. Other than that, they would talk about the Golden Sea of Clouds and martial arts reign on Lion Peak. They were all guessing whether the Lion Peak had deliberately hidden a pure martial artist or a passerby guest. Chun Pingon went to the house and opened the bamboo box. He was about to take out the 3 robes and keep them in his pocket. However, when he opened the package, he found that other than the various food and specialties prepared by Aunt Lu, there was also an exquisite jade token in emerald green. Li Lu had cast a mountain water restriction spell on it, so the spiritual energy was not obvious. Chun Pingon did not notice it in advance. Chun Pingon sighed. Not only did he freeload on food, drink, and martial arts, he even freeloaded on such a precious gift in return. How could he be a guest? The jade token was inscribed with the words "Old Dragon calms the disturbance." After keeping the jade token and the robes, Chun Pingon began to refine the spiritual energy in the 3 key acupuncture points. Nothing happened along the way. They arrived at the eunuch ferry that was less than 300 miles away from the Tai Hui Sword sect. Chun Pingon found that it was overcrowded. As expected, they were all cultivators who had come to join in the fun. After the ferry entered the territory of the Tai Hui Sword sect, Chun Pingon sent a message to Qi Jinglong with his flying sword. On the ferry, he did not see Qi Jinglong. Chun Pingon only saw the young man from the deer-reaping mountain, the white head. The white head dashed over and shuttled through the crowd like a fish. When he saw Chun Pingon, he grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Chun Pingon was puzzled. "When did I make you so happy?" The white head laughed and said, "Chun, do you know a person called Su Xingjiu from the Cloud Above City?" Chun Pingon laughed. Yes, the white head held his belly and laughed. "Good fellow, the Lu guy is in the limelight now. He has to greet the guests who climb the mountain all day long. At first, I heard that Su Xingjiu sent an invitation to visit the mountain and claimed that he knew Mr. Chen. The Lu guy rejected many social engagements and went down the mountain to meet him. I followed him. Guess what? The guy also carried a big bamboo box, like you." After some polite greetings, he said, "I heard that Mr. Lu likes to drink, so I took the initiative to bring some wine brewed in the Cloud Above City." Oh, the white head laughed until tears came out of his eyes. You don't know the expression on the Lu guy's face at that time. He didn't bring any toilet paper when he went to the toilet. Chun Pingon sighed. "This Su Xingjiu, she's so gullible. She must have misunderstood me." The white head raised his hands high and clenched his fists. He shook them hard. "Chen, I admire you." Chun Pingon asked softly, "Is your master very busy now?" "He's so busy that he can't come here to welcome me. So he sent a small fry like you to make up the numbers?" The whitehead bared his teeth and said, Chun, you're the small fry. I'm now in the Taiwi sword sect. I'm a genius that everyone praises. The Lu guy has to secretly burn incense every day to congratulate himself for taking in such a good disciple like me. Chun Pingon smiled and rubbed the youth's head. The whitehead did not dodge and said angrily, Don't be rude. Chun, I'm doing you a huge favor, so that we can address each other as brothers. If you continue pushing your luck, you can go to the Taiwi sword sect yourself. I don't care to lead the way for you. When they arrived at the Taiwi sword sect's entrance, Qi Jinglong was standing there with a stoic expression. Chun Pingon jogged over with the bamboo box and said with a smile, Not bad. You broke through so quickly. Qi Jinglong twitched the corner of his mouth. You flatter me. Compared to great sword immortal Chun, I'm far inferior. You broke through 2 bottlenecks in martial cultivation in one go. Chun Pingon waved his hand and said, You flatter me. The whitehead said unhappily, Are you done yet? Is there a point in sucking up to each other the moment you meet? The youth chuckled and said, Why don't you take out 2 jugs of wine and chat while drinking? Lu, you have to take it easy this time. Drink slowly. The youth was impressed by Su Xingjiu. When they arrived at the thatched cottage on the mountain, the fellow did not say a word and downed 2 jugs of wine in a row. If not for the Lu guy stopping him, it looked like he would have downed 3 jugs in a row, although the jugs were small. For a cultivator to deliberately suppress his spiritual energy, drinking in such a manner was truly extraordinary. The 3 of them slowly ascended the mountain. Along the way, Qi Jinglong often greeted others but did not deliberately stop to exchange pleasantries. Chun Pingon asked, Is Su Xingjiu back? Qi Jinglong said helplessly, He drank and got drunk for a day. After he sobered up, I finally made things clear. In the end, he started drinking again. I still could not stop him, so I could only accompany him to drink some more. Chun Pingon laughed. Qi Jinglong snorted and said, Just this once. Chun Pingon was secretly happy and gave the whitehead a high five. The whitehead felt that this Chun guy was more interesting. He could often come to Taiwi sword sect in the future. If he did not come himself, it was not bad to let others bring wine up the mountain to find the Lu guy. The Taiwi sword sect occupied a vast area with a group of towering mountain peaks. The scenery was beautiful and the spiritual energy was abundant. Chun Pingon was unable to travel with the wind, so he took out the talisman boat and headed towards Qi Jinglong's cultivation place. Over at the thatched cottage, the whitehead brought 3 bamboo chairs and sat down. Qi Jinglong suddenly said, Can you lend me a grain of money? Chun Pingon threw over a grain of money and asked curiously, You are so poor on your own mountain. Qi Jinglong caught the grain of money and pinched it with 2 fingers. He drew a talisman in the air with his other hand and threw the grain of money into it. The light of the talisman dissipated, and the money disappeared. Then he said in a bad mood, The disciples of the ancestral hall receive money every 10 years. If you urgently need immortal money, of course you can also pay on credit, but I do not have this habit. I am too lazy to pay back the money that I borrowed from you. Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon turned his head and looked at the whitehead. Listen, is this what a master should say in front of his disciple? The whitehead wanted to add insult to injury, but he found that the Lu guy was looking at him with a smile. The whitehead swallowed his words back into his stomach. Damn it, when the time comes, you can just leave. I still have to stay on this mountain and stare at the Lu guy every day. I must not be impulsive and talk too much, because Lu Jinglong said before that when he came out, he should talk about the rules of the Taiwi sword sect in detail. Chun Pingon smiled at the whitehead. Go away. I have something to talk to your master. The whitehead refused to move and sneered. What 2 girls are whispering in the boudoir? Can't I hear it? Chun Pingon crossed his fingers and said with a smile, Whitehead, I suddenly found that you are a martial arts genius. It is a pity that you don't practice martial arts. Let me help you?" The white head spat. "I don't want to be a sword immortal. Why would I want to practice martial arts?" But he still got up and wandered elsewhere. This mountain was named Piaran Peak. It was a treasured land that Qi cultivators dreamed of. It was located at the back between the main peak and the secondary peaks of the Tai Hui sword sect. Every spring and autumn, there would be two strange phenomena where spiritual energy would surge towards Piaran Peak like a tide. In particular, there were wisps of pure sword intent contained in it. Practitioners could lie down and enjoy life on the mountain. After the second master of the Tai Hui sword sect passed away, no cultivators were allowed to stay on this peak. In history, there was a sword cultivator of the pure jade realm who took the initiative to say that as long as the Pian Ran Peak was given to him for cultivation, he would be willing to serve as the master of the Tai Hui sword sect. But the sect still did not agree. The Lu guy did not know what was good for him, and was unwilling to leave the ancestral mountain of the Tai Hui sword sect. He moved to the Pian Ran Peak, saying that he was used to the old house there. When he became a nascent soul realm sword cultivator, he was urged by the ancestral hall to open the peak. In the end, he built a shabby hut which could be considered as a mansion. At the beginning of spring this year, the Lu guy was still in seclusion. Originally, all the disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect could come here every year to share the spiritual energy, but this year they did not dare to come. Whitehead went to the ancestral hall and told the words of the Lu guy to an amiable old ancestral master. Therefore, in the end, there were still many young cultivators who came to the Pian Ran Peak this spring. But compared to the liveliness of the past, everyone was quietly cultivating and tempering their sword intent. At that time, the young man who was half the owner of the Pian Ran Peak did not move at all. He crossed his arms and sat on the small stool in the hut for a day and a night. Therefore, the young cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect increasingly felt that this martial uncle Lu of the Pian Ran Peak had taken in a very strange disciple. After the white-haired old man left, Chimpingon told Qi Jinglong about his journey. He did not hide many people and things, but the details were different. After Qi Jinglong listened patiently, he helped to find and fill in the gaps, as if the two were reviewing a game of Go. When he mentioned He Xiaoliang and the Qingliang sect, as well as the enmity between Bai Shang and Su Xian, Qi Jinglong said, "Now there is no news from the ordinary mountain and mountain bulletin. In fact, the heavenly Lord Xie Shi has already returned to the sect. The disciple who had some bad blood with the Qingliang sect was not only reprimanded by the heavenly Lord, but also immediately went down the mountain and took the initiative to apologize to the Qingliang sect. After that, the Chongxian Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty, the Yang family, the Water Dragon sect, and the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, who were originally entangled in interests, respectively sent people to visit the Qingliang sect. The Cloud Palace sent the young Heavenly Lord Yang Ningxing, the Water Dragon sect sent the South sect Xiao Jingji, and the Floating Duckweed Sword Lakes sect master Shui Kai personally came. In this way, not to mention how Su Xian will feel, the Qianlin sect will not feel good." Chun Pingon frowned and said, "Then the rumor that Bai Shang is going to personally challenge the Tai Hui sword sect is a good thing for you?" Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded. Firstly, Bai Shang has always been proud and arrogant. He would not rely on his realm and seniority to bully me, who is new to the unpolished Jade realm. Even if this matter did not happen, his willingness to fight is actually not a bad thing. Secondly, as you guessed, Bai Shang is indeed under some pressure. He has no choice but to take the initiative to form a relationship with my Tai Hui sword sect to help avoid that what if. After all, there are still sword immortal seniors in the northern continent who do not like me. With Bai Shang as the finale, and the two seniors Li Kai and Dong Zhu, Qi Jinglong, will not have to worry about these 3 sword challenges. I will only benefit greatly from them and will not have to worry about my life. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "This is such a joyous occasion. Don't you want to drink some wine to celebrate?" Qi Jinglong nodded for the first time and extended his hand. Chun Pingon took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine and asked doubtfully, after becoming a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, "Your personality has changed so much." Qi Jinglong took the wine pot and said with a smile, "It's not to celebrate our breakthroughs, but to be able to meet again." Chun Pingon's desecration was not easy. It was the same for a nascent soul sword cultivator to break through a bottleneck. The fact that both of them could survive and be reunited was more worth drinking than the breakthrough. Qi Jinglong was willing to drink such wine. The 2 of them held the wine pot and clinked it gently. They looked at each other and smiled. Without saying a word, they drank in the pugilistic world. Chun Pingon suddenly said softly, "There's nothing good in the pugilistic world." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Only the wine is all right." The white-haired youth seemed to be strolling away, but in fact he did not go far. He had been pricking up his ears to listen to the boudoir talk. The youth shuddered and hugged his shoulders with both hands. He grumbled, "Why are these 2 men so lovey-dovey? This is outrageous, outrageous." However, he felt that the one surnamed Chun was a little too much. It turned out that he had such experience and ability at such a low realm. He talked about the fists of a 10th realm martial artist as though they were drinking wine. Was he addicted? Was there a hole in his head, or 2 holes? He could not afford to offend him. He had to be more polite when he spoke to him in the future. He had to be more sincere when he addressed him as a brother. When Chun Pingon became an Oris Core Earth Immortal and a 9th realm or 10th realm martial artist grandmaster, he would be proud of himself. Qi Jinglong's words suddenly rang in the youth's ears. "What do you think after eavesdropping for so long? Do you want a drink?" The white-haired youth said seriously, "Why drink? You're so young. It'll hinder your cultivation." Chun Pingon clicked his tongue and said, as expected of Qi Jinglong's disciple, "You're not much worse than my first disciple." The white-head disciple was a little unconvinced. He could tolerate it if they said that he acted according to the wind, but if they said that his ability to act according to the wind was not as good as others, he really could not tolerate it. He turned his head and said loudly, "Surname Chen, what is your disciple's name? Help me pass a message to him. Tell him that I, the white-head disciple of the Pianran Peak, will meet him when I have time, whether it's literary or martial arts, fists, or swordsmanship, he can choose." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Literary combat is fine, but martial arts combat is out of the question. My first disciple is still studying in the school." The white-haired youth shook his head. "He's lucky." The youth strode away. The youth did not know how many beatings he would receive in the future because of these few unintentional words. So much so that the white-haired youth of the Pianran Peak would become the popular catchphrase, "Trouble comes from the mouth." Chun Pingon drank his wine, stood up and said, "I won't delay you any longer. Besides, I still have 3 fights to fight. I'll continue on my way." Qi Jinglong did not urge him to stay. He seemed to be prepared. He took out a book from his sleeve and said, "About the cultivation method of sword cultivation, I have some of my own experience. You can look through it when you're free." Chun Pingon kept it in his sleeve and asked, "Will there be any trouble if I travel on a talisman boat in your Taihui sword sect?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "You still know that you're in the Taihui sword sect?" Chun Pingon pretended to be surprised and said, after becoming a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, "Your words are tough. If I were in Luopa Mountain, I wouldn't dare to say such words." Chun Pingon drove the talisman boat back to Guanyu Ferry. He wanted to go to Lying Ground Peak to see Zhang Shanfeng. Before rising into the sky, he shouted to the white-haired youth who was strolling on the Pianran Peak, "Your master owes me a grain of grain rain money. Remind him from time to time." The white-haired youth was still thinking of following the rules when he was with Chinpingan, but now he could not help but raise his middle finger. At the thatched cottage, Qi Jinglong nodded and looked a little like a disciple. On the many mountain peaks of the Taihui sword sect, female cultivators gathered in twos and threes, whispering and looking excited. Compared to the male cultivators, they were curious about the young man's cultivation, realm, and background. The content of the women's discussion was completely different. They were all talking about the distinguished guest who could make Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Granduncle personally come out to greet. After hearing that it was a man in a green robe who walked with a mountain staff and carried a large bamboo box, they could not help but ask about his appearance and demeanor. The woman who saw the two of them climbing the mountain from afar hesitated for a long time and said that it was passable. There were other women who were sad and felt that their martial uncle and martial granduncle had suffered a great grievance. On the Pianran Peak, of course, Qi Jinglong would never have thought that the juniors in the sect would have such messy thoughts. Even if he heard about it, he would definitely not understand. He reckoned that he would still have to ask Chinpingan for advice before he could break through the confusion and be enlightened. The white-haired youth returned to the thatched cottage. He left just like that. "Lu, did he not treat you as a friend at all?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "When you have friends in the future, you will naturally know the answer." The white-haired youth said, "Chinpingan and I are friends. No discord, no concord. We regret that we did not meet earlier. We drink and chat happily and call each other brothers." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. "Let's go to the ancestral hall." The white-haired youth immediately became sickly. "Can we go tomorrow?" Qi Jinglong did not speak. The white-haired youth was full of complaints, but could only obediently follow Qi Jinglong to the ancestral hall of the main peak. Generally speaking, as long as Lu said something, perhaps the process would be very long-winded. Then, without saying another word, it would be the white-haired youth's turn to do things. Chinpingan did not expect that Zhang Shanfeng had already followed his senior apprentice brother, Yuan Ling, down the mountain to travel. The person who received the guests was the peak master of the White Cloud lineage, an old immortal with a sage-like demeanor. He personally came to the mountain gate to apologize to Chinpingan. When Chinpingan found out that Venerable Fire Dragon was still sleeping, he said that he would not be climbing the mountain this time. He would visit again, next time, and ask for the old immortal's forgiveness. If he came to the North Continent in the future, he would definitely inform the old immortal in advance. The old immortal did not say much. He looked amiable and only said that Chinpingan's saying of "you" was very interesting. Chinpingan was a little embarrassed. He said that it was a saying from his hometown. The old immortal personally sent Chinpingan all the way to the ferry before he bade farewell and returned to the mountain. Chinpingan took a ferry to the Spring Dew Garden. He leaned on the railing and was in a daze. When he reached the Spring Dew Garden, he could directly go to the Skeleton Beach at the southernmost tip of the North Continent. However, during this period, Chinpingan needed to disembark midway and make a trip to the Artemisia country. This was a small country, and there was no immortal ferry. He needed to walk more than 1,000 miles. Li Shishan was now at the edge of a city. He lived at a place called Dongxian Street. Chinpingan did not know that not long after he left the Taihui sword sect, a white-clothed young man with a mole between his eyebrows, holding a green bamboo walking stick, boarded a returning linen sect ferry to the Skeleton Beach. The teacher returned to the south, and the student traveled to the north. The first thing that the youth did when he reached the Skeleton Beach was to tear open the sky of a small world in the Ghost Valley. He smashed a dazzling rain of magic weapons towards the top of Jingguan City. After he was done, he kept the magic weapons and ran away. For some reason, The spirit of Jingguan City, Gao Cheng did not chase after the white-robed youth. Gao Cheng frowned as he sat on the white-bone throne. Why was it that when he saw this person, his originally intermittent uneasiness became clearer? Not only did Gao Cheng not rashly break open the sky again with his Dharma form, but he also felt an inexplicable restraint for the first time. In the city of Neurals at the foot of the Mui Mountain, that young man was in a shop. He wanted to buy a goddess painting. He looked pitiful as he bargained with a young girl, saying that he was young, that it was hard for him to travel and study, and that he was embarrassingly short of money. When he saw these goddess paintings, his heart was filled with joy, and he would rather starve than to buy them. The young girl saw that his words were sincere, and his eyes were sincere. She knew that if he continued to complain like this, he would probably cry. She had no choice but to make an exception and give him a low price. In the end, after the young man agreed on the price, his face showed gratitude. He waved his sleeve and said, "I'll buy all the goddess paintings in the shop at this fair price." The girl was stunned. The shameless, white-robed youth turned his head. Zhu Quan, the leader of the linen sect with a sword at his waist, stood not far away with a smile. "This little brother is very bold." Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes, hugging the green bamboo staff. "Of course, I am the proud disciple of my teacher. This sister, where are you from?" Zhu Quan looked at the mountain staff with a strange expression. "Your teacher, is his surname Chen?" Cui Dongshan smiled brightly. "Sister is really a fairy. You can predict the future." Zhu Quan joked. "I have never heard him mention you." The next moment, Zhu Quan became more and more confused. Strange. This guy was just smashing magic weapons on top of Jingguan City's Gao Cheng's head. He looked very happy. But now, the handsome youth in front of him was wrinkling his face and crying. "563. Chun Pingon left the fairy midway and headed for the Artemisia Kingdom, which was located in a remote corner of the North Continent. Chun Pingon chose the mountain paths for the 1,000-li journey. He traveled day and night, and his figure was as fast as lightning. He soon found the city. When he walked into the narrow Dongxian street, the door of a house opened. A slender man in a Confucian robe walked out and waved at him with a smile. Chun Pingon looked up and was a little dazed. He gathered his thoughts and walked quickly. Li Shisheng walked down the steps. Chun Pingon bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Li." Li Shisheng smiled and returned the greeting. The young Cui Si stood at the door and looked at the two people who had been separated for a long time. Cui Si was especially happy when he saw the smile on Li Shisheng's face. After arriving at the North Continent, Li Shisheng would always frown and think about things. Even if his brows were relaxed, there seemed to be many things waiting for him to think about. Unlike this moment, Li Shisheng did not seem to be thinking about anything and was just happy. Li Shisheng walked into the house with Chun Pingon. He turned around and said with a smile, "I almost couldn't recognize you." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I guess I will feel the same when I see Little Treasure Bottle in the academy next time." They arrived at Li Shisheng's study. The room was not big, and there were not many books. There were also no extra documents, calligraphy, paintings, or antiques. Li Shisheng let Cui Si read by himself. Li Shisheng moved the chair behind the desk and sat opposite Chun Pingon, who had just taken off his bamboo hat and bamboo box. Li Shisheng nodded and said, "Very good. I feel more at ease." Chun Pingon scratched his head. Li Shisheng smiled and said, "There are some things that were not suitable to talk about before. Now it's time to talk about them with you." Chun Pingon, who was already sitting upright, became even more well-behaved. "Please speak, Mr. Li," Li Shisheng said. "I've always been unclear about myself." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and said, "That's true." Li Shisheng smiled and shook his head. "It's very different." Li Shishing continued. Do you remember when I wanted to give you a peach talisman? Chun Pingon nodded slightly. Li Shishing said, before that I fought the sword cultivator Chao Jun in Mud Bottle Alley, right? Chun Pingon laughed. Sir, you made Chao Jun feel very helpless. Li Shishing said slowly, in the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, it is very difficult for Qi refinement warriors to cultivate. However, I am able to break through the realms very quickly. Ma Kushuan of the Apricot Blossom Alley will be nothing compared to me. Chun Pingon stopped talking and quietly waited for the rest of the story. Li Shishing revealed the secrets of heaven with a single sentence, not stopping until his words shocked everyone to death. I also repeatedly deduced the reason after the matter, and only then did I figure out the reason. The karmic luck that originally belonged to you, or rather, the opportunity of the great Tao, fell on me. Like you, I have always felt that everything in the world is about balance. You gain something, I lose something. Everyone, big or small, will definitely not disappear or increase out of thin air. Not even the slightest bit. Chun Pingon was just about to speak when Li Shishing waved his hand. Wait for me to finish first, Li Shishing said. The way you and I think about things is similar, and the way we do things is also similar. Knowing that, I have to do something to feel at ease. Although I didn't know that I had taken your karmic luck in advance, since my realm and chess skills gradually increased, I pushed them back step by step and deduced a clear result. Knowing that, of course, I can't accept it calmly. Although I still don't know the origin of that peach talisman, and I can't deduce the result no matter how I try. I am very clear that to me, the peach talisman must be very important. However, it is precisely because it is important that I wanted to give it to you. As a kind of exchange of state of mind, I will decrease your increase, and both sides will return to balance. During this period of time, if it wasn't because my realm was slightly higher than yours, or because the peach talisman was very precious, then it wouldn't have been equal, and I should have given you something else. It shouldn't have been like this. I have obtained your Great Tao Foundation, so I should return it to you with my own Great Tao Foundation. This is the true meaning of 1-for-1. However, you were unwilling to accept it back then, so I could only take a step back. Therefore, I told Lion Peaksley Heir that whether it is a peach talisman or a peach talisman for the bamboo house, if you come to see me out of gratitude, it will only add to our troubles and make things even messier. It is better not to see you. Chun Pingon's expression was calm as he nodded gently. Li Shishing smiled. As for the true alchemy works, and some peach talismans, they are not part of this list. I am only thanking you as Li Baoping's big brother for protecting her along the way. Ooh. Chun Pingon still nodded. Li Shishing's expression suddenly became a little desolate. He said softly, Chun Pingon, aren't you curious why my younger brother is called Li Baozhen? And Little Treasure Bottle's name also has the word Bao in it, but only I am different. The three children of the Li family from Falu Street, Li Shishing, Li Baozhen, and Li Baoping. Chun Pingon shook his head. I have never thought about this. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had nothing to hide from her youngest uncle. Chun Pingon heard that her mother seemed to be more biased towards Li Baozhen, and was not as close to the eldest son, Li Shishing. Chun Pingon was just like what he had said about Little Treasure Bottle's family matters. He would only hear about it and would not delve into it. Li Shishing stood up, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. Every spring festival in the Li family, there was an unwritten family custom. The mother of the three siblings would let the maids and servants in the residence say some idioms and poems with the word Li in it. For example, peach and plum, which implied beauty, peach and plum moved the heart, and peach and plum was very likable. Even if a child accidentally said the not-so-complimentary ordinary peach and common plum, their mother did not get angry, and still gave them a New Year's money. Only when she heard the phrase, return the peach and Plum did her smile lessen. Later on, when she heard the phrase peach and plum replace plum, the mother, who had always been amiable to the servants, could not hide her anger. At that time, Li Shixing was still a teenager. He happened to be standing at the corner of the handwriting corridor, not far away. He saw the scene and heard the words. At that time, Li Shixing did not understand. He just buried his curiosity deep in his heart. At first, he did not think it was a big deal, but he vaguely felt uneasy. Since ancient times, it seemed that peach and plum were always next to each other. Li Shixing turned his head and softly said, "There's a family surnamed Chun across the street. There's a Confucian disciple a few years older than Li Baozhen. His name is Chun Baozhou. If you see him, you'll understand why only I, Li Shixing, can take over your destiny." In truth, there was no need to see him. Li Shixing's words made Chun Pingan understand everything. Li Shixing suddenly smiled. "I'm fine. North Continent's Dongxian Street, Chun Shixing. Aquarius Continent's Pearl Grotto Heaven, Li Baozhou." This was how it should be. This also explained why the Chun family's ancestral grave deep in the mountains would grow a tree that symbolized the birth of a sage. Because this Mr. Li was originally surnamed Chun, Li Shixing softly sighed. "There are many things that I still don't understand. It's like the path of life. The mountains and rivers are filled with obstacles and obstacles. Only when one's cultivation is high enough can one step over them." Chun Pingan stood up and said, "Mr. Li, you should be sad, but it seems that you don't have to be so sad." Li Shixing smiled. His eyes were clear and bright. "These words are very comforting." Chun Pingan smiled as well. Then Li Shixing suggested that the two of them play chess. The two of them played chess casually and chatted casually. Chun Pingan played chess slowly. When it came to the ending stage, he would only say a few words after each move. "Before I came to the North Continent, I was actually quite afraid. I heard that there were many sword cultivators here, and they were all fearless on the mountain. And at the foot of the mountain, I wanted to come here to relax. Only then did I realize that as long as one's heart is not broken, one can travel freely with the wind, and one's feet will be in the mud. I was also afraid that I would go from one extreme to another, so I took on the alias of Chun Hao. It's not something fun, but a reminder. I came here to train, so I can't really be fearless and go with the flow. Perhaps deep in my heart, I've always secretly thought that it would be great if I could be a truly good person." Li Shixing was a man of few words. When he heard this, he said, "I admit that I have selfish thoughts in my heart, but I can always do good." Chun Pingan, "Do you know what this is?" Chun Pingan shook his head. Li Shixing picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. He said, "This is what the sages of the Confucian school are always thinking about. Be careful of your actions, restrain yourself, and return to etiquette." Chun Pingan shook his head. He didn't think so. Li Shixing didn't say much. He just looked at the chessboard. "But it's really a lousy chess player," Chun Pingan said. "When it comes to playing chess, I really don't have much talent." Li Shixing smiled and said, "Is that really so?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Because I don't have a plan when I play chess. I can't bear to lose time and place." Li Shixing said, "Everyone in the world plays their own chess games. There are many smart people who use everything and everyone as chess pieces in their hands. There's no lack of Chun Pingan." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Mr. Li's words are very comforting." Li Shixing said, "I'm speaking the truth. You're flattering me. It's obvious who's better." Chun Pingan shook his head and said, "We of Luapa Mountain travel the Jianghu. Everyone has the word sincerity carved on their foreheads." Li Shixing smiled and cupped his fists. "Nice to meet you." Chun Pingan's smile suddenly became forced. Li Shixing inwardly sighed. He was probably thinking of that bamboo house on Luapa Mountain. Life between heaven and earth is suddenly like a traveler from afar. When the ferry went from north to south, it passed through the Great Seal dynasty, the Jinfu Kingdom, the Lanfang Kingdom, and finally arrived at the Talisman Water Crossing of the Spring Dew Garden. It was now autumn, and Chunpingan had missed another year's Spring Dew Garden banquet. The Talisman Water Crossing was much quieter than last time. The Spring Dew Garden was bustling with activity in spring. Chunpingan walked down the ferry. Compared to last year's departure, his attire was not much different. However, instead of carrying the sword immortal, he was carrying a bamboo chest. He was still dressed in a green robe with a bamboo hat and a mountain staff. Chunpingan went straight to Laohuai Street. The street was even more bustling than the ferry and bustling with activity. When he saw the small shop with a signboard hanging from it, Chunpingan smiled knowingly. The two words on the signboard were written well. He took off his bamboo hat and crossed the threshold. There were no customers in the shop for the time being. This made Chunpingan somewhat worried. He saw the acting shopkeeper who had already raised his head and greeted him with a smile. The young cultivator from the night illumination cottage realized that it was the new owner. His smile turned more sincere as he hurriedly went around the counter and bowed with cupped fists. Wang Tingfang greets the sword immortal owner. Regarding the greeting, Wang Tingfang had pondered over it for a long time. However, he did not expect that he would return so quickly with this young sword immortal surnamed Chun. After all, once the cultivators on the mountain traveled far away, they would easily disappear for decades. Chunpingan returned the greeting with cupped fists. Shopkeeper Wang, thank you for your hard work. Wang Tingfang asked softly, Junior will go get the account books now. When a businessman talked about business, it was more practical than any small talk. Chunpingan nodded and walked behind the counter together. Chunpingan took off the bamboo box and placed his bamboo hat on top of his walking stick. Wang Tingfang took out 2 account books. When Chunpingan saw this, his little worry vanished. If the business was really bad, how could there be 2 account books? Chunpingan had already seen many of the items on the shelves of treasures in the shop. He understood in his heart and then began to check the accounts. When he saw one item, he said in surprise, "There's really someone who paid such a high price to buy that pair of magic treasure-ranked golden crowns." Looking at the date of delivery, Chunpingan had a strange expression. He asked, "Is it a young woman with a Wuling accent and a retainer with a sword on her back?" Wang Tingfang was shocked. "Boss, you can even calculate this." Chunpingan was a little helpless. He did not reveal the identity of Sui Jingqing and Rong Chang, the nascent soul sword cultivator of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. He shook his head and sighed. She really doesn't care about money. She still sold it at a low price. Wang Tingfang was a little frightened. Chunpingan leaned on the counter and slowly flipped through the account books. He smiled. Shopkeeper Wang has already done the best for this transaction. I am just familiar with the other party, so I said it casually. There is no need to be so close. If I were to personally sell the goods in the shop, I would definitely not be able to sell them at shopkeeper Wang's price. As he carefully flipped through the account books, he chatted with Wang Tingfang about the recent situation of Spring Dew Garden and the business of Shining Night Cottage. Wang Tingfang smiled. It was just a coincidence. Relying on boss's great face, I was able to sell the treasures of the shop, the golden crowns. Last year's business appeared beautiful in the account books. It has nothing to do with me. Junior boldly begs Master not to tell the truth in front of my master. Otherwise, Junior will definitely pack up and leave by N's shop. My master is very concerned about Senior's shop's business. Every quarter's profit and loss, he will personally check it and summon Junior to inquire. Chunpingan nodded. This time, I brought some little profound wall tea cakes from Sparrow Manor. I will personally visit Immortal Master Tang to express my gratitude. The shop's business is much better than I imagined. If shopkeeper Wang is not worried that I will add to immortal Master Tang's business, I will definitely put in a good word for shopkeeper Wang. Wang Tingfang took 2 steps back and bowed. Sword Immoral Boss's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can only continue to work hard and help buy and shop earn more money. Chun Pingon closed the account book and did not flip through the second one. Since Wang Tingfang said that Shining Night Cottage would review it, Chun Pingon returned the favor. If he continued to read it, he would be slapping Wang Tingfang and Shining Night Cottage's faces. Gently pushing the 2 account books to Wang Tingfang, Chun Pingon smiled. There are no mistakes in the account books. They are recorded clearly. I have nothing to worry about. Also, shopkeeper Wang, when you do business in the future, you just need to make a steady profit. You don't need to be too strict about the shop's annual profit. The account books look good. After I leave Spring Dew Garden this time, I will probably be a hands-off shopkeeper for many years. I will have to trouble shopkeeper Wang. Wang Tingfang smiled and agreed. She kept the account books and carefully locked them in the drawer. Chun Pingon turned around and took out 2 items from the bamboo box. One of them was the jade bangle with the fire in the water phenomenon. It was engraved with a palindromic poem. The other item was an ancient bronze mirror. Without a doubt, it was the evil warding mirror. It was engraved with the most valuable 4 words, Gong family creation, together with the tree gall pot and the vegetarian tablet. These 4 items were all given to him by the martial artist Huang Shi. Afterwards, when he thought back to the trip to the mountain to search for treasures, to be able to part ways with Huang Shi, it was definitely not a pleasant reunion, but a pleasant parting. The tree gall pot itself was not of a high grade. However, after the old Jinren Huanyun examined it, he clearly said that this old item could help Qi cultivators to absorb the aura of wood-type spiritual treasures. To Chun Pingon, who was refining his 3rd wood-type natal item, it was something that could not be bought with money. When Chun Pingon was on his way to the south, he refined the tree gall pot into an auxiliary treasure for the key acupoint of the wooden house with the help of the fire dragon Jinren's art of refining the 3 mountains. He placed it in the wooden house. As for the fasting tablet, Chun Pingon also intended to refine it in the wooden house. However, refining it would take too much time. Chun Pingon was already very diligent in his cultivation to be able to refine the tree gall pot after spending 12 hours refining the water fate of the green bricks every day. During the few times he took the ferry, Chun Pingon spent almost all of his free time refining the items. Chun Pingon placed the jade bangle and the ancient mirror on the table. He briefly explained the origins of the 2 items and smiled. Since the 2 golden crowns have been sold, the buy-in shop no longer has a stabilizing treasure. Shopkeeper Wang, you can take these 2 items to make up the numbers. However, if you don't sell them, you can ask for a sky-high price. Anyway, they are only placed in the shop to attract Earth immortal customers. Although the shop is small, there are many high-quality goods. Wang Tingfang smiled and nodded in agreement. She carefully put away the 2 items and said, "Then I will buy 2 matching wooden boxes with the best quality from the Spring Dew Garden. Otherwise, it would be a waste of these 2 treasures." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Wang, you don't have to talk to me about this kind of expenses in the future. I trust the Night Illumination Cottage's business acumen, and I also trust shopkeeper Wang's character." Wang Tingfang bowed again to express her gratitude. Chun Pingon left buy and shop and went to see the young worker who helped to carve the 48 jade cliff pebbles. The worker was so grateful that he shed tears. Chun Pingon didn't say much and just chatted with him for a while with a smile. Then he went to see the old pagoda tree and stood there for a long time. After that, he rowed the talisman boat that Huan Yun gave him and went to the Night Illumination Cottage, and the old woman, the master of the Spring Dew Gardens Ferry, housekeeper Song Lan Xiao. The gifts he brought for his visit were the small Xian walls that Wu Jiong, the patriarch of the Sparrow Manor's discipline, gave him later. The old woman was especially happy. Her disciple Song Lanqiao's status in the Spring Dew Garden had risen because of this young foreign sword immortal. Moreover, the young man took the initiative to visit her twice and gave her enough face. The old woman didn't return his gifts the first time, and she still didn't return his gifts this time. It wasn't that the old woman was stingy, but the young sword immortal who always regarded himself as a junior said, "Don't do things more than 3 times and put them together," which made the old woman very happy. She personally sent him all the way to the foot of the mountain and went back to the mountain. The old woman, who had a high position in the patriarch's hall of Spring Dew Garden, thought for a while and decided to go back and visit the night illumination cottage more often. She also told her disciple Song Lanqiao to take care of the business of buy and shop in the future. There was no need to hide any traces and be at a disadvantage. In the future, he could just make it clear that it was his master's request. Who would dare to say that the master and disciple, and the two of them had Jindan realm cultivators? At the Taiwi sword Sex P in Ran Peak, he should have sent a small jar of Xuanbi to fulfill his promise. However, Chun Pingan didn't dare to add fuel to the fire at that time. Su Xingjiu's sincere visit earlier made Qi Jinglong drink to his heart's content. In the end, after drinking, he drank tea. Chun Pingan felt guilty and decided to send it to Qi Jinglong at the Spring Dew Garden. He would have to accept it even if he didn't want to. Previously, when he visited the night illumination cottage, Tang Qingqing, the first daughter of Immortal Master Tang, wasn't on the mountain. She had gone to the Great Guan Dynasty's Iron Mantis Manor to meet her lover. From the tone of Immortal Master Tang, the two of them were about to tie the knot and become a pair of Tao companions on the mountain. After that, Spring Dew Garden's night illumination cottage and Iron Mantis Manor would become in-laws. Immortal Master Tang invited Chun Pingan to the wedding banquet, but Chun Pingan found an excuse to decline. Immortal Master Tang didn't force him. Chun Pingan really didn't like Iron Mantis Manor. In fact, Chun Pingan had formed a grudge with them. On the ferry, he had personally killed the Golden Body realm warrior surnamed Liao, who had come from the battlefield. However, the Iron Mantis Manor's Wei family didn't pursue the matter. Instead, they were very respectful. Chun Pingan understood their forbearance. Therefore, both sides tried their best to stay out of each other's business. As for the saying, friendship grows from discord, and enmity vanishes with a smile, forget it. He drank several times with Lu Qimao, the Calligraphy Lake's river-intercepting perfected lord. They even became temporary allies and did business together. As for Chun Pingan, he had to get used to it even if he wasn't used to it. Chun Pingan reunited with He Xiaoyang on the shore of the West Sea of the North Continent. During their seemingly casual conversation, Chun Pingan said that if the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain had asked him to kowtow, Lu Xianyang would have been able to escape the calamity. On the other hand, Chun Pingan, would have kowtowed until a flower bloomed, let alone kowtowing. This was also true. It wasn't a joke. However, after Lu Jimao broke through to the upper 5 realms, Luopa Mountain still didn't congratulate him. On the road of life, there were 2 types of bowing to others. One was to live under someone else's roof and be forced by the situation. The other was to pursue the greatest benefits tirelessly. The former would make people depressed and speechless, while the latter would make people happy. Chun Pingan took a talisman boat and went to the Jade Cliff where Lu Jiqing brewed tea in the Golden Crow Palace. Now, it was his territory, just like the Taowu shop. Chun Pingan found a familiar person standing in the pavilion at the Jade Cliff. It was the owner of the Spring Dew Garden. The nascent soul patriarch Tan Ling Chun Pingan kept the talisman boat and walked quickly to the pavilion. Tan Ling walked down the steps of the pavilion and said with a smile, "I heard that Sword Immortal Chin was coming to the Spring Dew Garden. I happened to be free, so I came uninvited." Chun Pingan and Tan Ling walked into the pavilion together and sat opposite each other. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Tan, you're too courteous." Tan Ling smiled and handed over a newly published book from the Spring Dew Garden at the end of last winter. He said, "This is the most recent book, Winter Dew Spring." After that, the sect received feedback. This article about Sword Immortal Chen and Sword Immortal Lu on Jade Cliff was the most popular. Chun Pingon took the book and flipped to his article. The wording was beautiful and the content was appropriate. He planned to show it to his first disciple when he returned. Chun Pingon kept the book in his sleeve and looked at the white jade cliff and deep stream. He said softly, "It's a pity that I missed the farewell spring banquet twice. After this farewell, I wonder when I can return to the Spring Dew Garden." Tan Ling was actually a little puzzled. Why did this young sword immortal see the Spring Dew Garden in a different light? During their previous meeting, Tan Ling could only be said to be polite, but also a little distant. This was because Tan Ling and the Spring Dew Garden did not need to do any additional business. They just needed to be stable. However, not long after this young sword immortal in green left the Spring Dew Garden. In the Fufu Kingdom, not too far to the north, there was the magnificent feat of the Taihui sword sect's Lu Jinglong and another sword immortal performing a sword sacrifice together on a mountain peak. It was a golden sword beam that pierced the clouds and broke through the night. Tan Ling had some guesses when he connected it to the incident of the Golden Crow Palace's golden beam splitting the thunderclouds. Tan Ling could meet and chat with a sword immortal who was acquainted with the uncle master of the Golden Crow Palace, Lu Jiqing. However, apart from having a close relationship with the Golden Core Sword immortal Lu Jiqing, he was qualified to travel and perform a sword sacrifice together with the Taihui sword sect's Lu Jinglong, who was already a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. If Tan Ling did not care about his reputation, he should have personally waited outside the Bai and store on Laohui Street. It was not that Tan Ling did not want to lose face, but he was worried that his change in attitude after appearing twice would be too stiff. It would instead cause the young sword immortal to despise him and belittle the entire Spring Dew Garden. In the pavilion, both parties were still chatting politely. However, the young sword immortal's words made Tan Ling feel that this trip was not in vain. Tan Ling and Chun Pingon exchanged pleasantries for a while before getting up to leave. Chun Pingon walked her to the bottom of the steps of the pavilion and watched the nascent soul female cultivator leave on the wind. Chun Pingon wrote 3 secret letters and went to the Spring Dew Garden sword room. He sent them to the Taihui sword sect, City Above Clouds, and the Golden Crow Palace. Apart from sending a letter to Qi Jinglong, he also sent the small profound wall. The letter talked about the hateful sword Mountain's imitation sword and the purchase of treasures at Sanlang Temple. He asked Qi Jinglong to do as he saw fit after accepting 3 sword quizzes. He guaranteed to buy a sword immortal imitation sword and a treasure armor at Sanlang Temple. If it was not enough, Qi Jinglong would have to pay for it first. If there was a surplus, he could buy another hateful sword, Mountain's imitation sword. He would also try his best to pick some random treasures at Sanlang Temple. The letter was not ambiguous at all. It asked Qi Jinglong to show some of the demeanor of a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms and help him bargain. If the other party did not agree, he might as well be thick-skinned and say, "Taihui sword sect, Lu Jinglong," a few more times. At the end of the letter, he wished Qi Jinglong to successfully accept the 3 sword quizzes from Li Kai, Dongzhu, and Bai Shang. The letter sent to Su Xingjiu in City Above Clouds said that he had already met Mr. Lu. The last time he drank, he did not have a good time. It was mainly because the 3 battles were imminent, and he had to cultivate his mind. However, Mr. Lu recognized Su Xingjiu's drinking skills. Therefore, when Mr. Lu succeeded in the 3 sword quizzes, Su Xingjiu could go to the Taihui sword sect again. This time, Mr. Lu might be able to drink to his heart's content. At the same time, help him pass a message to the young man named Bai Shou. When Bai Shou left the mountain in the future, he could go to Wapa Mountain in the Aquarius continent. At the end of the letter, he told Su Xingjiu that if she had a reply, she could send it to the Hamba sect in the Skeleton Beach. The recipient was Pang Lanshi, the direct disciple of the ancestral master hall of the Muyi Mountain, and asked her to pass it to Qin Shaolang. The last letter was sent to the molten cast peak of the Golden Crow Palace. The recipient was, of course, the former owner of the Jade Cliff, Lu Jiqing. There were only 2 sentences in the letter. It is not easy to cultivate one's mind. You and I should work together. When I return to the Skeleton Beach, I will definitely ask Elder Pang for a set of the goddess portrait. After returning to the Jade Cliff, Qin Pingon sat alone in the pavilion and pondered for a long time. The ferry between the Spring Dew Garden and the Skeleton Beach would only arrive at the Talisman Water Crossing in 2 days. It seemed that he had a lot of things to do, but also that he had nothing to do. Qin Pingon left the pavilion, rolled up his sleeves and trousers, and went to the stream under the deep pool to search for stones. The Spring Dew Garden's golden core cultivator, Song Lan Xiao, was a little uneasy. It was because a terrifying passenger had arrived on the ferry that set off from the Skeleton Beach. It was a young man in white who was going to the Spring Dew Garden. Previously, at the junction of the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley, Song Lan Xiao did not witness the earth-shattering commotion with his own eyes because it happened so suddenly and ended so quickly. However, the cultivators with a bit of status on the mountain were best at collecting all kinds of information and looking for clues. After the handsome young man with a green bamboo cane boarded the ferry, the first thing Song Lan Xiao did was to send a message to the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall, telling them to be careful. This person had a strange temperament. The first thing he did when he arrived at the Skeleton Beach was to tear apart the sky of the Ghost Valley and smash a magic weapon on the head of the pure jade realm Gao Cheng in the Jingguan city. Gao Cheng, who was guarding the Jingguan city, was equivalent to the immortal realm. However, he did not chase after this young man who came to cause trouble. Once the Spring Dew Gardens suffered an unexpected calamity, what else could they do? While the ferry was heading to the Spring Dew Garden, the young man in white sneaked off the ferry and went to the mountains and rivers at the foot of the Cangyun Lake. However, he quickly caught up with the ferry and returned to the ferry late at night like a dog paddling in the water. If not for the restless Song Lan Xiao who had been staring at his ferry for the past few days, he would not have imagined that this person was so resourceful that he could enter and leave the Spring Dew Garden's secret restrictions, as if there was no one there. Song Lan Xiao was even more frightened, and that young man seemed to be very free. He often left the house and wandered around the ferry deck every day. After approaching the Spring Dew Garden, the handsome young man with the red mole between his eyebrows became a little impatient, as if he disliked the ferry for being too slow. However, for some reason, he stubbornly stayed on the ferry and did not leave with the wind. On this day, the young man took the initiative to find Song Lan Xiao. He knocked on the door and asked directly, "How's the business of the buy-in shop on La Huai Street?" Song Lan Xiao, who did not notice the young man's visit, asked carefully, "Senior, are you friends with that sword immortal Chen?" The young man widened his eyes and said angrily, "Bullsh *T, how can we be friends?" Song Lan Xiao's expression changed slightly, and his heart was in turmoil. Is this person an enemy of that young sword immortal? Has the Spring Dew Garden been implicated? What should I do? The young man sneered. "Why, do you know him?" Song Lan Xiao was in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "I do know Sword Immortal Chen, and we're quite familiar with each other. The first time Sword Immortal Chen went to the Spring Dew Garden, he took my ferry. Unexpectedly, The young man slapped the old golden core cultivator's shoulder heavily and said with a bright smile, "Good boy, you've broadened your path." Song Lanxiao staggered from the slap. The old golden core cultivator was stunned for a moment. The young man's smile did not fade as he invited Song Lanxiao to sit down and drink tea. Song Lanxiao was uneasy. After sitting down, he took the teacup, feeling a little fearful. Unknowingly, Song Lanxiao had forgotten that this was his territory. The young man did not drink tea himself. Instead, he placed the green bamboo mountain staff on the table and placed his hands on the table. He smiled and said, "Since you're an acquaintance of my master, then you're a friend of mine, Cui Dongshan." Song Lanxiao was even more confused. There were only a few cultivators in the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Among the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, there was no one named Cui Dongshan. However, there was one with the surname Cui. He was the state preceptor of Great Li Cui Shi. He was a very famous name among the cultivators of the peak of the North Continent. As for the young man in front of him, how did he become that young sword immortal student? It was not that Song Lanxiao looked down on that young man, but it was just that it did not make sense. Cui Dongshan smiled. My master is a sentimental person. Before returning to Muyi Mountain, he will definitely visit your spring dew garden. It was mainly because of the old locust tree there. That was why Cui Dongshan was so certain. Song Lanxiao could not help but ask, "Sword Immortal Chen is your master?" Cui Dongshan glanced at him. "Jealous? Do you have the right to be jealous? My master only accepts disciples from thousands of people. None of them are like that." Song Lanxiao was about to break down. What the hell was going on? That young sword immortal who had some ties with Spring Dew Garden along the way treated people and chatted casually. It could be said that he was polite and well-mannered. Thinking back on it, it was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. How could there be such a strange student? Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled. "Lanxiao, do you not believe that I'm your master's disciple? Or do you not believe that your master has a disciple like me?" Song Lanxiao's hair stood on end. The two statements seemed to have similar meanings, but they were actually very mysterious. He had to be very careful with his reply. In fact, he did not have many choices. There were only two. He could say good things about the person in front of him, or he could go crazy and say good things about the young sword immortal. It was inevitable that he would belittle this eccentric person who was bold, had many Dharma treasures, and had a high cultivation level. Song Lanxiao quickly weighed the pros and cons. He felt that it was better to be honest and seek safety. He said slowly, "I really can't believe that the young sword immortal Chen has a student like you." Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, "What a pity. You've narrowed the path again." Song Lanxiao cursed in his heart. "Seeing such an eccentric senior like you, I'll have to offer incense to my ancestors when we reach the spring dew garden." Cui Dongshan chuckled. "When we return to the spring dew garden, it's time to offer incense to your ancestors." Song Lanxiao's heart tightened. Cui Dongshan smiled. "A clear conscience is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. I'm not a ghost, and you're not guilty either. What are you afraid of?" Song Lanxiao said bitterly, "Senior, you must be joking." Cui Dongshan nodded. "I'm talking to you with a smile." "So, Lanxiao, your words have a double meaning. You're very knowledgeable. Have you studied before?" Song Lanxiao was speechless. Cui Dongshan picked up his mountain traveling staff and stood up. "Then I'll take my leave first. I'll try my luck and see if he's already at the spring dew garden. Lanxiao, you won't have to worry so much." Song Lanxiao felt that there was nothing he could say, so he shut his mouth and silently sent the senior off. The handsome youth in white robes and green bamboo came across the threshold and strode down the corridor. He raised his hand and waved. There's no need to send me off. Song Lan Xiao stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He was sweating profusely and was oblivious to it. Cui Dongshan walked to the bow of the ferry and rose. The entire ferry plummeted hundreds of feet. That person transformed into a streak of light and left, a snow-white figure with a thunderous momentum. Chun Pingan was bending over to pick up pebbles by the stream. He placed them in the pocket of his green robes and shielded them with one hand. Suddenly, he stood up and looked over. He saw Cui Dongshan. Chun Pingan was stunned for a long while before asking, "Senior Cui has left." Cui Dongshan acknowledged and lowered his head. Chun Pingan said, "I'm fine. Are you okay?" Cui Dongshan raised his head. "Teacher, not so good." Chun Pingan let the pebbles fall into the stream and walked to the shore. Unknowingly, the teacher was half a head taller than the student. Chun Pingan reached out and pressed on Cui Dongshan's shoulder. "Then let's go home together." "564. The atmosphere in the Spring Dew Gardens Ancestral Hall was a little strange. Some people were in a heavy mood. They were the elders of the Spring Dew Garden, who lived in seclusion. There were also some who cultivated in the Spring Dew Garden. Some people were watching the show and were in a good mood. For example, Tang Shi, the owner of the last seat of the Night Shine Cottage, was the teacher of Song Lan Xiao. This old woman and Tang Shi, who used to be indifferent, looked at each other and nodded slightly. There was a hidden smile in their eyes. Some people were in a complicated mood, such as Tan Ling, who was sitting on the main seat. This was because Song Lan Xiao had sent 2 messages to the Hall of Patriarchs. The first secret message was about a foreign cultivator with an unfathomable cultivation base. He was dressed in white and looked like an immortal. After he arrived at the Skeleton Beach on the Zhuangsex cross-continent ferry, he threw a storm of magic weapons at the Jingguan city. Gao Cheng and the Ghost Valley did not take any action, as if they were quite afraid of this person. The second secret letter said that this person claimed to be the young sword immortal student. He kept calling the young man Chun Mister. His temperament was strange and unpredictable. Song Lan Xiao admitted that he would not be able to fight back if he fought with him. Tan Ling passed the 2 secret letters to everyone. When the letters returned to his hand, he gently put them in his sleeve and said, "I have personally sent a message to the Zhuangsex Mui Mountain to ask about this person's background. There is no reply yet. Everyone, do you have any good ideas about how we should deal with this? We can't place all our hopes on the Zhuang sect, because this person obviously has a good relationship with Mui Mountain. Also, I guess that Mr. Chen is the sword cultivator who worshipped the sword with sword immortal Lu of the Taihui sword sect in the territory of Fuchu last year." The ancestral hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Spring Dew Garden was considered the top mountain among the second-rate immortal forces in the North Continent. It was similar to the Baby Mountain, the Thunder God Residence, and the Lion Peak. It was well known, had a wide range of friends, and had a deep foundation. It was only one step away from becoming a great cultivator in the pure jade realm. The awkward situation of the Spring Dew Garden was that Tan Ling could not break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He was destined to have no hope of reaching the 5 realms. Now, he was very flustered when facing the student and Mr. Chun. Tan Ling asked again, "Tang Shi, what do you think of that? Mr. Chen's temperament?" This form of address caused Tan Ling's expression to become somewhat unnatural. Tang Shi, who was sitting closest to the door of the Ancestral Master Hall, reached out his hand and gently stroked the armrest of his chair. He carefully considered his words and said slowly, "I can't tell his cultivation level, and his background is shrouded in fog. But when it comes to doing business, Mr. Chun is very particular about fairness." Today was the first time that Tan Ling had seriously asked Tang Shi for his opinion in the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters. The old woman smiled and said, Young Master Chen is a very polite and well-behaved young man. Perhaps you haven't interacted with him before, so you don't know. In any case, I like him very much. Young Master Chen took the initiative to visit me twice, and I received a spirit tool and a small profound wall tea cake for free. Now, I'm worried about what gift I should return the next time young Master Chen climbs the mountain. We can't possibly let him go up the mountain 3 times and return empty-handed. Young Master Chen himself said, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Save it all together. It's a pity that my family is poor." When the time comes, I don't know if I'll implicate the spring dew garden. If I return the gift with a shabby one, it'll only be a joke. The old woman's words were full of mysteries. Tan Ling smiled a little more. "Junior Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about this. Junior Sister Lin can choose a decent gift from the Spring Dew Garden's Hall of Ancestral Masters today," the old woman said with a fake smile. "Senior Sister Tan, won't this make our Spring Dew Garden spend a lot of money? That's not very appropriate, right? In fact, I can sell everything I have and borrow some immortal money from that useless disciple, Song Lan Xiao, and gather a magic weapon." Tan Ling's expression was normal as he smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble Song Lan Xiao. Song Lan Xiao has been cautious and conscientious for so many years. It's already not easy for him to manage the fairy business for the Spring Dew Garden." The old woman pretended to be enlightened and said, "Senior Sister Tan is a nascent soul great cultivator after all. Your memory is better than a useless golden core junior sister like me." This old woman almost forgot that I have a golden core disciple like Song Lan Xiao who is always running around outside. The old foxes in the Hall of Ancestral Masters became more and more alert. Judging from her tone, this old woman wanted to pull her disciple into the Hall of Ancestral Masters. This was no small matter. "Let's not talk about that disciple of mine who works hard. This child was born without a good life." Ooh. Unexpectedly, the old woman quickly changed the topic and didn't mention the addition of seats in the Hall of Ancestral Masters. The old woman just turned to look at Tang Shi and said slowly, "Our consecrated Tang has it even harder than Song Lan Xiao. Not only does he work hard, but he also has a lot of merit. How can he still sit in the seat closest to the door? Half of the Spring Dew Garden's business is from Yi Yi Cottage. If I remember correctly, the chairs in the Hall of Ancestral Masters were built by Yi Yi Cottage. We old people who live a stable life have to have a little conscience. In my opinion, why don't I exchange seats with Tang Shi? I'll move to the door and sit there, so that Senior Sister Tan and everyone else won't be in a difficult position." Tang Shi immediately stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed. He said in a deep voice, "Absolutely not. I'm a businessman. My cultivation aptitude is very poor. Although the business I have is not small, it can only be done by relying on the Spring Dew Garden. I've always been aware of my own abilities. To be able to discuss matters with everyone in the Hall of Ancestral Masters is already taking credit for myself. I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts." The old woman grumbled, "Tang Shi, you only have one daughter, and she's about to get married. Don't the great Guan dynasty's Iron Mystic Manor's in-laws, Madam Wei, and His Majesty the Emperor think that you're not a gatekeeper in the Hall of Ancestral Masters? Tang Shi, you're magnanimous and can take all the gossip. Even I, an outsider, feel uncomfortable listening to it. I don't have any congratulatory gifts, so I can only exchange seats with Tang Shi. Take it as my humble effort." The Spring Dew Garden actually had an old patriarch in charge of finances, but Tang Shi was publicly recognized as the Spring Dew Garden's god of wealth, compared to the former's reputation. Tang Shi was clearly more respected inside, and outside the Spring Dew Garden, the old woman kept calling him Tang Shi. This wasn't disrespect, but a clear show of closeness. An old man who was in charge of the Hall of Ancestral Masters was livid. He sneered, "Aren't we discussing a countermeasure? Why are we talking about Tang Shi's daughter's marriage? If we can step on watermelons and slide wherever we want in this strictly regulated Ancestral Masters Hall, then should we talk about the Skeleton Beach's dark tea? And see if it tastes good? Do you want to prepare a few caddies of tea in the Ancestral Hall? Next time, we can chat about trivial matters for 14 to 14 hours while drinking tea?" The old woman smiled. To senior brother Gao, the marriage of Tang Shi's only daughter and the friendship between the Spring Dew Garden and the Great Guan Dynasty's emperor are, of course, trivial matters. The old patriarch of the Spring Dew Garden, who was in charge of finances, pressed down heavily on the chair handle and said angrily, "Lin, stop trying to confuse us. Your little abacus is so loud that it can shake the heavens. Do you really think that all of us here are blind and deaf?" The old woman exclaimed and mocked, "Oh, so you're not?" Tang Shi smiled bitterly and started to hold his breath. This new ally of his was still a little impatient. If he added fuel to the fire now, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. It was better to wait and see. Tan Ling waved his hand, lightly. "These are naturally not trivial matters. After we solve this urgent matter, we will talk about it, and it will be today. First, we will try to confirm the date of their departure. Second, we will think about how to smoothly solve this troublesome matter during this period. As for whether we can make use of this incense, whether it's Tan Ling or the Spring Dew Garden, we won't have extravagant hopes or demands. Finally, we will discuss who will come forward and choose a candidate. It can be Song Lanxiao or anyone else. I will also say the ugly words first. No matter what the final result is, good or bad, the Spring Dew Garden should record this person's achievement. If the result doesn't meet expectations, if anyone dares to make irresponsible remarks, bring up old scores, and make sarcastic remarks, then don't blame me for using the ancestral rules." Speaking up to this point, Tan Ling smiled. "If you feel that you need me to go personally, as long as it's the result of the discussion in the Ancestral Masters Hall, I will not shirk my responsibility. If I don't do it well, if you have any complaints, even if you criticize me in front of the Ancestral Masters Hall in the future, I, Tan Ling, will accept as the Mountain Master." After half an hour, Tang Shi took the lead and left the Ancestral Masters Hall. The rest of the people in the Ancestral Masters Hall quietly waited for news. The old woman smiled and said, "It's clear who's doing the work and who's retreating." These words, Tan Ling frowned. The old man was furious. "Lin Swao Yi, say that again?" The old woman asked in return, hard of hearing. Tan Ling said in a low voice, "Gao Song, Lin Swao Yi, shut up." The old man and the old woman were angry and smiled, but in the end they stopped talking. Tan Ling sighed in his heart. The two of them had almost become immortal Taoist companions in the past, but the grudges between them could not be resolved clearly. They could not be severed, and it was even more chaotic. A guest elder of the Spring Dew Garden suddenly said, "Mountain Master Tan, should we use the Mountain River observation magic to check for signs on the Jade Cliff? If Tang Shi makes a fool of himself, we can prepare in advance." The old woman smiled. "There's a hard of hearing, and now there's a blind one." Tan Ling and the guest elder turned a deaf ear to Lin Swao Yi's sarcasm. Tan Ling shook his head. "This is not appropriate. The other party is at least an old nascent soul cultivator, most likely a senior in the Jade Raw realm. If it's a nascent soul cultivator, it's fine, but if it's a Jade Raw realm cultivator, no matter how careful I am, this person will be able to detect traces. Then Tang Shi's trip to the Jade Cliff will be very dangerous." The old woman said sarcastically, "Hasn't Tang Shi always been an outsider of the Spring Dew Garden? There are many people coveting his family business in the Ancestral Masters Hall. Tang Shi died in vain, and we can use Tang Shi's business to solve the problem. We can settle the displeasure of young Master Chen and his student. Maybe the spring dew garden will make a profit." The guest elder smiled bitterly. Tan Ling was extremely angry. He stood up and glared at the old woman whose words today were as sharp as knives. "Lin Suaobi, do you still want to help Song Lanxiao have a place in the ancestral master's hall?" The old woman chuckled. "Let's not talk about it. In the past, I didn't have the right to speak. Today, the sun is rising from the west, so I can't help but speak a little more. As long as my disciple can enter the ancestral master's hall, even if Song Lanxiao can only lean against the door with a small stool and be a gatekeeper, I, Lin Suaobi, can guarantee that I will still be a mute in the future." After the old woman finished speaking, she looked outside the gate of the ancestral master's hall. Tan Ling originally wanted to reprimand Lin Suaobi to prevent him from going overboard in the future. However, when he saw the old woman's withered face, he couldn't bear it. Moreover, there should be a few people who were willing to work in the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral master's hall. Tang Shi from the Shining Night Cottage, Song Lanxiao, who had been in charge of the ferry for many years, and Lin Suaobi, who had made a promise today. The three of them formed an alliance. Tan Ling felt that the appearance of this small mountain in the Spring Dew Garden wasn't entirely a bad thing. Tang Shi didn't travel with the wind. Instead, he rode a Spring Dew Garden talisman boat and arrived at the Jade Cliff. Before putting away the talisman boat, Tang Shi saw a young sword fairy in a green robe from afar. He was actually touching stones in the stream with the young man in white. They were really leisurely and elegant. Chun Pingon heard that Song Lanxiao's ferry would arrive at the Talisman Water Crossing tomorrow, so he just had to wait with Cui Dongshan. He returned to the stream and touched the stones in the water, picking and choosing. He listened to Cui Dongshan talk about what he had seen and heard on this cross-continent trip. After talking about the Skeleton Beach and Jingguan City, Chun Pingon asked a question. With Zhu Quan, the suzerain of the hemp sect, stationed in that small town, could Gao Cheng's cultivation and the troops of Jingguan City and its vassal forces pull out this nail in one spurt of energy? Cui Dongshan didn't hesitate and said it was very simple. If Zhu Quan was willing to live alone, he could of course slip away and return to Muyi Mountain. But according to Zhu Quan's temper, he would definitely fight to the death in the Ghost Valley. He would risk his own life and the formation of Qinglu Town to hurt Jingguan City, so that the next generation of Muyi Mountain could grow up. For example, Du Wenxi, a cultivator with the bottleneck of Oris Core, who had been stationed in Qinglu Town for many years, and the young Pang Lanxi, a direct disciple of the Grand Master Hall. However, Cui Dongshan also said that Gao Cheng treated Zhu Quan differently. That was why he didn't want to fall out with him. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "How long have you been at the Skeleton Beach? How do you know so much?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Knowing the big picture from small clues is one of my few abilities." Then Cui Dongshan whispered, "Gao Cheng's background when he was alive. I've gained a little from my trip to the North Continent. With the help of the hemp sect, Gao Cheng's accurate birth date, birthplace, ancestral grave, and feng shui are now in my hands. These were originally insignificant matters. If it were an immortal cultivator from the North Continent, they wouldn't be able to use these to make things difficult for Jing Guanqing. At most, they would just be scratching an itch. Unfortunately, Gao Cheng met me, his student, so it matters a lot." Chun Pingon picked up a snow-white pebble and put it in the front pocket of his green robe. He said, "Gao Cheng did something to Zhou Mili. This is the worst thing he did." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "He's not human." Cui Dongshan immediately said, "Brother Gao is not human." Chun Pingon glanced at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan blinked and said, "Brother Gao has a little brother now. It's a pity that I didn't bring him with me during my trip to the north. If you have the chance in the future, you can meet Brother Gao. He's quite handsome, but he's not smart enough." Chun Pingon asked, "Is he similar to the young boy attendant by Mr. Li's side?" Chui Dongshan nodded and said, "One is used for practice, while the other is carefully sculpted. There are some differences." Chun Pingon hesitated and said, "If it's possible, it's best if we can treat each other like real humans one day. However, you should judge for yourself. I'm just telling you my thoughts. I don't have to ask you to do anything." Chui Dongshan's eyes were bright. He was even younger than a teenager. He smiled and said, "Since you say it's possible, why can't I?" The two of them noticed Tang Shi and the talisman boat and stopped talking. Tang Shi slowly came to the stream and bowed. Tang Shi of the Night Illumination Cottage greets Mr. Chun. Chun Pingon walked ashore with a bag of pebbles in one hand and greeted Tang Shi with a smile. Behind him, Chui Dongshan had more pebbles in his bag. He had to use both hands to pull them, which made him look funny. Chun Pingon and Tang Shi walked side by side. Tang Shi went straight to the point. "Mr. Chun, the people at Spring Dew Garden are a little worried. So I've taken the liberty to come here and disturb your cultivation." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Immortal Master Tang, please tell Mrs. Tan not to worry. My disciple and I will soon take Senior Song's ferry to the Skeleton Beach. The two of us will not cause trouble for Spring Dew Garden. Otherwise, we'll be biting the hand that feeds us. From this Jade Cliff to the shop on Laohui Street, to Immortal Master Tang and Senior Lin, we owe too much to Spring Dew Garden. When we arrive at Lin Insect's Mai Mountain, I'll try to put in a good word for Spring Dew Garden with the people I know there. I also hope that Lin Insect and Spring Dew Garden, who are already friends, can improve our relationship. However, my words carry little weight. I can't guarantee that my words will be of any use. If these beautiful words of mine were to be wasted on the other side of the Mui Mountain, I hope that I can visit the Spring Dew Garden in the future. Don't close the door of Immortal Master Tang's Illumination Cottage. At least let me have a cup of tea." Ooh. Tang Shi was relieved and sincerely grateful. He bowed again and said, "Mr. Chun, I'll remember your kindness." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Wang Tingfang is taking good care of the shop. Immortal Master Tang, you don't have to worry too much about it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and Shopkeeper Wang will be nervous." Tang Shi nodded and said, "Since Mr. Chun has spoken, I'll let Wang Tingfang do it himself. However, Mr. Chin, don't worry. Spring Dew Garden is big, but it's also small. If there's anything wrong, I'll give Wang Tingfang a warning. If he dares to slack off when he's making money so easily, it means that he has a problem with his conscience. It's my Night Illumination Cottage's fault for not teaching him well and failing to live up to Mr. Chen's kindness. If that's the case, the next time Mr. Chen comes to my Night Illumination Cottage for tea, Tang Shi, will drink first and punish myself by drinking 3 cups before I dare to drink tea with Mr. Chen." Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. Tang Shi did things quickly and decisively. He said his goodbyes and left, saying that he had to report back to the ancestral hall. This time he didn't take the slow talisman boat. Instead, he rode the wind and left. From beginning to end, Chui Dongshan didn't say a word. Chun Pingon turned to look at Chui Dongshan and said, "With you here, it's rare for me to use someone else's power." Chui Dongshan said, "Seriously, it's natural for a teacher to scold a student." Chun Pingon laughed angrily and said, "What are you talking about?" The two of them came to the pavilion. Chun Pingon sat on the steps while Chui Dongshan sat beside him. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were 1 step lower. The two of them had already piled up the cobblestones that they couldn't afford to take. Chui Dongshan's elbows were on the steps behind him. He leaned back and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. It was autumn, and it was still lush and green. However, the colors between people wouldn't be like this. Evergreen all year round. Chun Pingon rolled up his sleeves and trousers. He was barefoot. His shoes were at the pavilion behind him, and the tips of his boots were facing the bench. Chui Dongshan's mountain walking stick was leaning against the pavilion pillar. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "When I was an apprentice of the dragon kiln, I looked at the soil everywhere. I went and wondered if it was suitable to make porcelain. After I became a bag shop, I thought about earning money everywhere I went and whether I could save up." Chun Pingan sighed. Rubbing the purple gold soil is a big deal. The matter of burning porcelain to open a new room was even more important. No matter how beautiful the previous foundation and glaze looked, if they were burned incorrectly later on, it wouldn't be of any use. As long as there was a slight mistake, all their efforts would go to waste. Dozens of people, and at least half a year's worth of hard work would all go to waste. Therefore, the matter of opening a new room had always been personally supervised by Old Man Yao. Even a proud disciple like Lu Xianyang wouldn't allow it. Old Man Yao would sit on the bench and personally watch over the kiln fire. However, Old Man Yao often said that once the porcelain was put into the kiln, whether it succeeded or not, whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or better, and whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or better, and whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or not, 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 whether it was good or not. In fact, most of them have become fragments of the porcelain mountain. At that time, I heard that because it was the emperor's personal item, it was better to have it than to have it substandard. If it was a little lacking, it would be smashed into pieces. At that time, I felt that the old people in my hometown said that the emperor was far away from the high heavens. It was really touching. Chun Pingan smiled. But at that time, I felt that the top of the old locust tree was very high. The pointy head of the old porcelain mountain was also very high. As for whether it was far or not, it was probably far enough to go to the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. At least it was much farther than when I was young. I went up the mountains to pick herbs. Chui Dongshan was in a daze. Hearing this, Chui Dongshan said softly, "When I was young, I was locked up in the attic to study. I didn't feel anything about the height. I could only look into the distance through the small window. At that time, I hated books the most. I had a good memory and could remember everything. At that time, I swore that if I wanted to learn from a teacher, I would find a teacher who was shallow in knowledge, who had a small collection of books, and who didn't care about others. Later on, I found an old scholar who was starving in a shabby alley. At first, I didn't think that the old scholar was very knowledgeable. Later on, I realized that the teacher I randomly found was actually quite knowledgeable. Later on, he was taken by an old elementary scholar who had yet to make a name for himself and traveled around the world. He was refused entry many times, but he also met many true scholars. When the old elementary scholar said that he wanted to go back and compile a book, he felt that he had walked a long way. At that time, the old scholar swore that if this book was printed, it would sell at least 1,000 copies. It would definitely be sold to other provinces and counties. When he said this, the old scholar's voice was very loud. I knew then that he had a guilty conscience. Ooh, Chun Pingan smiled. She chose me because of Mr. Chi. At first, it had almost nothing to do with me, Chun Pingan. You shamelessly begged me to be your teacher, but in fact, It was the old scholar who forced you to become his disciple. It had little to do with me, Chun Pingon, in the beginning. Chui Dongshan wanted to say something. Chun Pingon waved his hand and continued. But even if it didn't have much to do with me, it still had something to do with me. Because at some point in time, I was that one, or even one in a million. It was very small, but it was the beginning of everything. I'm not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. In fact, to me, there was an even bigger part. I was the totality of many things. For example, after my father left and my mother fell ill, I was the totality of everything. If I didn't do anything, I really would have nothing at all. Back then, the door in Gu Ken's courtyard, the bowl of rice on the table in their house, was also the totality of everything. Chun Pingon from Mud Bottle Alley might have been able to change his way of living. But the Chun Pingon who is sitting here and talking to you today is definitely gone. At this point, Chun Pingon gently clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. When we miss this world very much, our days will be very difficult. Chun Pingon turned his head and smiled. But what a coincidence. I'm afraid of everything, but I'm not afraid of suffering. I even feel that the more I suffer, the more it proves that I'm alive in this world. There's no other way. If I don't think like this, my life will be even more difficult. Ooh. Chun Pingon looked at the white-clothed youth. Only in this matter, you're inferior to me. This disciple is inferior to teacher. But this matter don't learn. It's not that it's bad. It's just that you don't need it. Chui Dongshan nodded. Chun Pingon leaned back and folded his hands under his head. He said softly, Pei Qian suddenly learned martial arts because of Chao Qingling, right? Chui Dongshan grunted. Teacher guessed that Pei Qian had already started practicing martial arts. The reason why he practiced martial arts was even more so. Chun Pingon said, Then when I meet her, I'll tell her that she can miss Senior Chui, but she doesn't need to feel guilty. If Pei Qian nods and agrees but can't do it, that's even better. I believe she'll be the same. Pei Qian, you and I, we're all the same. We know the truth, but we can't get over it. So when we grow up, every time we return to our hometown, whether it's thinking or walking, we'll be worried. The older we get, the more we can't see it. For Pei Qian, the bamboo house in Desolation Mountain was the bottom of her heart. Senior Chui was able to take her through the bottom of the Nanyuan Kingdom. If Senior Chui was gone, she would never be able to cross the new bottom of her heart in this life. But I feel that there are some bottomless pits that stay in the heart for a lifetime. If it's unfair, we can only secretly go around it. There's nothing wrong with that. Chun Pingon finally said, I'm most afraid that I'll feel that I have a clear conscience. I'll feel that my conscience is better. I'll take it for granted. What do you think? Chui Dongshan turned his head. Teacher was no longer speaking. He closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Chui Dongshan also closed his eyes, and his thoughts drifted away. Only the murmuring of the water could be heard. The mountain was high and dangerous, but no words could be heard. Chui Dongshan felt somewhat at ease and fell asleep leisurely. After an unknown period of time, Chui Dongshan suddenly said, Teacher, how sad are you to see little treasure bottle and Pei Qian grow up? How gratified will Qi Jingchun be to see her grow up? Ooh. Chun Pingon didn't speak. He seemed to be still sleeping. Chui Dongshan didn't speak anymore. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher? Chun Pingon said softly, Yes. "565. Chun Pingon and Chui Dongshan went to their own shop on Laohui Street. Chun Pingon sat on a small bamboo chair at the door, basking in the warm autumn sun. Chui Dongshan chased away the acting shopkeeper, Wang Tingfong, and told him to rest for a day. Wang Tingfang saw the young boss nodding with a smile, so she left the shop in confusion. Business was still okay that day because there were many young female cultivators on Laohuai Street who heard that a rare, handsome young man had come. Chui Dongshan's ability to make women drink soup was great, so he earned a lot of unscrupulous, immortal money. Chen Pingan didn't care. The next day, at Fu Shui Ferry, Tan Ling and Tang Shi showed up together. Of course, Song Lan Xiao, who was in charge of the Spring Dew Garden Ferry, was also there. After the greetings, Chen Pingan and Chui Dongshan boarded the ferry. Song Lan Xiao followed them all the way. This experienced and knowledgeable old Jindan cultivator found something strange. When he saw the young sword immortal and the young man in white alone, he couldn't connect the two of them together, especially when he couldn't imagine that they were teachers and students. However, when the two of them walked together, there was a kind of inexplicable harmony. Could it be because they both held the green bamboo mountain staff? Song Lan Xiao didn't dare to say much. He just mentioned something and thanked them sincerely. It turned out that Song Lan Xiao had just gotten a chair in the Spring Dew Gardens Ancestral Hall, although it was just to replace Tang, Shi's position at the bottom. With Tang Shi on his left and right, they seemed to be the two-door gods of the Spring Dew Gardens Ancestral Hall. However, this step was a great boost to the reputation of the immortals on the mountain and the secular dynasty. It was an extra large sum of immortal money every year, and it was also the rise of some families in the mortal world. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Song Lan Xiao had received a great favor from the young sword immortal. However, Song Lan Xiao was smart. He was used to doing business and was pragmatic, so he didn't try to please the young man surnamed Chen. On the ferry, Song Lan Xiao arranged a heavenly room for them. After thinking for a while, he decided not to let the female cultivators of the Spring Dew Gardens show their faces. Inside the house, Chui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for Chen Pingan and leaned on the table. His two snow-white sleeves took up nearly half of the table. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mister, in terms of fighting, 10 Spring Dew Gardens can't compare to one linen sect. But in terms of business, Spring Dew Gardens doesn't lose to linen sect at all. In the future, our Luo Mountain and Spring Dew Gardens will have a lot to talk about. We will definitely have frequent dealings." Chen Pingan drank his tea and didn't say anything. Chui Dongshan said, "Tan Ling is someone who seeks stability because the business of Spring Dew Gardens has reached its peak. On the mountain, they are wholeheartedly relying on linen sect. Down the mountain, they are mainly trying to win over Daguan dynasty. There is nothing wrong with that. In the past, even if she wanted to support Tang, she was too afraid. She was worried that this god of fortune would be in cahoots with Gao Song, who only knows how to make money desperately. At that time, Spring Dew Gardens will be finished. When it is time for Tan Ling, Spring Dew Gardens will have a change of dynasty. Tan Ling's lineage has a lot of disciples, but none of them are capable. They are in a critical situation. They can't withstand Tang Shi and Gao Song's alliance. When the time comes, the disciples won't be able to help. They can't beat Tang Shi and Gao Song. In terms of money, the difference is like heaven and earth. So Tang Shi and Lin Suo's alliance is the most reliable. Although Lin Suobi has a bad temper, he has no ambition and is loyal to Spring Dew Gardens. With Song Lan Xiao, who is moved to tears by Tan Ling, the three of them together, Spring Dew Gardens will have a new atmosphere. If our Luo Mountain hands over a pillow to help Spring Dew Gardens open a gap in the north of Aquarius continent, even if it is a small gap, it will make the many cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens who are familiar with trade and commerce feel invigorated. And Aquarius continent is currently undergoing construction everywhere. Spring Dew Gardens has people, materials, and money. Both sides take what they need from Luo Mountain. They are the most suitable business partners. But we also need to pay attention to Spring Dew Garden's acclimatization in Aquarius continent. Fortunately, the Dali imperial court, from the civil officials to the generals on the battlefield, and the cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens can piss in the same pot. Mister's plan is far-reaching. The pieces are accurate and meticulous. You can be said to have the style of a national master. Hearing this, Qin Pingan finally couldn't help but laugh. Luo Pa Mountain's feng shui. Is it you who led it astray? Cui Dongshan felt wronged. How is that possible? Old Chef Zhu, big senior sister, brother to Feng, they are all experts in this field. Furthermore, Luo Pa Mountain's feng shui is not bad. Chun Pingan said, I did not purposely plan to work with Spring Dew Gardens. To put it bluntly, I did not even dare to think about it. Doing a little business is already good enough. If it really succeeds, it will be mostly due to your contributions. Cui Dongshan raised an arm, extended his finger, and tapped 3 times on the table, drawing a triangle. Tang Shi Lin Sua Yi Song Lan Xiao. It's a 3. Tan Ling's faction, Gao Song's faction, Tang Shi's small mountain, it's another 3. Luo Pa Mountain, Zhuang Ma sect, Spring Dew Gardens, it's still a 3. Mister has gathered all the various powerhouses, the southern end of North Continent, the northern part of Aquarius Continent. It's an even bigger 3. Out of all the relationships in the world, this is the most stable. Mister, are you still not willing to admit that you are a national master in chess? Ooh. Chun Pingan shook his head and laughed. It's just a coincidence. Cui Dongshan sighed. Mister is very modest. This student has learned from you. Chun Pingan laughed and scolded. Get lost? Cui Dongshan was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Chun Pingan immediately said, Again? Cui Dongshan felt that all his skills and weapons had no place to show their prowess. Mister is indeed powerful. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, When we reach the Skeleton Beach, do you want to meet Gao Cheng? I can guarantee that Mister will have no worries. Chun Pingan shook his head. I won't go to Jingguan City for the time being, Cui Dongshan asked, because this person sacrificed his sword for Pu Yao and took the initiative to break the sky curtain. Does he still have some heroic spirit left? Chun Pingan said, It's not that simple. It's more complicated. We'll talk about it later. Cui Dongshan naturally had no objection. After passing by Suiji City and Song Yun Lake, Chun Pingan left the house. Cui Dongshan stood beside the railing at the bow of the boat with him, overlooking the earth. Song Yun Lake, which occupied a vast area, looked like a dark green stone lying quietly in a jade cliff stream from the ferry's side. He still owed a certain fire god temple over there a drink. He could only owe it to them first. Cui Dongshan whispered, Mister, don't take such risks in the future. Chun Pingan said, Of course I should nod and agree. I will indeed be careful now, telling myself that I must stay away from the storm. After becoming a cultivator on the mountain, the matters below the mountain are external matters. However, you and I both know that once things come to a head, it will be difficult. Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing with his legs bent. His 2 sleeves that were exposed outside the railing were like 2 small snow-white waterfalls. Chun Pingan asked, Is Zhou Mili used to staying in Luo Pa Mountain? Cui Dongshan nodded. She's very used to it. She always feels that Pei Qian, who copies books every day, is a scholar. She is eagerly waiting for Pei Qian to write the story of the Mute Lake monster for her in the future. The little girl is a mess of a lackey. She is Pei Qian's little tail every day, carrying the mountain staff. Now, she has been promoted from the right guardian of Dragon Riding Alley to the right guardian of Luo Pa Mountain. Now, before speaking to others, she has to cough twice to moisten her throat, and then speak like an old man. It's all a bad habit she learned from my eldest senior sister. Chun Pingan smiled and said, It's pretty good. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, Are you really going to record the little girl into the ancestral hall of Luapa Mountain and become the right guardian of a mountain? Chun Pingan said, "Of course, this is not child's play. In the past, I was a little hesitant, but after seeing the mountains and undercurrents of the Spring Dew Garden, I became determined. I want outsiders to feel that Luapa Mountain is very strange and incomprehensible. It's not that I don't know the price of doing this, but I can strive to make up for it elsewhere. It can be me, Chun Pingan, the mountain master, earning more money and cultivating diligently. It can also be you, the student, or Julien Lu Baixiang. Our existence is the reason for Zhou Mili and Chen Rusha's existence. It will also be the reason for some new faces of Luapa Mountain to feel that it's not strange like this. I don't reject the idea of Luapa Mountain becoming a sect in the future, but I will never deliberately give up the flowers and plants on the roadside in order to gather forces. Those flowers and plants on Luapa Mountain were not dispensable existences in the past, and they will not be in the future. Moreover, they have never been beautiful scenery on the roadside. They are part of my life. To be able to take care of those who are worth taking care of, I feel especially at ease." Chun Pingan turned his head and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Chui Dongshan nodded vigorously. "I understand and accept." Chun Pingan sighed with emotion, "But it will certainly not be easy." Chui Dongshan said, "Every heroic word, every ambitious aspiration, as long as it is carried out, it will not be easy." There were some words that Chui Dongshan was even unwilling to say. All the joy of meeting again after a long separation would be the sadness of parting in the future. But this did not prevent those meetings that could be seen again from making people happy, making people drink, making people happy. But one must not forget that sometimes parting was just parting. Chun Pingan also leaned against the railing, looking at the golden sea of clouds illuminated by the sun in the distance. He asked, "Will you be uncomfortable as my disciple?" Chui Dongshan said, "No." Chun Pingan smiled. "There is a great disparity in the realm, a great disparity in knowledge. Of course your student is fine." Chui Dongshan said, "Teacher, if you say so, I will not be convinced. If Pei Qian's martial arts practice advances by leaps and bounds, breaking through the realm quickly, like a small rice grain eating bowl after bowl, dazzling the people eating at the same table, will you also be uncomfortable?" Chun Pingan nodded. "Of course I will be uncomfortable. Where will I put my master's face? When you reason with me, if your voice is a little louder, you will have to worry that I will backhand you. Won't you panic?" Chui Dongshan laughed loudly. Teacher has traveled to the north and cultivated his heart very well. After a moment of silence, Chun Pingan said, "I am a stubborn person who likes to go to a dead end. There will be a day when there will be some small things that will become a big problem for me at Luapa Mountain. At that time, you can give me some suggestions." Chui Dongshan nodded. "The saint has said that if there is something, the disciple will do his work." Chui Dongshan turned his head, his cheek pressed against the railing, smiling. "There is wine and food, teacher's dishes. Do you think it is filial?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Don't change the original meaning of a moral essay and trample on the saint's good intentions." "Teacher," Chui Dongshan said, "don't forget, in those days, your student was high-spirited and full of mettle, showing off my ability to the fullest. My knowledge was so great that once it was out of my bag, I could not even hide it. Others could not even block it. I am not boasting without thinking, but the title of Grand Chancellor of the Academia is within reach. If I really want to boast, the Vice Hierarch of the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains is not impossible." Chun Pingan shook his head. "I believe what the imperial tutor said. As for you, forget it. The wind is strong at the bow. Be careful not to sprain your tongue." Chui Dongshan laughed. "Speaking of which, I really don't need to think before I boast." Chun Pingan asked, "Is the Central Plains very big?" Chui Dongshan nodded. Very big. Only when the territories of the 8 continents are added together can it be comparable to the Central Plains. If 1 or 2 people from the other 8 continents can squeeze into the top 10 of the Central Plains, they are very capable. For example, the scholar Chinchunan from the South Saw continent, the great celestial master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the North Continent, the immortal fire dragon, and the god of fortune Lu from the White Jade Continent. Chun Pingon said, Then we must go and take a look in the future. Chui Dongshan said bitterly, That is a sad place for me. Chun Pingon laughed. You asked for it. Even if your face is swollen, you still have to smile. Chui Dongshan said helplessly, Teacher, you are not loyal. When the fairy entered the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, Song Lan Xiao took the initiative to visit with a valuable gift. There were 2 gifts. He had one for himself and one for Tan Ling in the Spring Dew Garden. His gift of thanks was actually a magic weapon that his master, Lin Sua Yi, had picked out from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. It was a bamboo yellow dragon scripture book box made from Spring Dew Garden's specialty immortal wood. There were also 4 jade books inside. Tan Ling's gift was priceless. It was one of the few treasures in the Spring Dew Garden. It was a set of 8 pieces of brocade ink. When he handed it over, Song Lan Xiao felt sorry for Tan Ling. Chin Pingon did not refuse. Tan Ling did not personally give the gift at the Talisman Water Ferry. He asked Song Lan Xiao to give it when they were about to dock at the Skeleton Beach. This in itself showed his sincerity. This was Song Lan Xiao's first official matter after becoming a member of the Spring Dew Garden's Hall of Ancestral Masters. It went smoothly, which made Song Lan Xiao feel relieved. However, Song Lan Xiao was a little restless as he sat and drank tea with the teacher and the student, especially when Chui Dongshan was sitting next to him. Chui Dongshan twirled the cup with 2 fingers and gently stroked it on the table. He smiled and said, Lan Xiao, you are a pitiful person who can't find a temple with a pig's head. There are many people in the world. Lan Xiao, you are lucky. Song Lan Xiao had just heard Chin Pingon call him Senior Song. Now his student was calling him Lan Xiao. Of course, he felt uncomfortable. Spring Dew Garden treated people with sincerity. Chun Pingon certainly would not allow Chui Dongshan to fool around here. He waved his hand, indicating that he had something to discuss with Song Lan Xiao. Song Lan Xiao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold. The white-robed youth seemed to have been sent flying by Chun Pingon's slap. He and his chair spun countless times in the air. Finally, the man and chair stuck to the wall and slowly slid down. Chui Dongshan had a long face. He leaned his chair against the wall and leaned against it. He said timidly, I'll just sit here. Chun Pingon's face darkened. Song Lan Xiao was shocked. Could it be that this amiable sword immortal Chin was no different from Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect? Was he not an earthly immortal, but a hidden, unpolished jade realm sword immortal? Chun Pingon was too lazy to pay attention to this Chui Dongshan. He began a serious discussion with Song Lan Xiao, trying to negotiate the future cooperation between Luopa Mountain and Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lan Xiao certainly could not make the decision now. He still needed to return to the Ancestral Hall and quarrel a few times. Once the 2 sides finally decided to cooperate, Luopa Mountain still needed Julian and Wei Ba to set the rules for all the specific matters. Chun Pingon was quite familiar with the Spring Dew Garden's business, so he was not stiff when he chatted with Song Lan Xiao. His trip to the North Continent had not been a waste of time. Luopa Mountain's biggest reliance was, of course, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, that was an important hub. With Lord Wei Shan at Mount Bian, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry could accept most of the cross-continent ferries from the North Continent. This was equivalent to having a shop for Luopa Mountain. All the money in the world would stop at a certain place and circulate again. Chun Pingon would occasionally think, how many cultivators have you seen to spend money on a piece of worn snow? 1,000? 10,000? Could it be that you have traveled all over the 9 continents? Song Lanxiao was originally focused on discussing important matters with Chun Pingon. Somehow, the old golden core cultivator even felt that today's discussion would very likely determine the future of Spring Dew Garden for the next 100 years. Then Song Lanxiao saw sort of mortal Chun glance at the wall. Song Lanxiao followed his gaze. The white-robed youth was holding the chair's armrests with both hands. His whole body was swaying, and even the chair was swaying left and right. It was as if he was using the chair's legs as his legs to walk. After being discovered, Cui Dongshan immediately stopped what he was doing. He looked up and whistled. Song Lanxiao smiled politely and looked away. Is this guy sick in the head? He must be. Chun Pingon and Song Lanxiao chatted for a full 2 hours. Both of them raised many possibilities, and the conversation was very pleasant. Towards the end, Song Lanxiao was much more relaxed. Many of the thoughts that he had been keeping to himself for many years could be said in one go. The young sword immortal sitting opposite him, who often poured tea for both parties, was a rare businessman. His words were never firm. Most of the time, he would say things like, "This is a little unclear. Please explain in detail, Senior Song, or I have some different ideas about this matter. Senior Song, please listen to me first. If you have any objections, please speak your mind." However, the other party was not ambiguous. Song Lanxiao was trying to dig a hole for Gao Song, but the young sword immortal didn't expose him directly. He only said, "This matter may require Senior Song's attention at the ancestral hall of the Spring Dew Garden." The white-clothed youth had nothing to do. He swung the chair and circled around the table. Fortunately, when the chair moved, it was silent and did not make the slightest bit of noise. Song Lanxiao could already ignore it. After the conversation, Song Lanxiao felt refreshed. There was no more tea to drink on the table. Although he still wanted to continue, he got up and bid farewell. Song Lanxiao told Mr. Chen not to send him off. The young man smiled and nodded. He walked him to the door and asked Cui Dongshan to accompany him. When Song Lanxiao walked into the corridor, he didn't see the green-robed sword immortal. There was only the white-robed youth. The old golden core immediately tensed up. The youth walked backward and closed the door softly. Then he turned and smiled at Song Lanxiao. Song Lanxiao's smile froze. Cui Dongshan came to the side of Song Lanxiao, who was bending down subconsciously. He jumped up and put his arm around Song Lanxiao's neck, dragging the old core formation stage, cultivator forward. "Brother Lanxiao, you are eloquent." Song Lanxiao almost shouted for Mr. Chen to help him out of this situation. Song Lanxiao was shocked. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. The youth didn't use much strength to drag him forward. After taking a step forward, Song Lanxiao knew something was wrong. In the next moment, the white-robed youth was gone. Song Lanxiao found himself in the middle of a vast white fog. There was no scenery around him. It was like a small, withered world. His vision was filled with a chilling snow-white color. When he walked, the ground under his feet was slightly soft, but it was not the soil of the world. When he increased the strength of his footsteps, he could only create circles of ripples. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he began to ride the wind. 2 hours later, Song Lanxiao still brought out his magical treasure. He no longer cared about etiquette and began to pour out treasured light in torrents. He violently smashed everything around him, but he was unable to change this small world in the slightest. A year later, Song Lanxiao sat cross-legged. His face was haggard, and he was resigned to his fate. Suddenly, Song Lanxiao looked up and saw a huge head. The youth's face was smiling, but his eyes were cold. He slowly raised his arm. Song Lanqiao's scalp went numb. So, he had been circling around the youth's white sleeve? The next moment, the haggard Song Lanqiao found himself standing in the corridor of the ferry. Not far away, the youth covered his sleeves and looked at him with a smile. Song Lanqiao, who had survived the disaster, almost burst into tears. Cui Dongshan smiled. Sir asked me to send you off, so I acted on my own and sent you off a little longer. Lanqiao, don't complain to my sir after this. Otherwise, the next time I send you off will be 10 or 100 years later. By then, it'll be hard to say who's the crazy one. Song Lanqiao trembled. Thank you for your advice, senior. Cui Dongshan asked. You're used to the abundant spiritual qi in the spring dew garden and the thin spiritual qi on the ferry. Why are you not used to it in the land of no return? Song Lanqiao was stunned. Cui Dongshan walked past him and patted Song Lanqiao's shoulder. He said earnestly, Lanqiao, your cultivation heart is rotten. Your Jindan is just paper. Song Lanqiao slowly turned around and bowed. This time, he was sincerely convinced. Senior's teachings have cleared the fog and allowed me to see the moon. I haven't really seen the moon, but I've benefited greatly. Cui Dongshan turned a deaf ear to him and knocked on the door. Sir, do you want me to bring you some fruits and tea? Song Lanqiao looked at the side of the young man's face. The old man felt like he was in a different world. Chun Pingan opened the door and pressed Cui Dongshan's head down gently. He turned to Song Lanqiao and asked, Senior Song, did my disciple disrespect you? Song Lanqiao was either crazy or lucky. He said something that he would never have dared to say in the past. To be honest, he's suffering. Chun Pingan smiled and nodded. I know. The young man in white was grabbed by the ear. He screamed as he was dragged into the house by Chun Pingan. Curses could be heard. F*** King Song Lanqiao. You heartless thing. Just you wait. Sir, I'm just helping Brother Lanqiao cultivate. I'm not playing tricks on him. Sir, I'm wrong. Song Lanqiao shook his sleeves and strode away. Comfortable. The ferry stopped at the skeleton beach. Song Lanqiao didn't show up and asked someone to send him off. He found a perfect excuse and disappeared. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin with his palm and looked around. The two got off the boat and went to Mai Mountain of the hemp sect. Cui Dongshan began to complain. Sir, when Zhu Quan first met me, he said you never mentioned me and pretended not to know me. I was so sad. Chun Pingan smiled. I've mentioned you a few times in front of Sovereign Zhu, but he's the sovereign of a sect, so he has to pay attention to everything. He also has to guard against the entire Ghost Valley, so it's not strange that he accidentally forgot about you. Then Chun Pingan reminded him, Master Zhu is a rare cultivator on the mountain. I respect him very much. When we get to my mountain, don't make trouble for me. And that young man, Pang Lanqi, is a direct disciple of the ancestral hall. You're an outsider. Don't talk nonsense. I know you know what you're doing, but this is the Skeleton Beach, not your own Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan nodded and glanced at Mai Mountain with some regret. It was boring to have nothing to do. When they arrived at Mai Mountain, they were unimpeded. Most of the hemp sect cultivators knew Chun Pingan. He had just returned from his travels. Zhu Quan was not on the mountain. He had gone to Qinglu Town in the Ghost Valley. But Du Wenxi had returned to the ancestral hall and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had great hope of reaching the nascent soul realm. Cui Dongshan mentioned Du Wenxi with a smile. Mister, this guy is infatuated. It's said that the female Taoist champion of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, went to the Ghost Valley for Du Wenxi. But she didn't want Du Wenxi to think too much. So she said, I, Huang Ting, have no Taoist companion in this life, which broke Du Wenxi's heart. But in fact, he still has some thoughts. He can't have the girl he has been thinking about. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about other men having her. So, Du Wensi began to think that his realm is not high enough. If his realm is high enough, he will have a chance. For example, he can go to Taiping Mountain to have a look, or go further and travel the mountains and rivers with Huang Ting. Chen Pingan smiled. You've only been in Maui Mountain for a few days. How can you be so clear about it? Chui Dongshan nodded. I'm just wandering around. There's no difference between the mountain and the mountain. When people are free, they like to talk about love, infatuated men, and resentful women, especially those young female cultivators who adored Du Wensi. They were even more vexed than Du Wensi. All of them were fighting for justice, saying that Huang Ting was nothing special. Wasn't he just a bit better looking and had a bigger sect? Ooh, the main peak of Linen's sect, Maui Mountain, was similar to the peaks of most ancestral halls in the world. Most of the mountain paths were straight steps, but the direct disciples could often ride the wind and ride the sword. Some mountains even had no taboos for ordinary disciples, but the Immortal's Cave was often particular about flying birds. Each had its own path, different heights, and different routes. Over at Longquan County, it was not the same. After all, it was still in the early stages. Plus, Longquan Sword Sect and Luapa Mountain did not have many disciples to begin with. They did not pay much attention to these complicated rules, so they were very different. If it was Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden, these old immortal sects had many rules and strict laws. In Chun Pingan's view, it was actually a good thing, but there was no such thing as a free and easy thing in the world. The reason why Spring Dew Garden was so popular was because the sect's rules and rules on paper were not deeply rooted in people's hearts. On this point, Linen Sect was worthy of Chun Pingan's heartfelt admiration. From Sect Master Zhu Quan to Du Wensi to Pang Lanshi, their temperament was different, but their temperament was the same. Life and death were small matters, but the sex matters were more important. Cultivators obviously pursued immortality, but Linen Sect's cultivators were all willing to die for the sect. Zhu Quan, the previous sect masters, and the ancestral masters were all willing to die first in every battle to the death. The ancestral master of Linen Sect walked down the stairs and landed in front of the two. The old man smiled and said, Child Chen, fellow Taoist Chui, sorry for not coming out to meet you. After greeting them, Chen Pingan noticed something strange. The ancestral master of Linen Sect seemed to be very close to Chui Dongshan. It was as if they were close friends. Could it be that Chui Dongshan was not just fooling around on Mui Mountain? Otherwise, even if Chui Dongshan fought with Jing Guanqing, it would not have made a sovereign ancestor look at him in such a different light. The hemp school's cultivators were all cultivators who had carved out a bloody path from piles of bones. Even Du Wensi, a seemingly gentle and refined gold core cultivator, had also been through many battles in the Ghost Valley. The ancestral master led the two of them to the house where Chen Pingan stayed. The hemp sect's cross-continent ferry that traveled between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City would take about 10 days to return to the North Continent. Pang Lanshi and her great-grandfather Pang Shanling were already standing at the door. The young man smiled and waved at them. Mr. Chen, Pang Lanshi whispered to Chen Xiaobei. Mr. Chen, I've asked my great-grandfather for 2 more sets of goddess paintings for you. Chen Pingan asked softly, What's the price? Pang Lanshi smiled. According to the market price. Pang Lanshi paused. That's impossible. I'll give it to you for free. Chen Pingan smiled. Immortal Master Pang really cares about you. But let's just go with the market price. Friendship is friendship, business is business. Pang Lanshi was a little disappointed. It's only been a few days. Mr. Chen, why are you treating me like an outsider? Chen Pingan lowered his voice and said, It's not like I have to be courteous. If you're courteous, I'll be courteous too. After that, we don't have to be courteous anymore. Pang Lanshi was grinning from ear to ear. She had learned something new. Mr. Chen was really knowledgeable. The four of them sat down. Pang Lanchi was the youngest and had the lowest seniority. She stood behind her great-grandfather. Chun Pingan went straight to the point and talked about the spring dew garden. The ancestral patriarch of hemp faction, Yen Su, immediately sent a message to a nascent soul cultivator on another mountain. His name was Wei Yusong. He was 1 generation younger than Yen Su, but he was not young. He was Pang Lanchi's martial brother. Wei Yusong was in charge of a faction's finances. Similar to Gao Song of the Spring Dew Garden, he was a skinny and short old man. When he saw Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan, he was very polite. Ever since Zhu Quan completed the small transaction with Luo Pa Mountain's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, the first thing he did was to find Wei Yusong to have a heart-to-heart talk. On the surface, it was because he was the sovereign and was concerned about Wei Yusong's cultivation matters, but in fact, it was to ask for credit. Wei Yusong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say a single word of flattery, and as a result, Zhu Quan was extremely sullen. Wei Yusong had a good impression of the young man in green. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when it came to Cui Daoyu, he admired the young man's looks. The reason was simple. After Cui Daoyu arrived at Mui Mountain, he wandered around the mountain for 2 days. Then he went to the ancestral hall of Hemp Faction and gave them a stack of blueprints. He said that the protective formation of Mui Mountain was too crude and that it would be a waste of the heroic spirit's combat power. After the meeting at Mui Mountain's ancestral hall, they even invited a Mahis machine master. He found out that the formation of Mui Mountain was modified according to Cui Daoyu's blueprints. It only cost a little more than 1,000 grain rain coins, and it could increase the formation's power by 20%. That Mahis mechanical engineer was so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole and hide his face. After carefully and conscientiously completing the inspection of the flaws in the formation, he almost resigned from his position. To be honest, not to mention the small cost of 1,000 grains of grain rain coins, even if he spent 10,000 grains of grain rain coins to increase the power of the defensive formation by only 10%, it would still be a good deal that was worthy of being told to his ancestors in front of everyone. Therefore, the old cultivators of the Hemp Faction's ancestral hall found Cui Dongshan pleasing to the eye, especially when the young man in white left the blueprints and talked about some key matters in the ancestral hall. He swaggered away and continued to wander around Mui Mountain, chatting with the fairy sisters. After that, Zhu Quan personally asked Cui Dongshan how the Hemp Faction should repay this favor. As long as Cui Dongshan asked, the Hemp Faction had to repay this favor, even if they had to sell everything. Cui Dongshan did not stand on ceremony and asked for Du Wenxi and Pang Lanchi by name. After they reached the nascent soul stage, they would be the honorary machine masters of Luo Pa Mountain. They would only be honorary machine masters. Luo Pa Mountain would not ask them to do anything unless they were willing. Zhu Quan was a little puzzled at that time. That was it? Cui Dongshan asked in return. What else did he want? Zhu Quan's face was full of guilt at that time. He said something that poked at the heart and sighed. That Chen Pingan did not mention you as his student at all. It's really outrageous. His conscience was eaten by a dog. Next time he comes to the Skeleton Beach, I will help you scold him. Cui Dongshan was about to cry. He said pitifully, Sister Zhu, your conscience was eaten by a dog. Only then did Zhu Quan say something fair. Chen Pingan should be proud to have a student like you. Cui Dongshan returned the favor. Sister Zhu is such a good woman. It's intolerable that you don't have a Dao companion now. Therefore, the two almost fought. When Zhu Quan went to Qinglu Town in the Ghost Valley, he was still angry. Wei Yusong was a smart man who was familiar with business. Otherwise, with Zhu Quan, this kind of unreliable sect leader, Yen Su, this kind of unreliable old grandmaster, no matter how few direct disciples the hemp sect had, their flesh would have long been cut off by the blunt knives of the capital, and the foundation of the sect would have been worn down to nothing. Every time Wei Yusong had a meeting in the ancestral hall, even if it was with Zhu Quan and his master Yen Su, he would never smile. He liked to bring the account books to the meeting. While flipping through the account books, he would say some harsh words. Over time, all the seniors in the ancestral hall would smile and pretend they did not hear him. It was fine after getting used to it. Wei Yusong felt that helping Spring Dew Garden to transport goods to Aquarius Continent was not a problem, but the matter of splitting the account books, he needed to grind it out. While Wei Yusong was calculating, Yen Su and Pang Shanling began to smile out of habit. Cui Dongshan felt that it was not his place to talk, so he winked at Pang Lanqi. Pang Lanqi was wary of this handsome peer. After all, she was still a teenager. She was worried that her childhood sweetheart would meet a peer who was better than her. It was inevitable that she would have some thoughts, especially when Pang Lanqi went down the mountain to see her in the City of Murals. She casually talked about the young man who came to the shop to buy the painting of the goddess. Although she said some strange words, Pang Lanqi's heart was in a mess. Pang Lanqi was worried to death recently, so she wanted to ask Mr. Chun for advice. Chun Pingon, the wild cultivator, and Wei Yusong, who was in charge of the hemp sect's finances, were bargaining. Even Chun Pingon was helpless. This Wei Yusong was too stingy. He did not even have the demeanor of an immortal master of the sect. Whenever there were some details that were difficult to talk about, Wei Yusong would bring out another old ancestor. Anyway, he would splash dirty water and speak with certainty. This old ancestor was old-fashioned and pedantic. How he haggled over every bit of money spent, even if it was something that harmed the sect's interests. Even if it was just a suspicion, this old ancestor would go to the ancestral hall to denounce him. He did not give anyone face. Wei Yusong, had the least status in the hemp sect. Whoever asked him for money would have a loud voice. If he did not give, they would fall out with him. All of them relied on their high cultivation or seniority. There were even some who were even more shameless. They relied on their low cultivation and seniority to cause trouble. Anyway, listening to Wei Yusong's complaints, it seemed that in the entire hemp sect, Wei Yusong was the worst. His words were the most useless. So Chun Pingon was at his wit's end. He gently placed his teacup down and coughed. Cui Dongshan, who was yawning, sat up straight and said, "Actually, there's still room for improvement regarding Mui Mountain's defensive formation." Wei Yusong slammed the table. "We'll do as Child Chun says. It's settled then." Chun Pingon asked sincerely, "Will it make things difficult for the hemp sect?" Wei Yusong said righteously, "Are you kidding me? As long as it's about money. Not even the heavens can control me, let alone faction leader Zhu." Chun Pingon pretended to be enlightened and nodded with a smile. Wei Yusong's smile did not falter. They were indeed kindred spirits. Wei Yusong left with Yen Su and Pang Shanling. Wei Yusong insisted on catching up with Cui Dongshan, so Cui Dongshan had no choice but to follow. Only Chun Pingon and Pang Lanqi were left. After Pang Lanqi sat down, she asked softly, "Mr. Chun, is this Elder Cui really your student?" Chun Pingon nodded. "I don't think so. That's normal." Pang Lanqi wanted to say something but stopped herself. Chun Pingon smiled. "If it's hard for you to ask for help, then..." Chun Pingon did not say anything else. He raised his hands and made a gesture. Pang Lanqi understood immediately. It was the portrait of the goddess. Pang Lanqi quickly left with the wind and returned to her house. She placed the 2 wooden boxes on the table. Other than that, there was also a letter from Cloud City. The recipient was Pang Lanchi, and it was addressed to Chen Shaolang. Chun Pingon put the letter into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Now, do you have the confidence to speak?" Pang Lanchi said softly, "Mr. Chen, I'm a little worried." Chun Pingon understood. Pang Lanchi was a young man who did not have to worry about cultivation. The young men on the mountain were worried about something other than cultivation. They were worried about the survival of their faction. The hemp sect, on the other hand, did not have to worry about it. Or, rather, it was always full of hidden dangers. All the cultivators had gotten used to it. Chun Pingon smiled. "Tell me about it first. I'll analyze it for you." Pang Lanchi told him about it. It was not a big deal. It was just that a young man's emotions would sometimes run wild. It was not just young girls who would run wild. Chun Pingon thought about it and held back his laughter. "Don't worry. The girl you like won't change her mind and fall in love with Cui Dongshan. Besides, Cui Dongshan won't like the girl you like." Pang Lanchi's face turned red. "Mr. Chen, I'm going to get angry. What do you mean by Cui Dongshan won't like her?" Why is Mr. Chen so bad with words? He wasn't like this before. Chun Pingon could not help but laugh. Pang Lanchi scratched her head and blushed. The knot in her heart was gone. Not only that, the young man was still angry. He felt that he had to work hard on his cultivation. He had to let the girl know that she liked him. She was right about him, and she would never regret it. Chun Pingon said, "The girl likes you not because you are a cultivation genius, but if you can prove that you are, then the girl will be happy for you. She will be happy for you, and she will be happy for you too." Pang Lanchi asked softly, "Is that so?" Chun Pingon nodded. "Yes, I'm very sure about that." Pang Lanchi leaned on the table, staring blankly. Chun Pingon opened the wooden box and took out the painting of the goddess. He placed it on the table and looked at it. It was indeed Pang Shanliang's masterpiece. Pang Lanchi suddenly asked, "Mr. Chen, there must be a lot of girls who like you, right?" Chun Pingon put away the painting of the goddess and shook his head. "No." Pang Lanchi shook her head. "I don't believe you." Chun Pingon opened Su Xingzhou's letter. It was brief and concise. She told him about the recent situation in Yunzhuang City, and that everything was ready. Once Mr. Lu succeeded in his sword-seeking art, he would pay a visit to Taihui Sword Faction. This time, he would go to Taihui Sword Faction in the north and Skeletal Beach in the south. Chun Pingon read the letter and said, "I have a friend who wrote this letter." Su Xingzhou from Yunzhuang City. He might come here to travel in the future. If you are free, please help me entertain him. If you are busy, you don't have to be distracted. I'm not being courteous. If he is not my friend, he will be your friend. So, don't force it." Pang Lanchi nodded and said, "All right, I will send a letter to Yunzhuang City and make an appointment first. We will decide if we can be friends or not when we meet." Mr. Chen's friend was definitely worth befriending. Just like when Mr. Chen and Shi Xiangwei talked about Spring Dew Nursery, Pang Lanchi knew about their attitude towards Spring Dew Nursery. They did not look down on Spring Dew Nursery, but they were definitely not friends. They were just doing business. After all, Spring Dew Nursery's smell of money was a little heavy, and Hanzhuang cultivators did not like it. That was why Spring Dew Nursery had been trying to show their respect to Wei Yusong all these years, but they did not dare to overdo it. Moreover, Song Lanxiao, who was in charge of Spring Dew Nursery's ferry, did not know how to talk to Wei Yusong. After all, Wei Yusong's status in Hanzhuang faction was very high, and he was known for being difficult to talk to. However, when Mr. Chen asked the three factions to do business across continents, Pang Lanchi realized that Shi Xiangwei had no intention of rejecting the idea. Pang Lanchi felt that she needed to learn from Mr. Chen. There was a lot to learn in dealing with people. In the end, Chun Pingon said, "Do you know that when you're worried about Cui Dongshan, the girl you like is the happiest? That's why she smiles more than usual. You have to think about this carefully. She can feel your anxiety. Pang Lanchi's smile brightened. Chun Pingon laughed and said, "What are you still standing there for? You're abusing your position for personal gain. Go down the mountain and see her." Pang Lanchi stood up. "I should have asked for another set of the goddess painting for Mr. Chen." The young man left. Chun Pingon sat alone. After a long time, Chui Dongshan walked into the yard, swinging his sleeves. He saw a green brick on the table in front of Mr. Chen. Chui Dongshan was a little flustered and immediately stopped in his tracks. "Teacher, I didn't know that Pei Qian was practicing martial arts. It was Zhu Yan, Zheng Dafeng, and Wei Ba who didn't report it and kept it from you. It has nothing to do with me." Chun Pingon said snappily, "It has nothing to do with this. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I won't find trouble with you." Chui Dongshan smiled. "Mr. Chen, if you want to teach them a lesson, I can help you." Chun Pingon did not pay attention to this. He pointed to the green brick of the Taoist temple that had not been completely refined in the mountain temple and said, "I have collected a total of 36 of these green bricks. I plan to lay them on the ground at Luapa Mountain in the future for 6 people to practice boxing. Me, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Zheng Dafeng, Lu Baixiang, and Xin Yuanji." Chui Dongshan looked as if he had lost his parents. He stretched out his right hand and one finger of his left hand. He wailed, "Teacher, what about me? I'm your favorite disciple." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "I'll give you my share." Chui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the corners of his eyes. Tears of sadness turned into tears of joy. "Mr. Chun is really a genius." Chun Pingon looked at him sideways. Chui Dongshan sat down obediently. Chun Pingon pushed the green brick over. "Your handwriting is good. I just thought of this and wanted you to write some pleasing words and engrave them on the back of the green brick. When the time comes, we'll secretly lay the green brick and not let anyone see it. Maybe one day someone will accidentally see it, and it will be a small accident. It's not a big deal. I just think it's fun." Chui Dongshan sat cross-legged on the stone bench like a chicken pecking rice. He leaned forward on the table and pressed his hands on the green bricks. He said softly, "Mister, let's think about it carefully. These 36 sentences must be written in a way that will shock the heavens and make the gods weep." Chun Pingon asked, "Do you think we can secretly write a sentence for everyone in Luopa Mountain and engrave it? As for the rest, you can use the words of the sages in the books as you wish." Chui Dongshan said excitedly, "I'm good." Chun Pingon said, annoyed. Chui Dongshan said resentfully, "Mr. Chen's jokes are so brilliant." Chun Pingon rubbed his chin. "This Luopa Mountain's feng shui was led astray by you." Chui Dongshan raised his hands and imitated the eldest senior sister. "I swear to the heavens." The 2 of them took the cross-continent ferry of the Linen sect and began to return home. Chun Pingon took the initiative to find Chui Dongshan next door and asked him a question. "The Confucian sages are so knowledgeable. Why don't they talk about self-cultivation, learning, and doing good in detail, at least within the Confucian school? Everyone has their own words. There are different opinions. It's not quarreling, it's better than quarreling." For the first time, Chui Dongshan did not flatter. Instead, he asked seriously, "Do you feel that many studies are complicated and empty, making people at a loss?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. Chui Dongshan shook his head. "Some studies should be higher. The reason why people are different from plants, birds, and beasts, different from all other sentient beings, is because of these studies hanging above their heads. Knowledge that can be used as soon as it is presented must be present. It must be explained clearly, and in a well-behaved manner. But if there is no study at a high place, people will be fascinated and want to take a look even if they don't mind working hard, then it's wrong." Chun Pingan was silent for a long time before finally nodding. That makes sense. Chui Dongshan said slowly. Let's go back to Mr. Chen's first question. Chun Pingan said, No hurry. Let me think about it. Shall we play chess? Chui Dongshan smiled. Mr. Chen's chess skills have returned to the origin and reached the clouds. Do you still need a rotten chess player like me to teach you? I'm ashamed, terrified. As he spoke, he took out a chess jar and a chessboard. Chun Pingan said with a straight face, In the future, speak less in Luopi Mountain. Chui Dongshan raised his sleeve and picked up a chess piece. He hung it in the air and smiled. If Mr. Chen doesn't speak, how would this disciple dare to speak? Chun Pingan also picked up a chess piece. When Chui Dongshan sat in front of the chessboard, his entire aura changed. He said indifferently, If this student is so bold, I'll give Mr. Chen 12 pieces. Chun Pingan looked at the serious Chui Dongshan and silently put the chess piece back into the jar. He got up and left. "566. The cross-continent ferries of the Linen sect were pulled by mighty heroic spirits. They ran through the sea of clouds as fast as lightning. The ferry slowly docked at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain. The body of the boat shook slightly. Chun Pingan and Chui Dongshan walked down the ferry. Wei Pai had been waiting for a long time. Zhu Lian was now far away in Old Dragon City. Zheng Dafeng said he sprained his ankle and would be bedridden for at least half a year. He asked Sun Yuanji to help guard the mountain gate. Chun Pingan smiled. Send us to the foot of Luo Pa Mountain. Wei Pai felt relieved. He nodded. The three of them disappeared into thin air and appeared at the mountain gate. Sun Yuanji saw the three of them and was about to stand up. She saw that the three of them had already started to climb the mountain. The young mountain master nodded at her and gestured for her to continue practicing. Sun Yuanji was not good at empty pleasantries. Her impression of the young mountain master was also very average. She sat back down on the bench and closed her eyes. She continued to control a breath of pure vital energy to move through her bones. Wei Pai asked, You know everything? Chun Pingan nodded. Senior Chui left a will in the bamboo house of Luo Pa Mountain. It was not on the second floor, but on the desk on the first floor. On the envelope was written, Unseal the Warm Tree. According to the old man's will, there was no need to bury him after death. His ashes could be scattered anywhere in lotus root blessed land. This matter could not be delayed. Other than that, there was no need to care about the wishes of the Chui Ancestral Hall. It was written in the letter that anyone who dared to climb Luo Pa Mountain would be beaten back with one punch. Wei Pai explained, Pei Qian has been staying there. He said he would wait until Master returned to the mountain to say goodbye to her. Zhou Mili also went to Lotus Root Blessed Land to accompany Pei Qian. Chun Lingjun left Luo Pa Mountain and went to Dragon Riding Alley to help Sher Ro manage the shop business. So now only Chen Rishu is left on Luo Pa Mountain, but she should have gone to the county town to buy sundries. Then there are the two disciples that Lu Baixiang accepted, the Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai siblings. Chun Pingan said, Congratulations on breaking through. Wei Pai said in a self-deprecating manner, the Dali Imperial Court is starting to make some small moves. Their reasons are all so high-sounding that even I think they make sense. Chun Pingan laughed. Regarding the matter of Jin Qing, the traces of Mount Bai Yunshan's intentions are too obvious. The two great mountains are of the same breadth and branch. Even if Emperor Dali knows that you don't have too many selfish motives, there will still be grudges in his heart. Wei Pai said, It can't be helped. Jin Qing is more pleasing to the eye. If it were another mountain god in the middle peak, the days of the North Peak would only be more uncomfortable. The mountain lords of the 5 peaks of the past dynasties whether they were dynasties or vassals, were all forced to be at loggerheads with each other. After weighing the pros and cons, the Piloan Mountain had no choice but to do so. He might as well be a little more straightforward, since things had already come to this. The Song Emperor had no choice but to admit it. Jin Qing is even more of a scoundrel than I am. In front of His Majesty the Emperor, he kept saying that Mao Biyun is good and Lord Wei Shan is good. Chun Pingan said, "Sure enough, those who can become mountain lords are not easy to deal with." When they arrived at the bamboo house of Luapa Mountain, Chun Pingan said softly, "I didn't expect to return to the Nanyuan kingdom so soon." Chui Dongshan suddenly said, "I've already been there. I'll just stay here and look after the house." Wei Pai took out the tongue leaf umbrella that he had temporarily kept for safekeeping. After all, this item was of great importance. Wei Pai gently opened the small tongue leaf umbrella and said, "Now that the blessed land has just been promoted to a medium-level blessed land, it's not suitable for me to frequently go in and out of the lotus root blessed land. I'll send you to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom." Chun Pingan smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Chun Pingan's figure flashed and disappeared. Wei Pai sighed softly. Chui Dongshan was already standing in the corridor of the second floor, leaning against the railing. With his back to the door, he looked into the distance. Wei Pai closed the tongue leaf umbrella and sat at the stone table. Chui Dongshan suddenly said, "Wei Pai, you don't have to worry." Wei Pai shook his head. "I'm not worried." Then Wei Pai asked, "When will you leave the Luapa Mountain?" Chui Dongshan thought for a moment. "When Mr. and Pei Qian return to the Luapa Mountain, I'll leave soon. I've already accumulated a lot of debts. That old bastard is the most vengeful." The two sides were not on the same side. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. They both fell silent. Wei Pai asked, "Senior Chui, are you so worried about Chun Pingan? If you don't see him for the last time, you would scatter his ashes in the lotus root blessed land. You don't want to be buried in the Luapa Mountain." Chui Dongshan replied, "Because my grandfather has the highest expectations for Mr. My grandfather hopes that Mr. will worry about him as little as possible, so that when he fights in the future, it won't be pure enough." On a familiar street in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chun Pingan walked slowly with a bamboo box on his back and a walking stick in his hand. He turned into an alley and stopped at the door of a small house. He looked at the Spring Festival couplets and gently knocked on the door. It was Pei Qian who opened the door. Zhou Mili was sitting on a small stool carrying a green bamboo stick. Pei Qian stood in place, raised her head, and frowned hard. Chun Pingan rubbed her little head. "Master knows. Don't think too much. You didn't do anything wrong." Pei Qian clenched her fists, lowered her head, and trembled. Chun Pingan gently pressed her little head and whispered, "You're so sad. Why don't you cry after you practice boxing? Pei Qian is no longer Master's first disciple." Chun Pingan squatted down. Pei Qian hugged him and sobbed. She didn't cry loudly, so it was more heart-wrenching. Zhou Mili also cried with her. When Pei Qian cries until she is no longer angry, Chun Pingan pats her head. He stands up and takes down the bamboo box. Pei Qian wipes her face and quickly takes over the bamboo box. Zhou Mili runs over and takes over the mountain staff. Chun Pingan looked around. It was still the same as before. It seemed that nothing had changed. Zhou Mili held two walking sticks of different lengths and then put her bamboo chair at Chun Pingan's feet. "You seem to be a little taller." Chun Pingan also rubbed the black-clothed girl's head. He sat on the bamboo chair and was silent for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "After I meet Chao Qinglang, Mr. Zhong, and some other people, we will go back to Luapa Mountain together." Pei Qian's eyes were red and swollen. She sat beside Chun Pingan and gently pulled Chun Pingan's sleeve. Chun Pingon whispered. Tell master about your trip with Senior Chui. Pei Qian nodded and began to talk about his travels in detail. She talked for a long time. Chun Pingon listened attentively. Someone gently pushed the door and saw the young man in a green robe. The young man in a white robe, Chao Qingleng, called softly, Mr. Chen. Chun Pingon reached out and held Pei Qian's hand. They stood up together and said with a smile, Qingleng, I can see that you are a scholar now. Chao Qingleng bowed with hands folded. Chun Pingon was a little speechless. He was really a scholar. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe. Chun Pingon leaned sideways and lowered his head. She reached out to cover her mouth and whispered, Master, Chao Qingleng secretly became a cultivator. Does that count as not doing a proper job? My spring festival couplets are far worse than yours, right? Chun Pingon hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian showed signs of breaking the dam again. Zhou Meili, who was holding the 2 walking sticks in her arms, sucked in a cold breath. He was so fierce. He had never hit her like this before when they were traveling Jianghu together. Zhou Meili frowned and tilted her head, thinking hard. Was Pei Qian a disciple picked up by the roadside? Was she not a princess living among the common people? Chun Pingon reached out his thumb and gently rubbed the spot where the chestnut landed on Pei Qian's forehead. Then he asked Chao Qingleng to sit down. Chao Qingleng moved a small stool and sat beside Chun Pingon. Pei Qian carried a small bamboo chair and sat between the two of them. Zhou Meili stood behind Pei Qian. Chun Pingon asked, Qingleng, how have you been these years? Chao Qingleng smiled and nodded. Very good. Mr. Zhong is my tutor. After Mr. Lu came to our Nanyuan kingdom, he often came to me and gave me a lot of books. Then Chao Qingleng asked, Mr. Chen, have you heard of the poem Iron Flowers Embroidered on the Cliff, Killing Intent Silence the Frogs? Chun Pingon nodded and said the name of the poet and the title of the poem. Then he asked, Why you ask? Pei Qian originally wanted to scold Chao Qingleng for being shameless, but now she crossed her arms and looked at Chao Qingleng from the corner of her eyes. Chao Qingleng pointed at Pei Qian. Mr. Chen, I learned it from her. Pei Qian said angrily, Chao Qingleng, do you believe that I can punch your brains out? Chao Qingleng nodded. Of course. Pei Qian was so angry that her teeth itched. Chun Pingon said, Take me to Mr. Zhong later. I have something to discuss with him. Chao Qingleng nodded. Chun Pingon smiled. Mr. Zhong is already on his way. He'll be here soon. Let's just wait. Then Chun Pingon said to Pei Qian, Did you forget to copy books every day? Pei Qian shook her head. Chun Pingon reached out his hand. Let me see. Pei Qian immediately ran to the house and brought back a large stack of papers. Chun Pingon flipped through them one by one. After reading them carefully, he returned them to Pei Qian and nodded. I didn't slack off. Pei Qian grinned. Chun Pingon helped her wipe away her tears. Then Chun Pingon stood up. You stay here. I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhong. After Chun Pingon left, Pei Qian put the papers back into the house. She sat back on the bamboo chair and rested her cheeks on her hands. At the corner of the street, Chun Pingon happened to meet Zhong Qiao. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Mr. Zhong's hair was even whiter. The two walked together on the street where they used to fight and fight side by side. Both of them were filled with emotions. Zhu Lian wrote about the current situation of lotus root-blessed land. Li Lu mentioned it, and Cui Dongshan described it in detail later. Chun Pingon already knew it by heart. Nanyuan Kingdom, Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the frontier grassland. The territory looked the same, but it belonged to the category of the mountains and rivers changed. Only Nanyuan Kingdom, which was given to Chun Pingon, had a complete soul. Besides, all sentient beings, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers had not faded. They had not become the people of white, paper-blessed land. According to Li Lu, the sentient beings of the other three places had lost their meaning. Therefore, Zhu Lian said that they were three fine brushwork paintings. However, people like Lu Tai, Yu Zhini, and the young man from a scholarly family in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom had all disappeared into thin air in this blessed land. If other blessed lands were cut off, the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom and Zhongqiu would also disappear into thin air. They were very few special cases that were favored by the old Taoist in the temple. This was truly a change of heaven and earth. Taoism reached the sky. Zhongqiu went straight to the point. His Majesty already has the heart of Taoism, but he hopes to see Nanyuan Kingdom unify the world before leaving Lotus Root-blessed land. Chun Pingan asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhong?" He had met the emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom in a nearby restaurant. At that banquet in the restaurant, there were a total of 6 people, excluding Chun Pingan. Huang Ting was among them at that time. She changed from Fan Wan and Tong Qingqing to Taiping Mountain's female Taoist nun Huang Ting after one look in the mirror. She was so blessed that even Yi Xiaoyang was her junior. She was a talented female cultivator from Tongye continent. Chun Pingan had previously traveled to the North Continent and did not have the opportunity to see this female Taoist nun, who was slightly inferior to Qi Jinglong in a life-and-death battle on Julie Mountain. However, according to Qi Jinglong, the combat power of both sides was actually equal. It was just that Huang Ting was a woman after all. At the end of the battle, both sides no longer had the intention to fight to the death. In order to maintain the integrity of the Taoist robe on her, she lost by a little and stood up from Julie Mountain later than Qi Jinglong. At that time in the restaurant, other than the Emperor Wei Liang, who was in his prime, there was also the Empress Zhou Shuzhen, the Crown Prince Wei Yan, the ambitious second Prince Wei Yun, and the youngest Princess Wei Zhen. Chun Pingan's memory was extremely good. At that banquet, everyone had their own thoughts. Not only did he remember everyone's appearance, demeanor, and words, but he also remembered what everyone drank and ate. Chun Pingan remembered everything clearly. The old monk from the temple of Xianxiang, not far from the alley, the food at the Baya Temple night market, the official's library, and the story of the poor scholar, and the woman playing the pipa in Zhuiyuan Alley were still vivid in his mind, and he missed them. Zhongqiu was silent for a moment, and his expression dimmed. "I'm a little disheartened." He tirelessly pursued self-cultivation, family governance, and peace. It seemed that after the truth was revealed, he realized that no matter what he did, it was just a matter of someone stretching out a hand. Zhongqiu was a little tired. He even wondered if he was really wrong, and Yu Zhini was right. Chun Pingan said slowly, "In the future, in this world, cultivators, spirits of the mountains and lakes, gods of the mountains and rivers, demons and monsters will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Mr. Zhong, you shouldn't be disheartened. Although I'm the nominal owner of this blessed land, I won't interfere with the development of the human world. This blessed land wasn't Chun Pingan's farmland in the past, and it won't be my vegetable garden in the future. If someone is lucky enough to go up the mountain to cultivate, then he can do so in peace. I won't stop him. However, the matters of the human world below the mountain should be settled by the people themselves, whether it's war, peace, or the unification of the world, emperors, generals, and ministers. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. The civil and military officials in the imperial court should rely on their conscience. Besides, the matter of the incense gods has to be done according to the rules. Otherwise, the entire world will only accumulate more and more corruption and become a mess. Everywhere will be neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor immortal." Zhongqiu smiled and asked, "You want to see the great Tao through the world?" Chun Pingan was stunned. I didn't deliberately think about it, but since Mr. Zhong said so, it seems like it. Zhong Qiu asked, "What's the situation like in the vast world outside?" Chun Pingon thought for a while and answered, "The human heart is still the human heart. However, compared to Nanyuan country, my hometown is a boundless world with all kinds of strange things. Moreover, there's always a sky beyond the sky. There's more than one world. Mr. Zhong, you should go out and take a look. It doesn't matter if you're a little late." Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Before I came to see you, His Majesty had officially abdicated. The first prince, Wei Yan, has taken over the throne. As for the second prince, Wei Yun, he has been detained by the late emperor. I've also just resigned from my position as imperial tutor. However, I won't leave immediately. I plan to explore this small world first. Chun Pingon, I hope you can keep your promise. Don't treat the people of this world as puppets and playthings. Don't treat them as goods that can be casually bought and sold. However, I, Zhong Qiu, am not a pedantic scholar who doesn't know how to be flexible. I won't be benevolent as long as I agree with the rules that you, Chun Pingon, said in the end. I'll do everything within the rules. Even if I can't bear it, I won't say anything." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Actually, there's another way that can make Mr. Zhong feel more assured." Zhong Qiu asked, "You want me to be a guest?" Chun Pingon walked slowly with his hands in his sleeves. He did not deny it at all. "Mr. Zhong, you're a genius among the scholars and martial grandmasters. How can I miss this opportunity? No matter what, I have to try." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Don't you already have Zhu Lian by your side? To be honest, among the few people that I admire the most in my life, Zhu Lian, the aristocratic family's son, who turned the tide, is one. Zhu Lian, the martial madman with pure fist techniques, is also another." When I saw Zhu Lian, a living person, at such a close distance, it was as if I saw someone walk out of the pages of a book. It made me feel even more absurd. "Ooh," Chun Pingon said, "Mr. Zhong, you can just be a nominal member of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. It won't affect your future travels. You won't be restrained at all." Zhong Qiu was puzzled. "Luopa Mountain?" Chun Pingon nodded. Zhong Qiu said, "That's a good name. Then I'll be a nominal member of this mountain." Chun Pingon looked lonely. There was once someone who scolded him when he punched. He was so young and lifeless, like a lonely ghost. He deserved to be the leader of Luopa Mountain. After meeting the late emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Chun Pingon took Pei Qian and Zhou Meili to bid farewell to Chao Qingling and left Lotus Root-blessed land together. Chun Pingon still looked as usual. He lived on the first floor and practiced his fist techniques in the open space outside the door. He still walked and cultivated behind closed doors. He only occasionally went to the second floor to stand in the corridor and look into the distance. In the middle of the night, Pei Qian sat alone on the top of the stairs. Cui Dongshan climbed up the mountain slowly and sat beside her. Pei Qian stared hard at the big white goose. After a while, she asked softly, "Grandpa Cui is gone. Aren't you sad?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "You can only see my state of mind if I want you to see it. If I don't want you to see it, then you won't be able to see it in your life." Pei Qian hit her palm with her fist and said with annoyance, "My cultivation is still not high." Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, "Regarding this matter, leaving some ancient gods aside, if I claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first." Pei Qian said, "Oh, the big white goose beside her was indeed very powerful." Cui Dongshan smiled and said slowly, "When you are young and inexperienced, you will often cry loudly when your elders leave. The sadness and hurt your lungs are all on your face and in your tears. Look at those young people with tears and snot. Most of their fathers and elders are taciturn. During the funeral, they will welcome and send people off. They can even talk and laugh with others. This is life. Maybe it is the same person, but there are two kinds of sadness in two different paths of life. You don't understand now because you haven't really grown up. Pei Qian said, I don't understand these things. Maybe I won't understand in the future. I don't want to understand either. In Nanyuan Kingdom, which she didn't think of as her hometown, when her parents left one after another, she didn't feel too sad. It was as if they just left one step ahead, and she would follow them soon. She might starve to death, freeze to death, or be beaten to death. But so what if she followed them? Wasn't she still despised and regarded as a burden by them? So after Pei Qian left lotus flower-blessed land, even if she wanted to be sad, she couldn't pretend in front of her master. But Grandpa Chui was different. He was the only elder Pei Qian really recognized besides her master. She was beaten again and again until she wanted to die. At first, she dared to shout that if she didn't practice martial arts, she would be beaten even harder. She said so many words that hurt her more than her injuries. But now Pei Qian knew what was good and what was bad. She didn't even need to peek at people's hearts with her eyes. Chui Dongshan looked up at the night sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming, and the moon was full. Chui Dongshan said softly, So Master doesn't want you to grow up. Don't be too anxious. When you grow up, you will want to take on something. When that time comes, your master won't be able to stop you, nor will he stop you. Do you still remember the time when your master left the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom? Pei Qian nodded hard, and a smile finally appeared on her dark face. She said loudly, Of course, I'm very happy, and Sister Baoping is even happier. Chui Dongshan smiled and answered his own question. Why do all of us have to work together and make such a big scene? Because Master knows that the next time we meet, he may never see the little girl in the red, cotton-padded jacket in his memory. Her cheeks were red, she was small, her eyes were round, and her voice was crisp. She carried a small bookcase of just the right size and called him Little Uncle. Relying only on his eyes, he is destined to never see her again. So, he only keeps it in his heart. This is the unspeakable regret of adults. He can only keep it with him and hide it. Chui Dongshan pointed to his heart and then gently waved his sleeve, as if he wanted to drive away some of his worries. The real sorrow was only in the silent place. These annoying things are supposed to be figured out by yourself when you grow up, but I still want you to listen to it. At least you know that there is such a thing. My grandpa left just like that. Master is no less sad than me, but Master won't let others know how sad he is. Have you ever thought about one thing? Why does your master like to collect the used pens, the worn straw sandals, and the bottles and jars that are worthless one by one? It is because he is used to parting with death since he was young. He has always watched others leave. He can't make many people and things stay, so he will try his best to keep them. In fact, it is not only Master. All of us will experience all kinds of parting. Many people are like this, but it is often the past. It is far from being as attentive as Master. He will close the door for a long time and carefully hide it well, unknown to others. Pei Qian turned his head and said worriedly, Then what should Master do? Chui Dongshan smiled. Didn't I just say that Master's used to it? Pei Qian stood up. This is not good. This is not right. Chui Dongshan was silent and fell back. Pei Qian ran down the mountain and went to the bamboo house. He found his master sitting alone at the stone table. There were 2 pots of wine on the table, still stained with some mud, but his master did not drink. His master straightened his back, clenched his fists, and gently placed them on his knees. No one knew what he was thinking. Pei Qian stood where he was and shouted, Master, don't be sad. Chun Pingan turned his head and smiled. Okay? Pei Qian looked at his master like this. just like how his master looked at Alliance under the bamboo hat when he was young. Chun Pingon stood up, moved 2 small bamboo chairs, and sat down with Pei Qian. Chun Pingon said softly, "Pei Qian, I will be leaving my hometown soon. You must take good care of yourself." Pei Qian nodded. "Master must take good care of himself, too." Chun Pingon smiled. "I am not bragging, but the ability to take good care of yourself is rare in the world." Pei Qian lifted the small bamboo chair under his, but with both hands, and moved closer to his master. The adult and the child looked into the distance together. On this day, Chun Pingon reached the Golden Body realm. His disciple, Pei Qian, was about to become the strongest 4th realm in the world. The sitting posture, expression, and gaze of the master and disciple were exactly the same. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.